Part II, Chapters 13 through 15 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. The New Grey. That was what Neil signed himself in the first letter he sent to Bessie after his return to London, and in which he assured her that he was instant in season and out of season in his endeavours to be like the American and make himself worthy of the dearest little girl a man ever called his wife. He had borne with perfect equanimity his mother's frequent ebullitions of temper, had read aloud to Blanche for 2 hours when she had a headache, although he wanted so much to go to his club, and had listened daily without a sign of impatience to his father's tiresome talk upon politics and the demoralized condition of the country generally. Then he told her how much he loved her, and how a thought of her and her sweet face was constantly in his mind, inspiring him to a nobler life than he had hitherto been living. And Bessie, as she read his letter, felt her love grow stronger for him, and her face grew brighter and lovelier each day, and there was a ring of gladness and hopefulness in her voice as she went singing about the house, thinking of the future which stretched so pleasantly before her, and in which she could be always with Neil, the new Grey. Sometimes she thought of the real Grey who was still at Oxford, which Neil had left for good. He was not fond of study, and greatly preferred his idle, pleasant life at home, breakfasting when he pleased, and as he pleased, either in bed or in the breakfast-room, lounging through the morning, playing duets with Blanche, sorting her worsteds for her, or teasing her about the grotesque figures she was embroidering and calling shepherd boys and girls. The comfort and luxury of Trevelyan House suited him better than Stoneleigh, and now that he was engaged and there was no probability of his marrying Blanche, her society was not half as distasteful to him as it had formerly been, neither were her eyebrows as light nor her shoulder-blades as sharp, and he began to think she really was a good-natured kind of a girl and played splendidly. And then he remembered with a pang that Bessie did not play at all, except simple accompaniments to songs, and found himself wondering in a vague kind of way what people would say to a Mrs. Neil Macpherson, who had no accomplishments except a sweet voice for ballad singing, and a tolerable knowledge of French and German, which she had picked up when a child leading a bohemian life on the Continent. Bessie was neither learned nor accomplished nor fashionable. But she was good and pure and beautiful, and Neil loved her with all the intensity of his selfish nature, and meant to be true to her. He wrote to her 3 times a week, long letters, full of love and tenderness, and of Grey Gerald, with whom he corresponded. Once he tried to tell his mother of his engagement. She had been speaking to him of Blanche, talking as if everything were settled, and asking why it were not as well to announce the engagement at once. "Because," Neil said to her, "I am not engaged to Blanche, and do not know that I ever shall be. To tell you the truth, mother, I love my cousin Bessie better than any woman living, and if I had money of my own I would marry her to-morrow." This was a great deal for Neil to say, knowing his mother as he did, and possibly he might not have said it could he have foreseen the storm which followed his declaration. What she had once before said to him upon the subject was nothing when compared with her present anger and scorn, as she assured him again and again that if he married Bessie Macpherson she would at once cut off his allowance and leave him to shirk for himself. That was the way she expressed it, for she could be very coarse in her language at times, even if she were a titled lady. Bessie should never enter her house as her daughter-in-law, she said, and she would not only cut off Neil's allowance during her life, but at her death would leave what little money she had to someone else, Jack Trevelyan perhaps, who would represent the family far better than her scapegrace son with his low Macpherson tastes. After this Neil could not tell her. On the contrary, he bent every energy to keep the secret from her, and never again mentioned Bessie or Stoneleigh in her presence, but devoted himself to Blanche in a friendly, brotherly kind of way, which kept the peace in that quarter and left him in quiet. But his thoughts were busy with plans for the future, when Bessie would be his wife and he disinherited for her sake. Once he calculated the possibility of living at Stoneleigh on the meagre annuity which he knew Archie received, and which would die with him. But he could not do that, and he called himself a sneak for considering the matter an instant. "If there was something I could do which would not compromise me," he thought, "I might become an inventor or an author. I could do better at that, for I have some talent for yarning, they say. Wilkie Collins and George Eliot make heaps of money with their pens. Yes, I believe I'll try it." And so Neil shut himself in his room for some hours each day, and commenced the story which was to make his fortune. But as Bessie sat for his heroine and Grey Gerald for his hero, he became furiously jealous when he reached the love passages, and tearing up his manuscript in disgust, abandoned the field of authorship for ever. Suddenly his thoughts turned to the old aunt in America whom his fancy painted as fabulously rich. She could help him, and perhaps if he wrote her the right kind of a letter she would. And so he set himself to the task, which proved harder, even, than the story writing had been. Neil knew his Aunt Betsy was very eccentric, and he hardly knew how to make her understand him without saying too much and so ruining his cause. "By Jove, I'll tell her the truth, that I want money in order to marry Bessie," he said, and he took Bessie for his starting paint, and waxed eloquent as he described her sweetness and beauty, and told of her life of toil and care and self-denial at Stoneleigh with her father, whom he represented as just on the verge of the grave. Then he told of his engagement and his mother's fierce opposition to it, and the sure poverty which awaited him if he remained true to his cousin, as he meant to do, and then he came to the real object of his letter, and asked for money on which to live until his mother was reconciled, as she was sure to be in time, when she knew how lovely and good Bessie was. A few £1,000 would suffice, he said, as he knew his father would allow him to occupy a house in Warwick Crescent, which belonged to him, and which would save his rent. And then, growing bolder as he advanced, he hinted at the possibility that his aunt might be intending to make Bessie her heir, and said if it were so he should be glad to know it, and would keep the secret religiously from Bessie until such time as he might reveal it. A speedy answer to this letter was desired, and Neil closed by signing himself, "Your very affectionate nephew, Neil Macpherson." He posted the letter himself, and feeling almost sure of a favourable response, went and bought Bessie a small solitaire ring, such as he could afford, and sent it with the most loving, hopeful letter he had yet written to her. 14. Miss Macpherson and the Letter. 9 years had made but little change in Miss Betsy Macpherson, either mentally or physically. As she had been at the Thanksgiving dinner when we first met her, so she was now, with possibly a little sharper tone in her voice and a shade more of eccentricity in her nature. As she lived alone then with her 2 servants, so she lived alone now, with the same cook in the kitchen, but not the same housemaid to attend her. Flora had been married for 5 or 6 years to a respectable mechanic, and lived in a small white house across the common, with 3 children to care for, 2 boys and a girl. This last she had thought to call for her former mistress, to whom she had timidly expressed her intention, asking if she would be godmother. "Flo is a fool to saddle her child with a name she hates," Miss Macpherson thought, but she consented to act as sponsor, and wore her best black silk in honour of the occasion, when Sunday came and she took her accustomed seat in church. But her thoughts were evidently not upon the service, for she knelt in the wrong place, and once said aloud in her abstraction, "Let us pray," and there was a twinkle in her round bright eyes, and a grim smile on her face when she at last arose, and straight and stiff as a darning needle walked up the aisle, and took in her arms the little pink and white baby who was to bear her name. It was a pretty child, and as she held it for a moment and looked into its clear blue eyes fixed so questioningly upon her face, there came to her the thought of another little blue-eyed girl who had come to see her on the sands of Aberystwyth, and the touch of whose hands as they rubbed and patted the folds of her dress she could feel even now after the lapse of many years. That child had said to her that Betsy was a horrid name. This child in her arms would think so too, and hate it all her life, and when the clergyman said, "Name this child," she answered in a loud, clear voice which rang distinctly through the church, "Bessie Macpherson." "No, no, oh no!" Flora gasped in a whisper. "It is Betsy, ma'am. It is for you." "Hush! I know what I am about," was whispered back, and so Bessie Macpherson, and not Betsy, was received into Christ's flock, and signed with the sign of the cross, and given to the happy mother, happier than she dared to own because of the change of name. The next day $500 were placed in the Allington Savings Bank to the credit of Bessie Macpherson Bowen, and the spinster washed her hands of the whole affair, as she expressed it to herself. But she could not quite forget the child, and when on the Monday evening after the christening she sat by her open fire with her round tea-table at her side, there was a thought of it in her mind, and she said to herself, "I am glad I did not give it my name. Betsy is not very poetical, and they are sure to call you Bets when they are angry at you. Bessie is better and sweeter every way." And then her thoughts went over the sea after that other Bessie, her own flesh and blood, of whom she had not heard in years. It was very seldom that her brother John wrote to her, and when he did he never mentioned Archie or his family, and so she knew nothing of them except that Daisy was still carrying on her business at Monte Carlo, and was known as an adventuress to every frequenter of the place. But where was Bessie? Miss Macpherson asked herself as she gazed dreamily into the fire. Was she like her mother, a vain coquette and a mark for coarse jests and vulgar admiration? For the girl must be pretty, she said. There was the promise of great beauty in that face, and true, pure womanhood, too, if only she were well brought up. And then through the woman's heart there shot a pang as she wondered if she had done right to leave Archie and his child to their poverty all these years. Might she not have done something for them, and so perhaps have saved the daughter from sin? The little room at the head of the stairs was still kept just as it was when she was expecting Bessie. There was the big doll in the corner, the dishes on the shelf, and the single bed with its lace hangings was freshly made every month, and by its side each night the lonely woman knelt and prayed for the little girl who had come to her on the sands and looked into her eyes with a look which had haunted her ever since. But of what avail was all this? Ought she not to have acted as well as prayed? What was faith without works, and if Bessie had gone to destruction, as most likely she had, was it not in part her fault? Such were the questions tormenting Miss Macpherson when at last Winnie came in to remove the tea things and brought with her a letter, which she gave into her mistress's hand. It was Neil's letter, and Miss Betsy examined it very carefully before opening it, wondering who had written her from London, and experiencing a feeling that its contents would not prove altogether agreeable. Adjusting her spectacles a little more firmly on her nose, she opened it at last, and read it through very slowly, taking in its full meaning as she read, and commenting to herself in her characteristic way. 2 years before, she had met an old acquaintance from London who knew Neil and disliked him, consequently the impression she had received of him was not altogether favourable. "A good-looking, well-meaning fellow," the man had said, "but very indolent and selfish and proud, with an inordinate love of money and respect for those who have it." And in this opinion the spinster was confirmed by his letter. "Let me see," she said, taking off her glasses and regarding the fire intently. "He wishes me to send him a few £1,000 to enable him to marry his cousin, and live in idleness in his father's house on Warwick Crescent until his mother is reconciled, and he wishes to know if I intend to make Bessie my heir. No, my fine London gentleman. If Bessie ever has a fortune it will not be from me. Now, if Neil wanted this money to set himself up in business, if he was going to work to earn his own bread and butter and support his family like an honest man, I would let him have it cheerfully. But work is the last thing he thinks about. It would degrade him. Ah! It makes me so mad," and she shook her head fiercely at the fire as she went on. "But the girl, if he tells the truth, is the right kind of stuff, staying at home, caring for her father, wearing shabby clothes, and even washing the dishes, which I have no doubt hurts him the most. I rather like this girl, and for her sake I will give Neil a chance, though I don't suppose he will accept it. There are those cotton mills which I had to take on that debt of Carson's. They have been nothing but a torment to me for the want of a capable man to look after them. I will offer the situation to Neil with a salary of $2,000 a year and 10% of net profits, and I will let him have, rent-free, the house which Carson occupied, and will furnish it too, and have everything in running order when he gets here with his bride. That I call a right generous offer, but bless your soul, do you suppose he will take it?" And she interrogated the fire, which made no response, except that a half-dead coal dropped into the pan and went out into blackness. "Of course he won't," she continued, "for that would be doing something. But we shall see. I will write the letter to-night," and ringing for her writing materials, the old lady began her letter to Neil, telling him what she would do for him if he chose to come to America and try to help himself. "The work is not hard," she wrote. "It requires more thought and judgment and tact than anything else, but it will bring you in contact with some very second-class people, scum, if you choose to call them so, and with some of the excellent of the earth as well, for all grades are represented in the mills, and for what I know, the future governor of Massachusetts is working there to-day. But if he is, you may be sure he has a book somewhere around and studies it every chance he gets, for in this way our best men are made. If you do not choose to take my offer, I shall do nothing for you, and Bessie will be a fool to marry any one who does not care enough for her to be willing to work and support her. I have no intention of making her my heir. My will is made, and I do not often change my mind. Still, I have a fancy for the girl, have always had a fancy for her, and if you bring her to me on the terms I offer, you will never be sorry." This last Miss Betsy wrote because of the desire which kept growing in her heart, as once it had before, to look again in Bessie's face, to hear her voice, to feel the touch of her hands, and, in short, to have someone to love and be interested in, as something told her she could be interested in and love Bessie Macpherson. The letter was sent to Neil, and the same mail took another to a well-known banking house in London with which Miss Macpherson had business relations. To this house she gave instructions that the sum of £100 should at once be forwarded to Archibald Macpherson, who was not on any account to know from whom the money came. When her letters were gone she began again to build castles with regard to Bessie, whom she was expecting, in spite of her lack of confidence in Neil's willingness to accept her offer. In fancy she furnished the large stone house on the cliff above the mills which Bessie was to occupy, and furnished it with no sparing hand. In fancy she climbed the steep steps every day, and went in and out with the freedom of a mother, for such she meant to be to the young couple, both her own blood, and both seeming very near to her now when there was a chance of their coming to her, and dispelling the loneliness of her monotonous life. But she kept her expectations to herself, not even telling them to Lucy Gray or Hannah Jerrold, her most intimate friends, both of whom noticed a change in her, but did not guess why she seemed so much more cheerful and happy, or why she was so often in Worcester, inquiring the prices of china and glassware and household furniture generally. Once she was very near letting it out, and that was when Hannah was spending the afternoon with her and said, "I have received a letter from Gray, who writes that he spent a day at Stoneleigh and saw your grand-niece, Bessie." "What did he think of her?" Miss Betsy asked, and Hannah replied, "He thought her the loveliest creature he had ever seen. I do believe he is more than half in love with her, for I never knew him so enthusiastic over a girl before." "Yes," Miss Macpherson said, and remembering what she knew Gray to be and what she feared Neil was, she thought, "Oh, if it were Gray and Bessie!" And that night she dreamed that it was Gray and Bessie, and that she tore down the house on the cliff overlooking the mill, and built there a palace something after the fashion of Chatsworth, except that it was more modern in style and general appearance, and many pairs of eyes like those seen on the terrace at Aberystwyth looked into hers, and many little hands rubbed holes in her stuff dress, and many little voices called her Grandma, the name she bade them give her in place of Auntie. 15. From January to March. Never had Neil been more gracious or agreeable than during the interval when he was waiting for the answer to his letter. He felt sure of a favourable reply, and that Bessie would be his before the June roses were in bloom, and that of itself kept him in a happy frame of mind. He was very attentive to Blanche, and very kind to his mother, and he wrote long letters to Bessie 3 times a week, and went to church every Sunday, and gave a halfpenny to every little ragged child he met, and felt that Neil Macpherson was a pretty good fellow after all. At last the letter came, and Neil read it in the privacy of his room, and being alone with no one to hear, called his aunt a name which sounded a little like swearing, and paced up and down the apartment with the perspiration standing thickly around his white lips, and a feeling at his heart as if he were not only bitterly disappointed, but had also been insulted by the offer made to him. "An overseer in some cotton mills? Factories they call them there? Not if I know myself," he said. "I stoop to that? Never! The old woman is a fool." This with an adjective. "And she evidently thinks she is doing a big thing. $2,000 a year! Why, that is not much more than mother allows me now, and I am awfully hard up at times. No, Bessie, you must wait a little longer until something turns up, as I am sure there will. An overseer! I!" And Neil's voice was indicative of the scorn and contempt with which he regarded an overseer of cotton mills, and the vast difference he felt there was between such an individual and himself. Neil was very sore and very much depressed, and his depression told upon his health, and he became so pale and haggard that his mother was alarmed, and insisted upon his leaving England for a time and going down to Cannes, in southern France, where several of her friends were spending the winter. To this Neil made no objection, and wrote to Bessie of his plans, and made himself out so great an invalid that Bessie felt a fear in her heart lest her lover should die and she be left in the world alone, in case— She did not dare finish the thought, or put into words her conviction that her father was daily growing weaker, with less care for or interest in anything passing around him. This change for the worse had commenced with a heavy cold taken soon after the holidays, and which none of Dorothy's prescriptions could reach. It was in vain that Bessie tried to persuade him to let her call a physician. "No, child," he said, "it's nothing. I shall be better in a few days, when the weather moderates. I do not want a doctor, and if I did we are too poor. How much have we on hand?" Bessie did not tell him the exact amount, for fear of troubling him in his weak nervous condition. Their Christmas hospitalities had cost them dear, and there was very little in the family purse with which to meet their necessities. Just after Neil's departure there had come a letter from Daisy, who was in Nice with some Americans, whose acquaintance she had made in Paris and whose party she had joined. "These American friendships cost a great deal," she wrote, "for they stop at the most expensive hotels, and I must have a parlor and bedroom in order to keep up appearances, so I really have nothing to spare just now. But I send you a £5 note which I borrowed for you from Mr. Jack Trevelyan, who came day before yesterday and told me of his visit to Stoneleigh. If I am any judge, he is more than half in love with you, and when I said I was going to write and regretted that I could not send you any money, as I was sure you must need it after so much company, he insisted upon loaning me £20, and when I refused so large a sum he made me take 10, which I will divide with you. It was very generous in him, and when I said I should pay him as soon as possible, he begged me never to speak of it, as he would gladly give 10 times that sum to one as faithful and kind to her father as you are. Jack is a good fellow, and there is only one life between him and a title, I hear. Try for him, Bessie. I know you can get him. Write him a little note and tell him how kind it was in him to loan me the money. That will be a beginning, but you need not say how much of it I sent you. As he designed it all for you, he might not like it if he knew I kept half. How is your father? The last time I was home I really thought he was threatened with softening of the brain, he seemed so sleepy and stupid and forgetful. Give him my love, and believe me always your affectionate mother, Daisy Macpherson. P.S. I hear Lord Hardy has returned from Egypt and is expected here. I am glad, for a sight of him will do me good. He is the best friend I ever had, and the first except, of course, your father. Such in part was Daisy's letter, which Bessie read with an aching heart and cheeks which burned with shame. She wanted money sadly, for her boots were giving out at the sides, and the butcher's bill was unpaid, and her father needed wine and jellies to tempt his sickly appetite and keep up his failing strength. But she would have gone barefoot and denied herself food for a week sooner than touch the £5 note her mother had wrung from Jack Trevelyan, her recent guest. "It was begged, it is a charity. It burns my hand," she said, as she held the note between her thumb and finger. "I will not have it in the house," and the next moment it was blackening on the fire where the indignant girl had thrown it, together with her mother's letter which her father must never see. Oh, how for an instant Bessie loathed herself as she thought of her mother and saw in fancy the whole sickening performance in Nice, the daily jesting and badinage with those people around her, second-class Americans she was sure, or they would not take up her mother. But worst of all was the interview with Jack Trevelyan, whose feelings had been wrought upon until he gave her £10 because of her poverty. "Oh, it is too horrible! But I will pay it back some time," she said, and kneeling by the firelight with her hot tear-stained face buried in her hands, Bessie prayed earnestly that in some way she might be enabled to pay this debt to Jack Trevelyan. In her excitement she did not then regret that she had burned the note, though she knew that it was a rash act, and that it necessitated extra self-denials which would tell heavily upon her. With strong black linen thread and a bit of leather she patched her boots. She dressed and undressed in the cold, for she would allow no fire in her room. She never tasted meat, or tarts, or sweets, or delicacies of any kind, but contented herself with the simplest fare, and piled her father's plate, begging him to eat, and watching him with feverish anxiety as her mother's dreadful words rang in her ears: softening of the brain. Was that terrible disease stealing upon him? Would the time come when the kind eyes which now always brightened when they rested on her would have in them no sign of recognition, and the lips which spoke her name so lovingly utter only unmeaning words? It was terrible to contemplate, and Bessie felt she would rather see him dead than an imbecile. "But what should I do with father gone?" she said, and her thoughts turned to Neil, who would surely take her then, even if he took her into poverty. And so in a measure Bessie was comforted, and watched her father with untiring vigilance, and felt that he was slipping from her, and that in all the world there was for her no ray of joy except in Neil's love, which she never doubted, and without which her heart would have broken, it was so full of care and pain. And it was just when her heart was saddest because her father had that morning called her Daisy, and when she corrected him had said, "Yes, but I can't think of your name. Words go from me strangely at times. Everything is confused," that Neil's letter came, bringing her fresh cause for anxiety, and seeming, with its brevity and strangeness, to put him farther from her than he would be in Cannes, whither he was going. That night Bessie cried herself to sleep, and was so weak and sick the next morning that Dorothy persuaded her to stay in bed, and brought her up her breakfast of toast, crisp and hot, with a fresh boiled egg and a cup of tea which she declared would almost give life to a dead man. "But, Dolly," Bessie said, "you should not have brought me the egg. They are 2d. apiece, and father must have them all. Can't you keep it and warm it up for him?" "Warm up an egg! Bless the child!" and Dorothy laughed till the tears ran. "You can't warm over a boiled egg, so eat it down. It will do you good, and you are growing so thin and pale. Here is a letter for your father, but as he is asleep I brought it to you." Taking the letter, Bessie examined the address, which was a strange one to her. Evidently it was on business, and as nothing of that kind could mean anything but fresh anxiety and annoyance to her father, she resolved to know the contents, and, if possible, keep them from the weak invalid. So she broke the seal, and read with astonishment that Messrs. and bankers in Lombard Street, London, had been instructed by one who did not wish his name to appear, to send to Mr. Archibald Macpherson of Stoneleigh, Bangor, the sum of £100, and enclosed was a cheque for the same. "Oh!" Bessie exclaimed, as she sprang up and began to dress herself rapidly. £100! Why, we are rich, and father can have everything he wants. I wonder how much a bottle of Johannisberger wine would cost. Then there crept into her mind the question, who sent it? Was it the Honourable John? Was it Neil? And Bessie's heart stood still a moment, and then beat with a heavy pain. Or was it Jack Trevelyan, who had done this because of what her mother had told him of their needs? It was like him, she knew, but if it were he, she could never touch the money, and without a word to her father of the letter, she wrote at once to Messrs. and Lombard Street, asking if it were Mr. Trevelyan, and saying if it were she must return the cheque as they could not keep it. "Direct your answer to me," she wrote, "as I transact all my father's business for him." In 2 days the answer came, very stiffly worded, but assuring her that the donor was not Mr. Trevelyan, and that her father need have no scruples about taking the money, and would have none did he know from whom it came. This satisfied Bessie, who took the letter to her father, confessing all she had done, and with him trying to guess who had been so kind to them. "I can't think of no one except my aunt in America," Archie said, "and she is not likely to remember us in this way after so many years' silence." "If I thought it were she, I would write to her," Bessie said, "and at all events I will write to somebody and thank them, and send the letter to Messrs. and in London. They know who it is, and will forward it for me." Accordingly, the next Bangor mail for London bore in it a letter from Bessie to their unknown friend. "Dear Madam or Sir, whichever you may be," she began, "I wish I could tell you how much joy and gladness, and relief too, your generous gift of £100 brought to both father and me. God bless you for it, and may you never know the want and actual need which made your gift so very welcome, that instead of shrinking from it we could only cry over it, and be glad that somewhere in the world there was somebody thinking and caring for us. Every night of my life I shall pray for you, and if I ever know who you are, and meet you face to face, I will try and thank you better than I feel that I am doing on paper. Yours gratefully and sincerely, Bessie Macpherson. P.S. If, as papa half suspects, you are his Aunt Betsy, I am doubly glad, because it shows that you sometimes think of us in the old home at Stoneleigh, and I wish you would write a few words to father. It will do him so much good, and he is so sick and helpless and lonely, and I dare not tell you what I fear, only he sometimes forgets my name and his own too, and calls things different from what they are. Oh, if he should die, I should die too. This was sent to Messrs. and with instructions to forward it to the donor. But Messrs. and were very busy with other matters than forwarding letters of thanks. They had just written to Miss Macpherson that her orders had been obeyed and the money paid, and so Bessie's letter was put aside and forgotten, for weeks and even months, when an incident occurred which brought it to their minds, and it was forwarded to Miss Macpherson. End of chapters 13 through 15. Part 2, chapters 16 and 17 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. From March to June. When Bessie knew that the money was really theirs, when she had it in her hand and counted the bank notes, her happiness knew no bounds, and she felt richer than Blanche Trevilian ever had with 50 times that sum. To her that £100 represented so much actual good and comfort for her father, for whom she would use nearly all of it. But first she must pay back Jack Trevilian, and she said to her father, "May I have £10 of this to do with as I like? I promise to make good use of it." "Yes, child," he answered, "it is all yours to do with as you please." So she sent £10 to Jack, and wrote, "I return the money you were so good as to loan mother. £10, she said it was. It was very kind in you to let her have it, and I know you meant it well. You could not mean otherwise. But please, Mr. Trevilian, for my sake, don't do it again. Yours truly, Bessie Macpherson." This done, Bessie paid the butcher and the baker and the grocer, and a part of what they were owing Anthony and Dorothy, and bought herself a pair of shoes, and then religiously put by what was left to buy the medicines and dainties, the beef tea and wine and jellies and fruit, which were to nurse her father back to health physically and mentally. But it would take more than fruit or jelly to repair a constitution never strong and now greatly weakened by disease. Every day Archie grew weaker, while Bessie watched over and tended him with anguish in her heart and a terrible shrinking from the future when he would be gone forever. From Neil she heard often, but his letters did not do her much good, they were so full of regret for the poverty which was keeping her from him and would keep her indefinitely for aught he knew. From her mother she seldom heard. That frivolous butterfly was too busy and gay to give much time or thought to her dying husband and overburdened child. She was still at Nice, and still devoted to her American friends, the Rossiter Browns, as they called themselves, to the great amusement of their neighbors, who had known them when they were plain Mr. and Mrs. Isaac R. Brown of Massachusetts, or, as they were familiarly called, Miss Brown and Ike. But they were rich people now. A turn in the wheel had made Ike a millionaire and transformed him into a Mr. Rossiter Brown, and with his wife and his 2 children, Augusta and Allen, he was doing Europe on a grand scale, and Mrs. Rossiter Brown, an ambitious but well-meaning woman, had taken a violent fancy to Daisy, and had even invited her to go home with her in June, offering to defray all her expenses, out and back, if she would do so. "And I have made up my mind to go," Daisy wrote to Bessie in May. "I have often wished to see America, and shall never have a better chance than this. Though not the most refined people in the world, the Rossiter Browns are very nice, and very kind to me. Lady June, I dare say, would call them vulgar and second class, and I am inclined to think they are what their own countrymen call shoddy. They have not always been rich as they are now. Indeed, Mrs. Rossiter Brown makes no secret of the fact that she was once poor and did her own washing, which is very commendable in her, I am sure. By some means or other, either oil or pork or the war, they have made a fortune, and have come abroad to spend it in a most princely manner. Mrs. Rossiter Brown is good-looking, and wears the finest diamonds at Nice, if I except some of the Russian ladies, but her grammar is dreadful, her style of dress very conspicuous, and her voice loud and coarse. Augusta, the daughter, is 20, and much better educated than her mother, She is rather pretty and stylish, but indolent and proud. Allen the son is 22, tall, light-haired, good-natured, and dandified, kisses his mother night and morning, calls her Ma and his father Pa, and his sister Sis, drives fast horses, wears an eyeglass, carries a cane, and affects the English drawl. Père Rossiter Brown is a little dapper man with a face like a squirrel. At breakfast, which is served in their parlor, he eats with his knife and pours his tea into his saucer, in spite of Augusta's disgust and his wife's open protestations. "Now, Angeline, you shut up with your folderol," he will say, with the most imperturbable good humor. "At table d'hote I can behave with the best of 'em, but in my own room I'm goin' to be comfortable and take things easy like, and if I want to cool my tea in my saucer, I shall. Miss Macpherson don't think no less of me for that, you bet." They have given me a standing invitation to breakfast with them when I like. "It don't cost no more for 5 than for 4, Mr. Rossiter Brown says, and as juicy beefsteaks and mutton chops and real cream have a better relish than rolls and tea, I accept their hospitality in this as in many other things. They take me everywhere, and I am really quite useful to them in various ways. None of them speak French at all except Augusta, and she very badly. But she is improving rapidly, for I hear her read both French and Italian every day, and help her with her pronunciation. Then I have introduced them to a great many people, among whom are some English lords and ladies, and German barons and baronesses, and as all Americans dote on titles, notwithstanding their boasted democracy, so Mrs. Rossiter Brown is not an exception, but almost bursts with dignity when she speaks to her Yankee friends of what Lady So-and-so said to her, and what she said to Baron Blank. She nearly fell on her face when I introduced her to Lord Hardy, who has returned from Egypt and was here for a few days. He took to her wonderfully, or pretended that he did, and she was weak enough to think he had an eye to Augusta's charms, and asked if I supposed him serious in his attentions to her daughter, and what kind of a husband he would make. What an absurd idea! Lord Hardy and Augusta Brown! I laughed till I cried when I told Ted about it and asked him what he thought of it. "I might do worse," he said, and then walked away, and that afternoon took Mrs. Brown and Augusta over to Villefranche. Ted is very much changed from the boy whom I smuggled into the playroom at Monte Carlo as my cousin Susan, and I can't get him near there now. It seems that he lost a great deal of money one night, and actually left the casino with the intention to kill himself. But he had not the courage to do it, though he told me he put the muzzle of the pistol to his forehead when a thought of his mother stayed his hand and the suicide was prevented. She was in heaven, he said, and he wanted to see her again. If he killed himself he knew he should not, and so he concluded to live, but made a vow never to play again, and he has kept it and become almost as big a spooney as Jack Trevelyan. By the way, I saw Trevelyan the other day, and when I said something about hoping to pay him his £10 soon, he told me you had paid it. Very kind in you, I am sure, but I don't see where you got the money. You might have kept it, as he would never have pressed me for it, and I could not pay it if he did. My rooms cost me so much that I never have a shilling to spare, and I do not go to Monte Carlo often, for these Rossiter Browns profess to be very religious people, Baptists, I believe, and hold gambling in great abhorrence, so as I wish to stand well with them I have to play on the sly, or not at all. They have a house in New York, and another in the country somewhere, and a cottage at the seaside, and they have a maid and a courier, and Mrs. Rossiter Brown talks as familiarly with both of them as she does with me, and I think feels more at ease in their society than in mine. But she is a good woman, and since commencing this letter I have decided to accept her invitation and accompany her to America. They sail the last week in June, and I shall manage to spend a few days at Stoneleigh before I go. How is your father? Write me soon, and if you can do so, please send me £1 or 2. I have so very little, and I had to borrow of Ted, who, I must say, loaned me rather unwillingly, I thought, while Trevelyan, whom I tried cautiously, never took the hint at all. It must be I am going off, and have not the same power over the men which I once had, and yet Mrs. Rossiter Brown told me the other day that I was called the prettiest woman in Nice, and said she was very proud to have me of her party. What a fool she is, to be sure! This letter filled Bessie with disgust and anxiety too, while for a moment there arose within her a feeling of rebellion and bitter resentment against the woman who got so much from life and left her to bear its burdens alone. "But I would far rather be what I am than what she is," she thought, and she wiped her tears away and stole softly to her father's room to see if he were still sleeping. He was usually in a half unconscious condition now, seldom rousing except to take his meals or when Bessie made a great effort to interest him, and she did not guess how fast he was failing. The second week in June Daisy came, fresh and bright and eager, and looking almost as young as Bessie, who knew no rest day or night, and was pale and thin and worn, with a look on her face and in her eyes very sad to see in a young girl. "Oh, mother, I am so glad you have come!" she cried, and laying her head in her mother's lap, she sobbed passionately for a moment while she said, "And you will not go away? Will not leave me here alone, with no one to speak to all day long but Dorothy? Oh, mother, the loneliness is so terrible, and life is so dreary to me." For a moment Daisy's heart was stirred with pity for the tired, worn girl, and she half resolved to give up America and stay at home where she was needed. But as the days went on and she saw just what life at Stoneleigh meant, she felt that she could not endure it, and fondly stroking Bessie's hair and smoothing her pale cheek, she told her she would not be gone long. She should return in September, and would positively remain at home all winter and take the care from Bessie. "Your father will not die," she said. "People live years with his disease. He is better than when I first came home; at least he is more quiet, which is a gain." And so Bessie gave it up and entered at last into her mother's anticipations of her journey, and listened with some interest to what she had to say of the Rossiter Browns, the best and the most generous people in the world, for they were not only to bear all her expenses to and from America, but Mrs. Brown had given her a £20 note for any little expenditures necessary for her journey. "I am sure I don't know why they fancy me as they seem to," Daisy said, "unless they have an idea that I am a much more important personage than I am, and that to take me home as their guest will raise them in the estimation of their friends. They know the Macpherson blood is good, and they know about Lady Jane, who Mrs. Brown persists in thinking is my sister-in-law. Did I tell you that the Rossiter Browns' old home is near Allington, where your father's aunt is living?" "No," Bessie replied, looking up with more interest in her manner. "Well, it is," Daisy continued, "and I mean to beard the old woman in her den and conquer a peace. She has heaps of money, the Browns say, and is greatly respected in spite of her oddities, and is quite an aristocrat in the little place; and as I suspect is far above Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who wishes to show me to her. She does not guess how the old woman hates us all." And so Daisy rattled on with her small, tiresome talk, to which Bessie sometimes listened and sometimes did not. The Rossiter Browns were in Leamington now, but were coming through Wales on their way to Liverpool, and Mrs. Brown and Augusta were to stop for a day or two at the George, and take Daisy with them when they left. "I wish we could show them some attention," Daisy said to her daughter. "Don't you think we might manage a French tea in the garden at 4:00? We have some rare old china, and some solid silver and Dresden linen, and we could get Lucy Jones to wait upon us. Do you think we can do it?" "Perhaps we can," Bessie replied, reflecting that a French tea in the garden at 4:00 meant only thin slices of bread and butter, with biscuits and possibly some little sponge cakes, which would not cost much. She could go without a pair of gloves and make the old ones do. All extras came out of poor little Bessie, but she was accustomed to it, and did not mind, and just now she was so glad to have her mother with her, for Daisy, as if a little remorseful for what she was about to do, was unusually sweet and affectionate and kind, and devoted herself to her husband as she had never done since Bessie could remember. She washed his face and hands, and brushed his hair, and wheeled him out into the garden under the old yew tree, where he once slept on the summer morning while she kept the sun and the flies from him. And stooping over him, she asked if he remembered the little girl who used to come to him there when he was a boy. "Yes, that was Daisy," he said, "but I have not seen her in many a year. Where is she now?" And he looked at her in a strange, bewildered way. Then as the brain fog lifted a little and cleared away, his chin quivered, and he went on, "Oh, Daisy, Daisy! It comes back to me now, the years that are gone, and you as you were then. I loved you so much." And don't you love me now, Archie? She asked, kneeling beside him with her white arms across his knees, while she looked into his face with the old look she could assume so easily, and which moved even this weak man. Laying his thin, pale hands upon her head, he burst into tears, and said, "Yes, Daisy, I have always loved you, though you made no part of my life these many years." "And have you missed me? Have you been unhappy without me?" she asked, and he replied, "Missed you? Yes. But I have not been unhappy, for I have had Bessie. No man could be unhappy with Bessie. I think I will go in now and find her. I am better with her, and the birds are not singing here." "What birds?" Daisy asked, looking curiously at him, as with closed eyes he leaned wearily back in his chair and replied, "The birds which sing to me so often, birds of the future, and the past, too, I think they are, for they sing sometimes of you, but oftener of Bessie and a journey far away where she is going to be happy when we are both gone, and the winds are blowing across our graves, over there," and he pointed toward the little yard where his father and mother were lying side by side, and where he soon would lie. For an instant Daisy shuddered, and fancied she felt an icy chill, as if her husband's words were words of prophecy, and a blast were blowing upon her from some dark, cold grave. But she was too young to die. Death was not for her these many years. It was only waiting for this enfeebled man, whom she wheeled back to the house where Bessie was, and where the birds he heard so often came and sang to him of green fields and flowery meadows beyond the sea, where he saw always Bessie with a look of rest and sweet content upon her face, instead of the tired, watchful, waiting look habitual to it now. And so, listening to the birds, he fell asleep as was his wont, and Daisy shook off the chill which had oppressed her, and busied herself with the preparations for her journey. 17. Mrs. Rossiter Brown. In due time Mrs. Rossiter Brown and her daughter Augusta came to the George with their maid, and took possession of the best rooms, and scattered shillings and half-crowns with a lavishness which made every servant their slave. Of course Daisy called, bearing Bessie's compliments and regrets, and then Mrs. Brown and Augusta came to Stoneleigh in the finest turnout which the hotel could boast, for though the distance was short, Mrs. Brown never walked when she could ride, and on this occasion she was out for a drive, "to see the Elephant of Bangor, trunk and all, for she was bound nothing should escape her which she ought to see, if she died for it, and she guessed she should before she got round home, as she was completely tuckered out with sight-seeing," she said, as she sank pantingly into an easy-chair in the large cool room, which Daisy had made very bright and attractive with fresh muslin curtains, a rug, a table spread, and some tidies brought from Nice. This room, which was only used in summer, had on the floor a heavy Axminster, which had done service for 40 years at least, but still showed what it had been, and spoke of the former grandeur of the place, as did the massive and uncomfortable chairs of solid mahogany, the old pier glass against the wall, and the queerly shaped sofa on which Daisy had thrown a bright striped shawl, which changed its aspect wonderfully. She wished to make a good impression upon her American friend, and she succeeded beyond her most sanguine hopes. With her ideas of the greatness and importance of the Macphersons, who, if poor, were aristocrats, Mrs. Brown was prepared to see everything couleur de rose, and the old wainscoted room and quaint furniture delighted her more even than the pretty little devices with which Daisy had thought to make the room more modern and heighten the effect. "If there's anything I dote on particularly, it's on ancestry halls," Mrs. Rossiter Brown said, as she looked admiringly around her. "Now them chairs, which a Yankee would hide in the garret, speak of a past and tell you've been somebody a good while. I'd give the world for such an old place as this at home. But, my land! We are that new in America that the starch fairly rattles as we walk. We are only 100 years old, you know. Had our centennial 2 or 3 years ago. That was a big show, I tell you, most as good as Europe, and better in some respects, for I could be wheeled in a chair and see things comfortable, while over here, my land, my legs is most broke off, and I tell Gusty'll have to get a new pair if I stay much longer. Think of me climbing up Pisa and St. Peter's and all the Campaniles in the country, and that brass thing in Munich to boot, where I thought I should have sweltered, and all to say you've been there. It's a park of nonsense, I tell 'em, though I suppose it does cultivate you, and that reconciles me to it." Here the lady paused for breath, and Augusta, whose face was very red, began to talk to Bessie of Wales and the wild, beautiful scenery. She was as well educated as most young ladies of her class, and was really a very pretty ladylike girl, who expressed herself well and intelligently, and was evidently annoyed by her mother's manner of speaking, for she tried to keep the conversation in her own hands, and Bessie, who guessed her design, helped her to do so; and after a few moments Mrs. Brown arose to go, and shaking out her silk flounces, and pulling her hands to her ears to make sure her immense diamonds were not unclasped, because, as she said, she would not for a farm lose her solitaries, she said good morning, and was driven away to see the elephant of Bangor and vicinity. Bessie drew a long breath of relief as she saw the carriage leave the park, and said, "Oh, mother, how can you find pleasure in her society, and are the Americans generally like her?" "Not half as good as she, some of them, though vastly more refined and better educated," Daisy replied, warming up in defense of the woman who was so kind to her, and whom she knew to be honest and true as steel. "There are plenty of ignorant vulgar women in England, traveling on their money recently acquired, who at heart are not half as good as Mrs. Brown," she said; "and for that matter there are titled ladies, too, who know precious little more than she. Why, old Lady Oakley once sent me a note, in which more than half the words were misspelled, and her capitals were everywhere except in the right place; but she is my lady, and so it is all right. I tell you, Bessie, there is, after all, but little difference between the English and the Americans, who as a class are better informed than we are, and know 10 times more about our country than we do about theirs." Daisy grew very eloquent and earnest as she talked, but Bessie was not convinced, and felt a shrinking from Mrs. Rossiter Brown as from something positively bad; and here she did the woman great injustice, for never was there a kinder, truer heart than Mrs. Brown's, and if, in her girlhood, she had possessed a title of her present fortune, she would have made a far different woman from what she was. For a few days longer she stayed at the George, and astonished the guests with the richness of her toilets and the singularity of her speech, which was something wonderful to her hearers, who looked upon her as a specimen of Americans generally. But this she would not permit, and once, when she overheard the remark, "That's a fair sample of them, I suppose," turned fiercely on the knot of ladies who she knew were discussing her, and said, "If it's me you are talking up and thinking a fair sample, let me tell you that you are much mistaken. I ain't a sample of nothin'. I am just myself, and Uncle Sam is not at all responsible for me, unless it is that he didn't give me a chance, when young, to go to school. I was poor and had to work for my livin', and my old blind mother's too. She is dead this many a year, but if she could have lived till now, when I have so much more than I know what to do with, I'd have dressed her up in silks and satins, and brought her over the seas and flouted her in your faces, as another sample of your American cousins, who, take 'em by and large, are quite as refined as your English women, and enough sight better informed about everything. Why, only t'other day one of 'em asked me what language was generally spoken in New York City, and didn't a schoolgirl from Edinburgh ask Gusty if the people out west were not all heathens, and if Chicago was near Boston? I tell you, ladies, folks who live in glass houses should not throw stones. You are well enough, and nice enough, and on voices you beat us all a holler, for 'tis a fact that most of us pitch ours too high, and talk through our noses awful, and maybe you'd do that too, if you lived in our beastly climate, but as a rule you have not an atom more learning or refinement at heart than we." Thus speaking, she sailed from the room with an air which would have befitted a grand duchess, leaving her astonished auditors to look at each other a moment in silence, and then to express themselves fully and freely and unreservedly with regard to American effrontery, American manners, and American slang, as represented by Mrs. Rossiter Brown. It was a day or two after this that the French tea was served in the Stoneleigh garden, with strawberries and cream and sponge cakes, and Daisy did the honors as hostess admirably, and Mrs. Rossiter Brown, resplendent in garnet satin and diamonds, sat in a covered garden chair, and noted everything with a view to repeat it sometime in the garden of her country house at home. "She'd show 'em what was what," she thought. "She'd let 'em know that she had travelled and had been invited out among the gentry, for such she believed Daisy to be, and she anticipated with a great deal of complacency the sensation which that airy, graceful woman would create in Ridgeville, the little place a mile or more from Allington, where her husband's farm was situated, and where stood the once old-fashioned house, but now very pretentious residence, which she called the Ridge House. She was going there direct after reaching New York, and thither numerous boxes had preceded her, containing pictures and statuary and other trophies of her travels abroad, and Daisy, whose exquisite taste she knew and appreciated, was to help her arrange the new things, and then "she'd give a smasher of a party," she said, as she sat in her garden chair and talked of the surprise and happiness in store for the Ridgevillians when she issued cards for her garden party. "I shan't slight nobody at all edible to society," she said, "for I don't believe in that. I shall have Miss Lucy Gray, of course, from Gray's Park, for she is the cream dilly cream of Allington, she and your aunt, Miss Macpherson," turning to Daisy, "and mebbe I shall ask Hannah Jerrold, though she never goes anywheres, that's Gray's aunt," and now she nodded to Bessie, who at the mention of the name Jerrold evinced a little interest in what the lady was saying. Turning to Augusta, who was eating her strawberries and cream in silence, with a look of vexation on her face as her mother floundered on, she said, "I think you told me you knew Mr. Gray, Jerrold?" "Yes," Augusta replied. "That is, he once spent a summer in Allington, and I went to the same school with him. Since then we have met several times in Allington, and 2 or 3 times here. Still, I really know very little of him." "Who's that you know very little of? Gray Jerrold?" Mrs. Brown chimed in. "Well, I call that droll. Have you forgot how often he used to come home from school with you, and how he fished you out of the pond that time you fell in? Why, he was that free at our house that he used always to ask for something to eat, and would often add on, 'Something baked to day?' You see, he didn't like dry victuals, such as his Aunt Hannah gave him. She is tight as the bark of a tree, and queer, too, with it all." It grated on Bessie's nerves to hear Mrs. Brown speak of Gray as if she were his equal, and recognized as such at home, and she was glad when Augusta said quietly, "But, mother, I was a little girl then, 6 or 7 years old, and Gray felt at home at our house because—" She did not finish the sentence, as she had evidently struck against a reef which her mother overleaped by saying, "Yes, I know. Gray was always a nice boy, and not one bit stuck up like his proud mother. I hate Geraldine Gray. Yes, I do." And Mrs. Brown manifested the first sign of unamiability which Daisy had ever seen in her. But Daisy, who remembered perfectly the haughty woman she had met at Penryn Park years before, hated her too, and so there was accord between her and her guest. "Mr. Jerrold told me of his aunt who lives in the pasture, and whom he loves very much. Do you know her?" Bessie asked, and Mrs. Brown replied, "Yes, that's his Aunt Hannah, the one I told you was so tight. She is an old maid, and queer, too, lives all alone, and saves and lays up every cent. I believe she wears the same black gown now for best which she wore 13 years ago to her father's funeral. He was a queer one, too. Crazy, some said, and I guess 'twas true. He took a fancy to stay in one room all the time, and would not let anybody in but Hannah, and now he is dead she keeps that room shut up and locked, some say. I was at the funeral, and Gray, who was a boy, took on awful, and hung over the coffin ever so long. He was sick with fever after it, and everybody thought he'd die. He was as crazy as a loon. I watched him one night, and he talked everything you could think of, about a grave hid away somewhere, under his bed, he seemed to think, and made me go down on all fours to look for it. I suppose he was thinking of his grandfather so lately buried. And then he kept talking about Bessie, and asking why she did not come." "Bessie? Me?" the young girl exclaimed, with crimson cheeks, and Mrs. Brown replied, "No, 'tain't likely it was you. And yet, let me see. Yes. Well, I declare! I remember now that his Aunt Lucy, who sat up with me, told me it was a little girl they had talked about before him, a grand-niece of Miss Betsy Macpherson. Yes, that was you, sure. Isn't it droll, though?" Bessie did not reply, but in her heart there was a strange feeling as she thought that before she had ever heard of Gray Jerrold, he had been interested in and talked of her in his delirium and in his fevered dreams. Soon after this Mrs. Brown arose to go, and said good-bye to Bessie, whom she did not expect to see again, as they were to leave on the morrow for Chester, where her husband and son were to meet them. It was Daisy's last day at home, and though she had been away many times for a longer period than it was now her intention to stay, this going was different, for the broad sea she was to cross would put an immense distance between her and her husband and child, and she was unusually quiet and gentle and affectionate, telling Bessie, who seemed greatly depressed, that the summer would pass quickly, and she would be back to stay for good until the invalid was better or worse. The next morning, when she went to say good-bye to her husband, he welcomed her with a smile, and with something of his old courteous manner put out his hand to greet her. She took it between her own, and raising it to her lips, knelt beside him, and laying her head against his arm, said to him softly, "Archie, I have come to say good-bye, but only for a little while. I shall soon be back to stay with you always, or until you are better." "I shall never be any better," he replied, never suspecting how far she was going from him. "But go if you like," he continued, "and be happy. I do not mind it as I used to, for I have Bessie and the birds who sing to me now all the time. Can't you hear them? They are saying, 'Archie, Archie, come,' as if it were my mother calling to me." His mind was wandering now, and Daisy felt a thrill of pain as she looked at him, and felt that he was not getting better, that he was failing fast, though just how fast she did not guess. "Archie," she said at last, "you love me, don't you? You told me you did in the garden the other day, but I want to hear it again." "Love you? You?" he said inquiringly, as he looked at her with an unsteady, imbecile gaze, as if to ask who she was that he should love her. "Yes," she said, "I am Daisy. Don't you remember the little girl who used to come to you under the yews?" "Yes," and his lip trembled a little. "The girl who gave herself and her bonnet to shield me from the flies and sun. You did that then, but Bessie has given herself to me, body and soul, through cold and hunger, sunshine and storm. God bless her. God bless my darling Bessie." "And won't you bless me too, Archie? I should like to remember that in time to come," Daisy said, seized by some impulse she could not understand. Archie hesitated a moment, as if not quite comprehending her, then drawing her down to him he kissed her with the old fervent kiss he used to give her when they were boy and girl together, and laying his hand upon her head, said tremblingly, "Will God bless Daisy too, and bring her at last to where I shall be waiting for her?" Then Daisy withdrew herself from him, and without another word went out from his presence, and never saw him again. To Bessie, sobbing by the door, she said very little. There was a passionate embrace and a few farewell kisses, and then she was gone, and 20 minutes later Bessie heard the train as it passed bearing her mother away. End of chapters 16 and 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. The birds which sang, and the shadow which fell. Daisy wrote to her daughter from Liverpool, where they were stopping at the Adelphi, and where Lord Hardy had joined them en route for America and the Far West. "He is not at all the Ted he used to be," Daisy wrote, "and it really seems as if he blames me because he has lost so much at Monte Carlo. In fact, he says if I had not smuggled him in he should probably never have played there at all. I think I shall know it when I take another young Irishman in hand. By the way, he brought me news of the death of Sir Henry Trevelyan, of Trevelyan Castle, in the north of England. He was thrown from his horse and killed instantly. Jack Trevelyan was with him, and it is said was nearly heartbroken, though by this accident he has become Sir Jack, and is master of a fine old place and a tolerably fair fortune. He will be much sought after now, but if he ever comes in your way again, and you play your cards well, you may be my Lady Trevelyan. How does that sound to you?" Sir Jack Trevelyan, Bessie repeated to herself, while there swept over her a great pity for the young man smitten down so suddenly, while for Jack she was glad, knowing how well he would fill the place and how worthy he was of it. Of herself as Lady Bessie Trevelyan she never thought, though there came to her a strong presentiment that she should see Jack again ere long; that he would come to tell her of his new honour, and would be just as kind and friendly and familiar as he was that day in the park when she first saw him more than 2 years ago. 3 days later, and there came another short letter from her mother, written on shipboard and sent off at Queenstown. The sea had been very rough, and the Browns and Lord Hardy were sick in their staterooms, as were many of the passengers, but Daisy had never felt better in her life, and was enjoying herself immensely. She should cable as soon as she reached New York, and she bade Bessie keep up good courage, and sent her love and a kiss to Archie, who, if Bessie thought best, might now be told where she had gone. Archie was sleeping very quietly when Bessie went into his room, taking her mother's letter with her. But there was a white pinched look upon his face which she had never seen there before, and it seemed to her that his breath was growing shorter and more labored, as she watched him with a beating heart, until she could no longer endure the fear which had seized upon her, and stooping down she called aloud, "Father, father!" Her voice awoke him, and lifting his eyes to her face, he smiled upon her the old loving smile she knew so well, and which reassured her a little. "You have slept very sweetly, and you are better," she said to him, and he replied, "No, Bessie, not better. I shall never be any better in this world. There is a weakness all over me this morning, and I cannot lift my hand to touch you. See?" And he tried to raise the thin, wasted hand lying so helplessly upon the counterpane. Taking it in her own, Bessie felt that it was as cold as ice, but she rubbed it gently and said, "It is only numb. I shall soon make it warm again." "No, Bessie, never any more warmth for me. I know it now. The end is very near, and the birds are singing everywhere, just as they sang in the summer morning years ago when I was a boy. I used to lie on the grass under the yews and listen to them, and think they were singing of my future, which I meant should be so bright. Oh, Bessie, everything has been so different. Everything has changed but you and the birds, singing now to me of another future which will be bright and fair. What season is it, Bessie? My mind wanders a little. Is it summer again in the dear old rose-scented garden?" "Yes, father. Summer everywhere," Bessie answered him with a choking sob, and he continued, "I'm glad. I would rather die in the summer time, just as father and mother did. Bury me by them, Bessie, with no expense, and when Daisy dies lay her by me too, in the grass where the birds are singing. She ought to be here now, to-day. Send for her, Bessie. Send at once, if a telegram can reach her." Bessie must tell him now, and kissing his pale forehead, she said, "A telegram cannot reach her, father, for she is on the sea, going to America." "Gone to America? When she knew how sick I was? Oh, Daisy, Daisy, I would not have served you so," the sick man cried, with a bitter cry which rang in Bessie's ears many a day, but did not reach the heartless woman at that very moment coquetting with the doctor of the ship, and tapping his arm playfully with her fan as she told him she had lost her appetite for everything but champagne, and asked what he should advise her to take. "She was invited to go by some friends who bear all the expense. She has long wished to see America, and it was such a good opportunity that she took it. She will not be gone long, only through the summer," Bessie said, trying to find excuse for her mother, but Archie shook his head and replied, "I shall not be here when she comes back. Shall not be here to-morrow. And oh, my child, what will you do? You cannot live here alone, and my annuity dies with me. Bessie, oh, Bessie, you will not pursue your mother's course?" "Never! So help me Heaven!" Bessie answered, as she fell on her knees beside him, and bowed her face in her hands. Surely in this extremity she might tell him of her engagement to Neil, and after a moment she said, "Father, don't let a thought of my future trouble you. That is provided for. I am to be Neil's wife. We settled that last Christmas, but he did not wish me to tell you till something definite was arranged. He meant you to live with us. We were not to be separated. He is very kind," she added earnestly, as she felt her father's surprise and possible disapprobation in his silence. "And you love him? You believe he will make you happy?" Archie said at last, and Bessie replied, "I love him, and I believe he will make me as happy as I can be with you gone. Oh, father, you don't like Neil. You never did." There was reproach in Bessie's voice as she said this, and the sick man answered her. There are many noble traits in Neil's character, but he is a Macpherson, with all their foolish pride of birth and blood and ancestors. As if paupers like us have any right to such nonsense. Were I to live my life again, I would turn a hand organ in the street to earn my bread if there were no other way. Yes, Neil is very nice and good, but not the husband I would have chosen for you. I liked the others better. Mr. Trevelyan, and the American. What is his name?" "Gerald, Grey Gerald," Bessie replied, and after a moment her father continued. "Where is Neil? His place is here with you, if he is to be your husband. Send for him at once. There is no time to lose. You must not be alone, and the hours are very few, and the birds are singing so loud. Send for Neil at once." Bessie did not know where Neil was now, as the last time she heard from him he was in Paris with his mother and Blanche; but she would take the chance that he was at home, and a telegram that her father was dying and he must come immediately was soon speeding along the wires to Trevelyan House in London. Slowly the hours of that glorious summer day went by, and Archie's pulse grew fainter and his voice weaker, while the real birds without in the yews and in the hedgerows, and the imaginary birds within sang louder and clearer, and the dying man listened to them with a rapt look in his white face, and a light in his eyes which told of peace and a perfectly painless death. At last the day was ended, and the shades of night crept in and around the old grey house, while a darker shadow than any which night ever brings was in the sick room where Archie lay, half unconscious, and talking now of Daisy, now of Bessie, and now of Neil, and asking if he had come. He had not sent any answer to the telegram, and Bessie's heart was very heavy and sad with a sense of desertion and terrible loneliness. How could she bear to be alone with her dead father, and only Anthony and Dorothy to counsel her? What should she do, and where was Neil, that he made no response to tell her he was coming? She did not consider that, even had he received the telegram, he could not reach Stoneleigh that night. She did not realize anything except the dread and pain which weighed her down as, with her father's hand in hers, she sat waiting for the end, while the old servant stole in and out noiselessly. Suddenly, as she waited thus, she caught the sound of a footstep without, a quick footstep which seemed familiar to her, and with a cry of "Neil" on her lips, she arose swiftly and hastened to the outer door just as the tall form of a young man stood before the threshold. Bessie's eyes were full of tears, and the lamp on the bracket rather blinded than helped her, and so she could not see the stranger distinctly; but it was Neil, of course, come in response to her summons, and with a great glad cry she sprang toward the young man, and clinging convulsively to him, sobbed out, "Oh, Neil, Neil! I am so glad you have come, for father is dying, and I am all alone. It is so dreadful, and what shall I do? Oh, oh, it isn't Neil!" And she gave a little scream of terror and surprise as, looking up, she met Grey Gerald's face bending over her instead of Neil's. Grey had been to Carnarvon on the old business, and, moved by a desire to see Bessie's blue eyes again, had come to the George Hotel to pass the night, intending to call at Stoneleigh in the morning. But hearing of Mr. Macpherson's illness, he had decided to step over that night and inquire for him, and thus it was that he found himself in a very novel position, with Bessie sobbing in his arms, which had involuntarily opened to receive her when she made the rush toward him. "No, it is not Neil," he said, trying to detain her as she drew herself from him. "It is Grey. But perhaps I can help you. I heard at the George of your father's illness, and came at once. Is he so very bad?" And leading her to a sofa, and sitting down beside her, he continued, "Tell me all your trouble, please, and what I can do for you." Grey's voice was very low and soft, and had in it all the tenderness and gentleness of a sympathizing woman, and it touched Bessie as Neil's words of love could not have touched her, had he been there beside her. Bursting into a fresh fit of sobbing, she told Grey of her father's serious illness, and her loneliness and desolation, and how glad she was he had come. "I telegraphed to Neil," she said, "and thought you were he, though it is not time for him to be here, even if he received the telegram. Perhaps he is not in London. Do you know?" Grey did not know, as he had not heard from Neil in some time, but he comforted Bessie as well as he could, and said he hoped her father might yet recover. "No, he cannot," Bessie replied. "He will soon be dead, and I shall be alone, all alone. for mother has gone to America with a Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who lives in or near Allington. You know her, I believe," and Bessie looked up in time to see the look of surprise and the half-amused smile which flitted over Gray's face as he replied. "Mrs. Rossiter Brown? Oh, yes, I know her. I have always known her. She is a good, kind-hearted woman, and your mother is safe with her." Bessie felt intuitively that Gray was keeping something back, which he might have told her, but she respected him far more for speaking kindly of Mrs. Rossiter Brown than she would have done if he had said as he might have done, "Oh, yes, I know Mrs. Rossiter Brown. She was for years my Aunt Lucy's hired girl, Angeline Peters, who married Isaac Brown, the hired man, and became plain Mrs. Ike Brown, until some lucky speculation turned the tide and gave them immense wealth, when she blossomed out into a fine lady, and dropping the Ike, adopted her husband's middle name, Rossiter, with a hyphen to heighten the effect, and so became Mrs. Rossiter Brown." All this Bessie learned afterward, but now she was too full of grief to care what Mrs. Rossiter Brown had been or what she was. All her thoughts were with her father, whose weak voice was soon heard calling to her. "Bessie, are you here?" "Yes, father," she said, going quickly into the sick room, followed by Gray, who saw in Archie's face the look which comes once and but once to all, and knew that his life was numbered by hours, if not indeed by minutes. "Bessie," the sick man said, as she bent over him, "has he come? I heard some one speaking to you." "Neil has not come. It's not time. It is Mr. Jerrold who is here. He was with us last Christmas. You remember?" "Yes," Mr. McPherson replied. "The American. I remember. I liked him very much. I wish it were he rather than Neil." Gray looked curiously at Bessie, who knew what her father meant, and that his mind was wandering. After a few moments, during which Archie appeared to be sleeping, he started suddenly, and seemed to listen intently. Then he said, "The birds have stopped singing, but I hear other music, the songs of the redeemed, and my mother is there by the gate waiting for me, just as I shall wait one day for you, my child. Give me your hand, Bessie. I want to feel that you are with me to the last." She put her hand in his, and Gray noticed with a pang how small and thin it was, and brown, too, with toil. Some such thought must have been in Archie's mind, for pressing the fingers to his lips, he continued, "Poor tired little hands, which have done so much for me. May they have rest by and by. Oh, Bessie, darling, God bless you, the dearest, sweetest daughter a man ever had. Be kind to her, young man. I leave her in your charge. There is no one else to care for her. Good-bye. God bless you both." He did not speak after that, though he lingered for some hours, his breath growing fainter and fainter until, just as the summer morning was stealing into the room, old Anthony, who, with his wife, had been watching by him, said in a whisper, "God help us! The master is dead." Bessie uttered no sound, but over her face there crept such a pallor and look of woe that Gray involuntarily passed his arm around her and said, "Let me take you into the air." She did not resist him, but suffered him to lead her into the garden, which was sweet with the perfume of roses and cool with the fresh morning dew, and where the birds were singing in the old yew trees as blithely and merrily as if no young heart were breaking in their midst. In a large rustic chair, where Archie had often sat, Gray made Bessie sit down, and when he saw her shiver as if with cold, he left her a moment while he went to the house for a shawl and a glass of wine, and some eau de Cologne which he brought to her himself. Wrapping the shawl around her, as deftly as a woman could have done, he made her taste the wine, and dipping her handkerchief in the cologne, bathed her forehead with it, and pushed back a few locks of her wavy hair which had fallen over her face. And all the time he did not speak, until Bessie said to him, "Thank you, Mr. Jerrold. You are so kind. I am glad you are here. What should I do without you? And what shall I do, anyway? What must I do?" "Leave it all to me," he answered her. "Don't give the matter a thought, but try and rest, and when you feel that you can, I will take you back to the house." "No, no," she said quickly. "Let me stay here in the sunshine with the birds who used to sing to him. It seems as if he were here with me." So he brought her a pillow for her head and a hassock for her feet, and wrapped her shawl more closely around her, and made her taste the wine again. Then he went back to the house and consulted Anthony and Dorothy with regard to what was to be done. The funeral was fixed for the 4th day, and Gray telegraphed to London with instructions that if the family were not in town the message should be forwarded to them immediately. Then he cabled to Daisy, ship Celtic, New York, and lest by any chance she should miss the news at the wharf he asked that a dispatch be sent to her at Allington, Massachusetts, care of Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who, he knew, would in all probability go at once to her country home. "Mrs. Macpherson can return or remain where she is. I have done my duty to her," he thought, as he busied himself with the many details it was necessary to see to. "If Neil were only here," was his constant thought as the day wore on, and he found himself in the rather awkward position of master of ceremonies in a strange house, deferred to and advised with not only by Anthony and Dorothy, but by all the people who came to assist. But Neil did not come, and the night came and went, and it was morning again, and Bessie, who had passed the most of the preceding day in the garden, and had only returned to the house late in the afternoon, seemed a little brighter and fresher, with a look of expectancy in her face whenever a train dashed by. She was watching for Neil, and when at about 4 o'clock a carriage came through the park gates, she rose and went swiftly to the door, meeting not Neil, but Jack Trevelyan, whose face and manner told plainly how great was his sympathy with the desolate young girl. He was in London, he said, and chanced to be calling at the Trevelyan house, where he learned that all the family, Neil included, were at Vichy, where Lady Jane had gone for the waters and bathing. Just as he was leaving, Gray's telegram was received, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Jervis, told him that another telegram had come 2 days before for Mr. Neil, from Stoneleigh. "I did not open it," she said, "as did not suppose it of any consequence. He often has dispatches, and as I expect him home within a week or 10 days, I put it on the table in the hall. You will find it there," she continued, as she saw Jack unceremoniously tear open the envelope just received and heard his cry of surprise. Then, quick as thought, he read the first telegram from Bessie, telling of her father's illness and asking Neil to come at once. "Poor little Bessie, alone with her dead father," he said, and his heart throbbed with a great pity for the girl who, he supposed, was alone, for Gray had not signed his own but Bessie's name to the message he had sent. In an instant Jack's resolution was taken, and he acted upon it at once. The telegram was forwarded to Vichy, together with the fact that he was going immediately to Stoneleigh, where he would await any orders they chose to send. Then he took the first train for Wales, and reached Bangor about 3 o'clock the next day. All this he explained after expressing his surprise at finding Gray there, and saying to him good-humouredly, "You always manage to get ahead of me. If I ever get to heaven I do believe I shall find you there before me." "I hope so," Gray answered laughingly, and then added, "We ought to have heard from Vichy before this time, if they received your message yesterday." "That's so," Jack replied, adding after a moment, "It may be waiting for me at the George. They would naturally direct it there." And on sending to inquire if there was anything for him at the hotel, there was brought to him an envelope directed to Sir Jack Trevelyan, received that morning, the barmaid said. Breaking the seal, Jack read aloud: "Vichy, July 1800 To Sir Jack Trevelyan, George Hotel, Bangor, Wales. It is impossible for me to come. Will write Bessie soon. Please see that everything is done decently, and send bill to me. John Macpherson." Nothing could have been colder or more matter of fact, and Bessie's cheeks were scarlet as she listened, while Gray involuntarily gave a low whistle, and turning on his heel walked away, and Jack tore the paper in shreds, which he threw into the empty grate. Then he looked at Bessie, whose face was now very white and quivering with pain and disappointment. Jack's first impulse was to denounce Mr. Macpherson for his selfishness and neglect, but his kinder nature prevailed, and he said apologetically, "It is a long way from Vichy here, and the weather is very hot. But never mind. Gray and I will do all we can, and both Mr. Macpherson and Lady Jane will surely come to you later." "It is not that. I don't know what it is, only it's dreadful to be without one of your own kindred at such a time as this. Surely Neil might come or write," Bessie said, with such pathos in her voice that Jack looked sharply at her, thinking to himself, "Is it possible she cares for him more than as a cousin? Doesn't she know Neil is the last one to inconvenience himself, if he can help it? Funerals are not to his taste." But he did not give expression to his thoughts. He said instead, "Perhaps Neil is not there. I hardly think he is, as he does not like Vichy. You will hear from him soon, no doubt. I am sorry for your sake that none of your relatives are here. But don't distress yourself. Gray and I will do everything." "I know you will," she said. "But Mr. Trevelyan," and she laid her hand upon his arm, "you will not send that bill to Neil's father? I have over £40. I can pay it myself. You will not send it?" "Never," Jack answered emphatically, and then he went out to consult with Gray, who was sitting in the porch staring hard at an iron post, which Jack began to kick vigorously as he said: "Well, Gerald, we are in for it, you and I. And we will see it through in shape. The old curmudgeon, he might come as well as not if he chose. There is plenty of time to get here, and he knows her mother is gone, for I added that to the dispatch I sent, so as to ensure his coming. And where is Neil, the milksop? He at least might come. I have no patience with the whole tribe. But we will do what we can for the poor little forsaken girl. Yes," Gray answered him, "we will do what we can." Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapters 19 and 20 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. What Gray and Jack Did. They did everything that it was possible for two men to do under the circumstances. They filled the old house with flowers until it seemed like one great garden of bloom, and the coffin they ordered would hardly have shamed a duke, while the undertaker had orders to send Bessie only a very small part of the real cost of the funeral. The rest they were to pay between them, though Jack at first insisted upon paying the whole. But in this Gray overruled him, and they agreed to share the expense equally. Nothing could be kinder or more deferential than their demeanor toward Bessie, who, wholly overcome with grief and fatigue, lay perfectly quiet in her room, and let them do what they liked, she was so weary and worn, and it was so good to be cared for. But on the day of the funeral she roused herself, and insisted upon going to the grave and seeing her father buried. So with Gray and Jack on either side she walked through the yew-shaded garden to the small enclosure which was the family burying place, and was so full of the Macphersons that after Archie's grave there was only room for one more between him and the wall, and both Gray and Jack noticed this as they stood there and wondered if it would be Bessie or Daisy who some day would be brought here and laid in her last bed. Not Bessie, Gray thought. And there arose before him a beautiful spot far over the sea, where the headstones gleamed white in the sunlight, and the grass was like velvet to the touch, and flowers were blooming in gay parterres, and the birds were singing all day long over Mount Auburn's dead. And not Bessie, Jack thought, as he too remembered a quiet spot away to the north of England, where the tall monuments bore the name of Trevelyan, and where his race were buried. The services over at the grave, they went back to the house, and in the evening Gray said good-bye, for on the morrow he was due at Liverpool to meet his Aunt Lucy, who was coming abroad to spend a year with him and travel. "I shall see you again before I go to America, and if possible will bring my Aunt Lucy with me," he said to her, when at parting he stood a few moments with her small thin hand in his, while he spoke a few words to her of Him who can heal all pain and cure the sorest heart sorrow, because he has felt it all. Gray's piety, which was genuine, did not so often manifest itself in words as in deeds, but he felt constrained to speak to Bessie, whose tears fell like rain as she listened to him, and who felt when he was gone a greater sense of loneliness than before, even though Jack was left to her. Jack, who tried so hard to soothe her, and who was tender and thoughtful as a brother, and gave no sign to her of the volcano raging within him when he thought of the Honourable John and Neil, neither of whom sent a word to the stricken girl waiting so anxiously for news from them. But he wrote to them both. To the Honourable John he said: "Dear Sir, Mr. Gray Gerald and myself saw your nephew buried decently as you suggested, but there is no bill to send you, as Miss Bessie would not allow it. I am sorry you did not find it convenient to come to the funeral. The presence of someone of her family would have been such a comfort to Miss Bessie, who in that respect was quite alone, though I may say that hundreds of people attended the funeral, and had the deceased been the eldest son of an earl instead of your nephew, more respect could not have been paid to him. I must leave here to-morrow for Trevelyan Castle, and then Miss Bessie will be quite alone, but I dare say you and Lady Jane will soon arrive to take charge of her. Respectfully, Jack Trevelyan." That will settle him, Jack thought, and taking a fresh sheet he commenced a letter to Neil, which ran as follows: "Stoneleigh, July . Old boy, Where in the name of wonder are you that you neither come, nor write, nor answer telegrams, nor pay any more attention to your cousin Bessie than if she were not your cousin, and you had never been pretty far gone in regard to her, and afraid a chap like me would look at her? Don't you know her mother is on the sea, going to America, sick as a horse, I hope, as she ought to be, and that her father is dead and buried, and not a soul of her kin here to comfort her? But she was not deserted, I assure you, and I call it a dispensation of Providence which sent Grey Gerald here the night before Mr. Macpherson died, and a second dispensation which sent me here the day after. I never pitied any one in my life as I did the little tired-out girl, who stood between Gerald and myself at the grave. And now, the day after the funeral, she is white as a piece of paper, and seems as limp and exhausted as if all the muscle were gone from her. Poor little Bessie! Foolish Bessie, too, to make the moan she does for some of her relatives to be here. For you, old chap, for I heard her say, 'Oh, if Neil were here!' By Jove, if I'd had you by the nape of the neck, I'd have shaken you into shoestrings, for I know well what you are at. Saying soft speeches to Blanche, as if that were not settled long ago. But no matter. Bessie will not need attention from her relatives much longer if I can have my way. I do not mind telling you that I intend to make her Lady Trevelyan, if she will be that. But meantime your mother ought to take her in charge and not leave her here alone. The thing is impossible, and I have no idea that butterfly of a daisy will come back at once. I shall not ask Bessie now to be my wife, but in a week or two I shall do so, and will then report success. I think Gerald is hard hit too, but I mean to get the start of him. I need not tell you that notwithstanding I am so disgusted with you, I shall be glad to see you at Trevelyan Castle whenever you choose to come. I cannot get accustomed to my change of fortune, and I am so sorry poor Hal is dead. Yours truly, Jack. The next day Jack left Stoneleigh, as it was necessary for him to be at the castle, he said, alluding for the first time to his new home. Yes, Bessie replied, looking up at him with the first smile he had seen upon her face since her father died. You are Sir Jack now. I had scarcely thought of it before, or remembered to give you your title. Don't remember it now, he said, with a look of deep pain in his eyes and a tremor in his voice. Believe me, I'd give worlds to bring poor Hal back to life again, and you do not know what anguish I endured during the few months I held him in my arms and knew that he was dying. Just an instant before and he had bandied some light jest with me, and I had thought how handsome he was with that bright winning smile which death froze so soon upon his lips. It was awful, and the castle seems to be so gloomy without him. Is that young girl there still? Bessie asked, and he replied, Yes, Flossie Meredith, the sweetest, prettiest little wild Irish girl you ever saw. But she cannot stay, you know. Why not? Bessie asked, and he replied, Mrs. Grundy will not let her live there alone with me. Hal was her cousin, but I am no kin to her, and so she must go back to Ireland, which she hates, unless— Bessie, he cried, impulsively, then checked himself as he saw the startled look in her eyes, and added quite calmly, You and Flossie would be the best of friends, and would suit each other exactly. You are so quiet, she's so wild and frolicsome. Let me bring her to see you this summer. I am sure I should be so glad if you would, Bessie said, and then Jack went away, promising to write her from London, whither he was first going. And in a few days his letter came, saying he had learned that Neil had gone to Moscow with a party, and so his silence and absence were explained. I wrote him a savage letter, he said, and shall have to apologize for it when I see him. I dare say you will hear from him ere long. Remember, I am coming again to Stoneleigh very soon. Always your friend, Jack Trevelyan. Bessie's heart beat rapidly as she read this letter, and comprehended its meaning. But she was true to Neil, and waited patiently for the letter she knew was sure to come as soon as he heard of her trouble. 2 weeks went by, and then one lovely July day Jack came again, and sitting with her on the bench in the garden where her father once sat and made love to Daisy, he told her first of his home with its wide-spreading pastures, its lovely views, its terraces and banks of flowers, and of Irish Flossie, who cried so hard because she must give up this home and go back to her old house by the wild Irish sea, with only a cross grandmother for company. "And so, Bessie," he said, "I have come to ask you to be my wife, and make both Flossie and myself the happiest people in England. It is too soon after your father's death to speak of love and marriage, perhaps, but under the circumstances I trust you will forgive me, and believe it is no hasty step with me. I think I have loved you since the day I first saw you in the park and looked into your bright face, the fairest and truest I ever saw. Flossie is beautiful and sweet and good, and makes one think of a playful kitten, which you wish to capture and caress awhile, and then release before you get a spit and scratch. But you, Bessie, are my ideal of a woman, and I could make you so happy. Think what it would be to have no care or thought for the morrow, to do nothing but rest, and you need it so much. You are so tired and worn, and up there among the hills you would grow strong, and I would surround you with every comfort and make you a very queen. Will you come, Bessie? Will you be my wife? And when I ask you to share my home, I do not mean to exclude your mother. She shall be welcome there for your sake, and we will try to make her so happy that she will stay with us, or live here if she chooses, and give up her wandering life. Dear Bessie, answer me. Can you not like me a little?" As he talked, Bessie had covered her face with her hands, and he could see the great tears dropping through her fingers. "Don't cry, darling," he said, winding his arm around her and trying to draw her to him. "Don't cry, but answer me. Don't you like me a little?" "Yes, a great deal, but not that way. I think you one of the noblest, best of men, and always have thought so since I first knew you, and you were so kind to father and me, but I cannot be your wife." "Oh, Bessie, don't say that!" Jack cried, with such bitter pain in his voice that Bessie looked quickly up at him and asked wonderingly, "Do you then care so much for me?" "Care for you!" he exclaimed. "Never man cared for or loved another better than I love and care for you. I have staked my all upon you. I cannot give you up. Trevelyan Castle will have no charm for me if you are not its mistress. I want you there. We need you there, Flossie and I. Ah, I had forgotten this." And taking a letter from his pocket, he handed it to Bessie, saying, "It's from Flossie. She knew of my errand here and wished to send a message. I do not know what she has written, but read it, please. She may be more successful than I have been." Opening the letter, which was written in a bold, dashing schoolgirl hand, Bessie read as follows: "Trevelyan Castle, July . "Dear darling Bessie, I must call you that, though I have never seen you, but I have heard so much of you from Sir Jack that I feel as if I knew you, and very soon I hope to see you face to face, for you are coming here as Lady Jack, and so save me from that horrid poky place on the Irish coast, where I can never be happy, never. I do so want to stay at the castle, but Madame Propriety says it would not be proper. I hate proper things, don't you? And I do love the castle. Such a grand old place, with lovely views from every window. Acres of green sward, smooth as satin, with shade trees here and there, and banks, and borders, and beds of flowers, and from the room I have selected as your sitting room you can see a broad, grassy avenue nearly a mile long, with the branches of the trees which skirt it meeting overhead. Every day I gallop down that avenue which they call by my name, on midnight, my black horse, and I always clear the gate at a bound. I like such things, and there is not a fence or a ditch in the neighborhood which I cannot take. Hoydenish, do you call me? Well, perhaps I am, but I am a pretty nice girl, too, and I love you and want you to come here at once and be happy. Sir Jack has told me how different your life has been from mine, and how tired and worn you are, but here you shall never know weariness again. Your life shall be one long rest, in the loveliest place you ever saw, and we will all care for you so tenderly, and bring the roses back to the dear face Sir Jack says is now so pale. I am 17, and not a mere child, though I am not much larger than your thumb, and I can be your companion and friend if you will only come. You must love Sir Jack. You cannot help loving him when you know how good he is. Why, if I tried real hard I could love him myself. But he looks upon me as a child, though he does not play with and tease me as Cousin Harry did. Poor Hal! There is such a pain in my heart when I think of him so strong and full of fun in the morning, and then dead before noon. Oh, Hal, Hal! My tears are falling fast for him, and I am so lonely without him. Come to me, Bessie, and you shall never have a more devoted friend than little Florence Meredith. There were tears in Bessie's eyes when she finished this letter, which told her something of the warm, loving nature of the impulsive Irish Flossie, whom she knew she could love so much, while the perfect rest promised her at Trevelyan Castle looked so very pleasant to her, and she was so tired, oh, so tired, in mind and body, that it seemed to her she could gladly lie down in some quiet spot and die, if only thus she could rest. And Jack had offered her rest and happiness and luxury with him, but she must not take it, must not consider it for a moment. She was promised to Neil. She would be true to Neil, even though he neither wrote nor came. She had loved him always, and tired as she was ready to take up life's work again and battle and toil for him, if need be. And when Jack said to her, "You will be my wife, Bessie," she answered him sadly, "No, I cannot. I might learn to love you in time if I could forget the past, forget that I love another, am promised to another." "Love another? Promised to another? Not Grey Gerald?" Jack exclaimed, and Bessie answered him. "No, not Mr. Jerrold. He never thought of me that way. It surely cannot be wrong to tell you now, though I am pledged to secrecy for a while. I told father just before he died I am plighted to my cousin Neil, and we are only waiting for him to find something to do, or his mother to be reconciled to me to be married." "Plighted to Neil Macpherson? You?" Jack exclaimed, and for a moment his cheek grew pale and then flushed with resentment, as he thought of this fair young girl being thus sacrificed to one who he knew was not worthy of her. Jack was fond of Neil in a certain way, but he knew him thoroughly, and knew that supreme selfishness was his ruling principle, and that Bessie's life with him would be quite as hard as it had been with her father. Besides this, he could not reconcile this engagement with the fact that he knew Neil to be very attentive to Blanche Trevelyan, to whom current rumour said he was certainly engaged. Hence his astonishment, which Bessie was quick to detect, for she answered him a little proudly. "Yes, I. Do you think it so very strange that Neil should have chosen me?" "No, Bessie," he replied, "but strange that you should have chosen him." "I cannot help it, Bessie, and I do not mean to be disloyal to Neil when I say that he will not make you happy, and further that you will never marry him. I am sure of it, and knowing that he only stands in my way I can still hope for the future, and when you are free, remember I shall come again. Good-bye, Bessie, and forgive me if I have wounded you. In my bitter disappointment I spoke out what I thought. I must go now, and with a heavy heart. Flossie will be so disappointed too." He had risen as he spoke, and offered her his hand, which she took, and lifting her eyes full of tears to his face, she said, "I have faith in Neil. If I had not, I believe I should die. He cannot help his mother's pride and opposition to our marriage. He is true to me through all, and he will come to me as soon as he knows of my trouble. I am sorry for you, Mr. Trevelyan, if you really care for me, but you will get over that feeling and be again my friend. I do not wish to lose you. I have so few friends. Oh, so few. I am sorry, too, for Flossie, and interested in her. Mr. Trevelyan, why don't you marry Flossie yourself, and so keep her at the castle?" "I marry Flossie? That child?" Jack exclaimed, staring blankly at Bessie, who smiled faintly and said, "She is 17. I am 18, and yet you sought me." "Yes, I know," Jack rejoined, "but there is a vast difference between you and Flossie. She is so small, and she seems so young. I did not suppose she was 17. I have always looked upon her as a mere child to pet and not as a woman to marry." "Then look upon her in that light now," Bessie said, but Jack only shook his head as he replied, "I have loved you, Bessie. I shall never love another. Farewell, and God bless you." Stooping over her, he kissed her forehead, and then walked rapidly away with her question occasionally ringing in his ears, and stirring new and strange thoughts in his heart where the pain was still so heavy. "Why don't you marry Flossie?" 20. What the Macphersons Did. They did just as little as they could, at least that portion of the family which was at Vichy when the news of Archie's death was received there. This portion comprised the Honourable John and Lady Jane, for Neil had already started for Moscow with Blanche and a few other young people. "How very inconvenient that he should die just now, when we are so far from Wales. It is quite impossible for you to undertake the long journey in this hot weather. And what good could you do if you were there? You could not pretend to be sorry, and we are not able to do much for the girl. Neil's trip will take all our spare cash," Lady Jane said, as she read the telegram received from Jack, and that decided her better half at once. If Lady Jane said he could not go, he could not, but something of his better nature prompted him to say that he would pay for the funeral expenses. This, however, he kept from his wife, who, dismissing Stoneleigh from her mind, resumed her daily routine of duties: baths at 7, music in the park at 8, breakfast at 10, gossip till 1, sleeping till 3, driving at 4, dressing for dinner, dining at 6, and going to the casino in the evening. This was her life, while the Honourable John bathed, and smoked, and read the newspapers, and called it all a confounded bore, and wished himself at home, and thought not unfrequently of Stoneleigh and what was to become of Bessie. Meantime Neil was enjoying himself immensely. His mother had given him plenty of money, and his companions and surroundings were most agreeable to him. And still he never for a moment swerved in his heart from Bessie. That is, he never harbored the thought that she should not one day be his wife, and he still hugged the delusion that he preferred poverty with her to riches with any other woman in all the world. But until the time arrived when he must take her and poverty he surely might enjoy himself, and he was doing so to the best of his ability when Jack's letter came, informing him of Archie's death and of his intention to make Bessie his wife if she would have him. Then Neil roused himself, and telling his party what had happened, said he must start for Stoneleigh at once. Mr. Macpherson was dead, and his cousin Bessie was alone, and it was his duty to go to her; and in spite of Blanche's entreaties and his friend's protestations against it, he started immediately, and travelling day and night, reached Stoneleigh on the afternoon of the day of Jack's departure. With a cry of glad surprise, Bessie threw herself into his arms, and wept as she had not done since her father died. "Oh, Neil," she sobbed, "I am so glad. I have wanted you so much, and been so wretched because you neither wrote nor came." "But I did write you, darling, before I left Vichy, and the letter must have gone astray," he said. "And then the moment I got Jack's letter I started and came to you. Don't cry, Bessie. It hurts me to see you feel so badly. Try and be quiet, and tell me all about it, and what Grey Gerald and Jack did and said. They were both here, I understand, and both in love with you." Neil spoke a little sharply now, and Bessie looked inquiringly at him, as drawing her to a seat he sat down beside her, and with his arm around her and her head upon his breast he went on. "Jack wrote me all about it; that he believed Grey pretty far gone, but that he should get the start and ask you to be Lady Trevelyan, and I believe he will do it too; and if he does I hope you will put him down effectually, but don't for heaven's sake tell him of our engagement. That must be our secret a while longer. I cannot meet mother's disapproval just yet. Do you believe that horrid old aunt in America wrote asking me to come out there and oversee the hands in a cotton mill? Niggers, I dare say, as I believe they are mostly that in Massachusetts, are they not?" Bessie did not reply to this, but said to him quietly, "Mr. Trevelyan asked me to be his wife, here, this morning, and I told him no, and that I was plighted to you." "Oh, Bessie, how could you have been so indiscreet? Now the news must reach mother, and my life will be a burden to me," Neil exclaimed, with so much severity in his tone that Bessie shrank a little from him as she replied, "I had to tell him, Neil. There was no other way to make him believe I meant it, he was so much in earnest. He will not repeat it. He has too much honour in his nature for that. He is one of the best and noblest men I ever knew." Bessie was very in earnest in her defence of Jack, and Neil grew angry at once. "Maybe you prefer him to me?" he said. "By Jove, I do not blame you if it is so. You'd better be Lady Trevelyan with plenty of money, than plain Mrs. Neil Macpherson not knowing where the next meal is to come from. Say the word, and I will set you free, though it breaks my heart to do it." No wonder if Bessie felt that Neil's presence was productive of more pain than pleasure, or if for a moment she felt keenly the contrast between his manner and Jack's. But Neil's mood soon changed, and winding his arm around her, and kissing her fondly, he called himself a brute and a savage to wound her so, and talked of their future, when he could always be with her, and worked himself up to the point of proposing marriage at once; a private marriage, of course, which must be kept secret for an indefinite length of time, during which she would live at Stoneleigh and he would visit her often. But Bessie shrank from this proposal, and when Neil asked what she was to do there alone, she answered that she could do very well until her mother came, and then they would manage somehow on the little there was left, and if nothing better offered she could go out as a governess to small children. But this plan Neil repudiated with scorn. His wife must never be a governess, never earn her own bread. The idea was preposterous. And then he talked of the bright future before them if they waited patiently, and how happy he would make her, and in the morning he left her and went back to London, and she was alone again, and looking anxiously forward to news from her mother, and the day after Neil left a letter came from Daisy with the blackest and deepest of borders, and Bessie opened it eagerly to learn where she was, and when she was coming home. End of chapters 19 and 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 21. What Daisy Did. She flirted with every man on the ship who would flirt with her. Even Allen Brown was not insensible to her charms. During the last few months he had developed amazingly, and had put on all the airs of a first-class dandy. He parted his hair in the middle, carried an eyeglass and a cane, wore a long overcoat, and pants so tight that it was a matter of speculation with his friends how he ever got into them, or, being in, how he ever got out. His last purchase in London had been a pair of pointed shoes, which were just coming into vogue, as was the species of the male gender called dudes. "A doodle, I call 'em, and think 'em too shaller for anything," was Mrs. Rossiter Brown's comment, and she looked a little askance at her son, wondering how he would impress the Ridgevillians at home, and especially what Miss Boughton would think of him. "I wouldn't make a tarnel fool of myself if it was the fashion," she said to him when the pointed toes appeared. But Allen had his own ideas, and encouraged by Daisy, who though wonderfully amused at his appearance told him he was tout à fait Parisien, he followed his own inclinations, and arrayed in all his finery made himself the laughing-stock of the passengers. But he did not care so long as Daisy smiled upon him and allowed him to attend her. He walked with her on deck, and brought her chair for her, and her shawl and rug, and wrapped her feet carefully, and held the umbrella over her head to screen her from the wind, and hovered over her constantly, leaving his mother to stagger, or rather crawl up the stairs as best she could, with her rug and shawl and waterproof, and saw her umbrella turned inside out and carried out to sea, without offering her any assistance even when, as she expressed it, she was sick enough to die. Augusta did not need his attentions, for Lord Hardy devoted himself to her, and nothing which Daisy could do availed to lure him from her side. Once when Allen said to her that "Hardy seemed pretty hard hit with Gus," her lip curled scornfully, but she dared not express her real feelings and say how little the Irish lord cared for the girl herself. She must not offend the Rossiter Browns, and she smiled sweetly upon her rival, and called her "Gussie dear," and flattered Mrs. Brown, and made eyes at Mr. Brown, and asked him to bet for her in the smoking room, where he spent most of his time with a set of men who were always there, smoking, drinking, joking, and betting upon the daily speed of the ship or any other trivial thing to pass away the time. So while his son flirted with the fair lady on deck, Mr. Brown bet for her in the smoking room with so good success, that when the losses and gains were footed up she found herself richer by $150 than when she left Liverpool. Mrs. Brown did not believe in betting. It was as bad as gambling, she said. And Daisy admitted it, but said, with tears in her eyes, that it would do so much good to Bessie and her sick husband, to whom she should send every farthing as soon as she reached New York. The voyage had been unusually long, but this was their last day out. New York was in sight, and in her most becoming attire Daisy stood upon the deck, looking eagerly at the, to her, new world, and wholly unconscious of the shock awaiting her on the shore which they were slowly nearing. At last the ship reached the dock, the plank was thrown out, and a throng of passengers crowded the gangway. "Is Mrs. Archibald Macpherson on board?" was shouted through the ship, and in a flutter of expectation Daisy went forward, announcing herself as the lady in question. "A telegram has been waiting for you more than a week," was the response, as the officer placed in her hand the yellow missive whose purport he knew. "A message for me? Where could it have come from, I wonder?" Daisy said, as without a suspicion of the truth, she broke the seal and read, "Stoneleigh, June . Your husband died this morning, quietly and peacefully. Bessie well, but very tired. Gray Gerald." "Oh, Archie, my husband!" Daisy cried bitterly as she sank down into a chair and covered her face with her hands, while over her for a moment there swept a great wave of regret for the man she had loved in the days when she was innocent and young and not the hard, selfish woman of the world that she was now. "Archie is dead, dead," she moaned as the Rossiter Browns gathered around her, together with Lord Hardy, who took the telegram from her and read it aloud, while he, too, experienced a throb of pain for the man he had known so long and esteemed so highly, even while he despised him for his weakness in suffering his wife to lead the life she had. How vividly it all came back to him, the day when he first saw Archibald Macpherson, the fair English boy, for he was scarcely more than that, with his young girl wife, so innocent and lovely then. And she was lovely still, and he pitied her, for he believed her grief genuine, mingled as it must be with remorse for the past, and laying his hand on her bowed head he said to her kindly, "I am very sorry for you, and if I can do anything for you, do not hesitate to command me." Alas for poor weak human nature when perverted from its better side! The sound of Teddy's voice, so different from what it had been during the voyage, awoke a throb in Daisy's heart, which she would not like to have confessed to those around her. She was free now, and who knew that she might not one day be mistress of the handsome place in Ireland, Lord Hardy's home, if only she played her cards well. Surely that low-born Yankee girl, Augusta Brown, could never be her rival, even if she had money. Such was the thought that flashed like lightning through Daisy's mind, as she felt the touch of Lord Hardy's hand and heard his sympathetic voice. Her first impulse, when she read the telegram, had been that she must go back to Bessie in the first ship which sailed, but now her decision was reversed. Archie was dead and buried. She could do no good to him, and she might as well stay a little while, especially as she knew Lord Hardy had accepted Mrs. Brown's invitation to spend a few days with them at the Ridge House. It would never do to abandon the field to Augusta, she reflected, but her tears flowed just as fast, and, to do her justice, there was a sense of bitter pain in her heart as she sat with her head bowed down, while the Browns and Lord Hardy stood around trying to comfort her. Mrs. Brown offered her sal volatile and called her "my poor dear." Augusta put her arms around her neck, Allen fanned her gently, and Lord Hardy asked what he could do, while Mr. Brown said it was "plaguey hard on her, but somebody must go and see to them confounded custom house chaps, or they would have every dud out of the 10 trunks, and there'd be a pretty how-d'ye-do." Thus reminded of what had been a terror to her all the voyage, Mrs. Brown suggested that Daisy should leave the ship and sit on the wharf with "Gusty to attend to her while she helped her husband pull through." It was in vain that Mr. Brown protested against any help, telling his better half to mind her business, and saying that she'd only upset everything with her fussiness and red face. But Mrs. Brown would not listen. She was not going to let him lie. She had given him numerous lectures on that point during the voyage, and had always ended them with the assertion that she wouldn't pay duty either. Just what she meant to do she did not know, but she went with her husband to the field of combat, and was soon hotly engaged with 3 officers, who, seeing her nervousness and hearing her excited voice, scented mischief, of course, and notwithstanding that she declared she was Mrs. Rossiter Brown of Ridgeville, a church member in good standing, and asked if they thought she would do a thing she believed was wrong, they answered her that her idea of wrong and theirs might not agree, and they went to the bottom of her largest trunk, and found the silk dress she had bought for her friend Mrs. Bolton, who had told her to get one worth $4 a yard, but not to give over 2, and on no account pay duty. "I trust to your Yankee wit to get it through," Mrs. Boughton had written, citing several instances where similar things had been done, and no lies told either. And it was this particular dress at the very bottom of her trunk for which Mrs. Brown felt the most anxiety. But the remorseless officers found it, and found a plush table spread she had bought in Paris, and a cushion to match, and as they held them up, they facetiously asked her to what church she belonged. She told them none of their business, and as her principles and patience were both at a low ebb by this time, and the meaning of rendering to Caesar the things which were Caesar's did not seem at all clear to her, she whispered fiercely to her husband, "Ike, you fool, why don't you fee 'em? I can't have 'em riddlin' all them t'other trunks with my sealskin, and Gusty's fur-lined cloak, and Allen's new overcoat, and that clock and mosaic table. Fee 'em high, too, and do it quick. There's that wretch, now, liftin' out a tray." To those who have witnessed similar scenes it is needless to say that by some magic the search was stopped, and neither Mrs. Brown's sealskin, nor Augusta's fur-lined cloak, nor Allen's overcoat were molested, and the 10 trunks were chalked and deposited in the express wagons, and the Rossiter Browns, with Lord Hardy and Daisy, were driven to the Windsor. Meantime Daisy had cried a good deal, and leaned her head against Augusta, and once against Lord Hardy's arm, and sobbed. "Oh, Teddy, you knew my Archie, and know just how good and patient he was, and how lonely I shall be without him. Oh, what shall I do?" Teddy did not suggest anything she could do, though he naturally thought she would go home at once, and Mrs. Brown thought so too, when she had recovered from her encounter with the custom house officers and could think of anything. But she would not be the first to suggest it outright. She merely said it was a pity that Mrs. Macpherson could not see anything of America except New York, which was much like any great city. "Yes," Daisy sobbed, "such a pity, and I had anticipated so much. Oh, Mrs. Brown, I do want to do right, and you must advise me. Now that I am here, and poor dear Archie is dead and buried, and I can do him no good by going back at once, do you think it would look very bad and heartless in me if I stay a little while? Just long enough to see your lovely country home, and rest. I am so tired." And as Allen happened to be nearest to her, she leaned her head against him and cried aloud. Before Mrs. Brown could reply, Augusta asked, "What of Bessie? Will she not be very lonely without you?" "Nasty cat! She is as jealous as she can be, and I will stay to spite her," Daisy thought, but she said, "Oh, yes, I ought to go home to Bessie, though she would bid me stay now that I am here. She is so unselfish, and I shall never come again. Her cousin's family in London will take her directly home, so she will not be alone. Poor Bessie!" Daisy knew that the London family would not take Bessie to their home, but it answered her purpose to say so, and seemed some excuse for her remaining, as she finally decided to do, greatly to Allen's delight and somewhat to Mrs. Brown's surprise. Yet the glamour of Daisy's beauty and style and position was over her still, and she was not sorry to show her off to the people in the hotel, and anticipated in no small degree what would be said by her friends at home when she showed them a live lord and an English lady like Daisy. She was going to Ridgeville in a day or two, but Daisy's mourning must first be bought, and in the excitement of shopping and trying on dresses and bonnets, and deciding which shape was the most becoming, Daisy came near forgetting poor dear dead Archie, of whom she talked so pathetically when she spoke of him at all. "Don't, I beg of you, think that I ever for a moment forget my loss," she said to Mrs. Brown when she had with a hand-glass studied the hang of her crape veil for at least 15 minutes. "It hurts me to speak of him, but there is a moan in my heart for him all the time." And Mrs. Brown believed her, and thought she was bearing it bravely, and paid all the bills, and thought her the most beautiful creature in her weeds that she had ever seen. And truly she was a lovely little widow, with just enough pallor in her face to be interesting, and show that her sorrow had robbed her of some of her roses, or, as Lord Hardy suspected, that she had purposely omitted the roses when making her toilet for the sake of effect. Lord Hardy knew the lady perfectly, and knew there was not a real thing about her except, indeed, her hair, which was wavy and abundant still, and of which she was very proud, often allowing it to fall on her neck, and always arranging it in the most negligent and girlish manner. Once her complexion had been her own, but the life she had led was not conducive to bloom, and much of her bright color and the pearly tint of her skin was now the work of art, so skillfully done, however, that few could detect it. Mrs. Brown did not. She never suspected anything, and took Daisy for what she seemed, and was glad Allen was so fond of her as in her society he was safe, she said, and could not help getting kind of refined and cultivated up. Daisy wrote to Bessie, telling her how prostrated with grief she was, and that she would have taken the first ship home if the Rossiter Browns had not insisted that she should stay and see a little of America. "But it will not be for long," she wrote. "I shall soon return, and I send you £30 absolutely my own. This will last till I am with you, and then we will contrive together how to live respectably and happily." The day after the letter was sent, the Brown party started for Ridgeville, reaching the Allington station about 3 in the afternoon of a lovely July day. The news of their coming had preceded them, and the Ridge House, which was a large imposing mansion, had for days been the scene of much bustle and excitement, for it was known that an Irish lord was to accompany the family and an English lady, who, if not titled, was connected with some of the best families in England. There was a great deal of talk and gossip among the neighbors who had known the Rossiter Browns without an E or a hyphen, when he was simply Ike and she was Angeline, Miss Lucy Gray's hired girl. But they were rich people now. They owned the finest house in Ridgeville, and every room was covered with what Mrs. Brown called a mocha carpet, and they kept negroes instead of white servants, and the barn was full of boxes of all sizes which had arrived, from time to time, bearing foreign marks upon them, thus impressing the lower class with a species of awe as they thought how far they had come, and how much they had probably cost. Then the family had traveled and consorted with nobility, and seen the Queen and the Pope, and in consequence of all this there was quite a crowd of people at the station when the New York express stopped then, and deposited upon the platform 12 trunks, 3 hat boxes, an English terrier, a Dongola cat with innumerable satchels and portmanteaus, and 7 people: Mr. and Mrs. Rossiter Brown, Augusta Brown, Allen Brown, Daisy McPherson, a French maid, and Lord Hardy. He plainly dressed in a gray suit, which did not fit him at all, but with a decidedly aristocratic look upon his face as he glanced curiously at the crowd gathering around the Browns and greeting them with noisy demonstrations. Daisy in deep black, with her veil thrown back from her lovely face, and a gleam of ridicule and contempt in her blue eyes, as they flashed upon Lord Hardy as if for sympathy; the French maid in white apron and cap, tired, homesick, and bewildered with Mrs. Brown's repeated calls to know if she was sure she had all the bags and shawls and fans and umbrellas, and the shrill voice of a little boy who shouted to her as the train moved off, "I say, hain't you left your bunnet in the cars? 'Tain't on your head." Allen, stunning in his long light overcoat, tight pants, pointed shoes, cane, and eyeglasses, which he found very necessary as he pointed out his luggage, and in reply to the baggage master's hearty "How are you, my boy?" drawled out, "Quite well, thanks, but awful tired, you know." Augusta, in a jersey jacket with gloves buttoned to her elbows, and an immense hat with 2 feathers on the back; Mr. Brown in a long ulster and soft hat with gloves, which his wife made him wear, and Mrs. Brown in a Paris dress, fearfully and wonderfully made, and a poke bonnet, so long and so poky that to see her face was like looking down a narrow lane. No wonder the plain people of Ridgeville, to whom poke bonnets and jersey jackets and long gloves and pointed toes were then new, were startled, and a little abashed at so much foreign style, especially as it was accompanied by nobility in the person of Lord Hardy. At him the people stared curiously, deciding that he was not much to look at if he was a lord, and wondering if he was after Augusta. "Her mother will bust if he is. She has about as much as she can do to keep herself together now. I wonder if she has forgot that she was once a hired girl, and worked like the rest of us," was whispered by some of the envious ones. But this was before they had received Mrs. Brown's greeting, which was just as cordial as of old, and her voice was just as loud and hearty. She didn't mean to be stuck up because she'd been abroad; she was a democrat to her backbone, she had frequently asserted, and she carried out her principles, and shook hands with everybody, and kissed a great many, and thanked them for coming to meet her, and then with her husband, Augusta, and Lord Hardy, entered her handsome carriage, and was driven toward home. The French maid went in the omnibus, while Allen drove Daisy himself in the pony phaeton, not a little proud of the honor, and the attention he was attracting as he took his seat beside the beautiful woman, whose face had never looked fairer or sweeter than it did under the widow's bonnet. "What a lovely pony! Is he gentle? And do you think I might venture to drive him?" Daisy asked, with a pretty affectation of girlishness, as they left the station; and Allen instantly put the reins in her hands, and leaning languidly back, watched her admiringly with a strange thrill of something undefinable in his heart. "Do we pass Miss McPherson's house?" Daisy asked, and he replied, "Yes, at a little distance, and we can go very near to it by taking the road across the common," and he indicated the direction. "That is the place, with all those cherry trees," he continued, pointing toward the unpretentious house where Miss Betsy McPherson had lived for so many years, and where she now sat upon the piazza with Hannah Jerrold at her side. Miss Betsy had been in Boston for 2 weeks, and had only returned home that morning, finding Bessie's letter of thanks, written so long ago, and not forwarded to her until one of the firm in London heard of Archie's death. This letter she had read with a great feeling of pity for and yearning toward the young girl who had written it. "I wish I had sent her more, and I will by and by," she thought, never dreaming that Archie was dead, or that his wife was so near. She had not even heard of the arrival in New York of the Browns, and was talking with Hannah Jerrold, who had come over to see her, when the carriage containing Mr. and Mrs. Brown, Augusta, and Lord Hardy came into view across the common. "Why, that's the Browns!" she exclaimed. "Are they home? And who is that tow-headed chap with them? Not Allen, surely?" Hannah explained that the Browns were expected that afternoon, and that an Irish lord was coming with them, and that half Ridgeville had gone to the station to meet them. "Irish fiddlesticks! After Augusta's money, of course," Miss Betsy returned with a snort, but whatever else she might have said was cut short by the appearance of the phaeton with Allen and Daisy in it. "I wonder who she is. I hope she stares well. Seems to me I have seen her before," Miss Betsy said, adding, as Daisy half inclined her head and smiled upon her, "Who can she be? Somebody they have picked up to make a splurge with. A widow, at any rate." "Oh, yes. I remember now to have heard from the cook at Ridge House that an English lady was to accompany the family home, and yes, her name was Macpherson, too. Lady Macpherson, the cook called her. This is she, no doubt." "Lady Macpherson," Miss Betsy repeated. "There is no Lady Macpherson except my brother's wife, Lady Jane, and she is almost as dried up and yellow by this time as I am, while this lady is young, and good gracious, it is she! The Jezebel! Lady Macpherson, indeed!" And Miss Betsy sprang to her feet so energetically as to startle her visitor, who had no idea what she meant. The face seen on the terrace at Aberystwyth years ago had come back to Miss Betsy, and she felt sure that she had just seen it again, smiling upon Allen Brown as it had then smiled upon Lord Hardy. But why in widow's weeds? Was Archie dead? She asked herself, as she resumed her seat and tried to seem natural. Hannah saw that something ailed her, but she was too well bred to ask any questions, and soon took her leave. Alone with her thoughts, Miss Betsy fell to soliloquizing. That letter was written long ago. Archie may be dead, and this painted gambler has gulled the Browns and come to America as their guest, with the snipper-snapper of a Hardy. I must find out if Archie is dead, and what has become of the girl. After she had had her tea, Miss Betsy ordered her old white horse and old-fashioned buggy to be brought round, and started for a drive, taking the Ridgeville road and passing the house of the Browns, where the family were assembled upon the wide piazza enjoying the evening breeze. At a glance she singled out Daisy, who was reclining gracefully in an armchair, with a pond lily at her throat, relieving the blackness of her dress, and Allen Brown leaning over and evidently talking to her. As Miss Macpherson drove very slowly and looked earnestly toward the house, which was at a little distance from the road, Mrs. Brown, who was watching her, ventured down the walk, bowing half hesitatingly, for she had never been on terms of intimacy with Miss Betsy, of whom she stood a little in awe. Reining up old Whitey, the lady stopped and waited until Mrs. Brown came to her. Then, extending her hand, she said, "You are welcome home again. I did not know you had come until I saw your carriage go by, and the phaetons with Allen and a lady in it," and she glanced toward Daisy, who, having heard from Allen that the stiff, queer-looking woman in the buggy was her aunt, had arisen to her feet for the purpose of getting a better view of her. "Yes," Mrs. Brown began, "we got home to-day, and a more tuckered-out lot you never saw. Home is home, if it's ever so homely, I tell 'em. By the way, I'm glad you happened this way. I was going to send you word. I brought home with me one of your relations, Mrs. Archibald Macpherson, your nephew's wife, and I hope you'll call and see her. She is very nice, and so pretty, too. That's her in black." "Ahem." And Miss Betsy's thin lips were firmly compressed. "Ahem. Yes, Mrs. Archibald Macpherson. Why is she in black?" Then followed the story of the telegram received on the Celtic, and the terrible shock it was to Daisy, who was for a time wholly overcome. "Seems pretty brisk now," Miss Betsy said, glancing sharply toward the airy figure now walking up and down the piazza with Allen at its side. "Why didn't she go home at once to her daughter?" "She did talk of it," Mrs. Brown replied, uneasily, for she detected disapprobation of her guest in Miss Macpherson's tone. "I think she would have went, but it seemed a pity not to see a little of America first. She will not stay long, and I hope you'll call soon. I believe you've never been in my new house." "No, I have not. Who, may I ask, is that tow-headed man with his hair parted in the middle?" "Oh, excuse me. and Mrs. Brown brightened at once. "That is Lord Hardy. We met him in Nice. He is going west, and we persuaded him to stop here first. He is very nice, and not at all stuck up." "Yes, an Irishman. I've seen him before. If he is poor, my advice is, look out for Augusta, and anyway, have a care for your boy. Good night. It's growing late. Get up, Whitey," and with a jerk at the reins the old lady drove on, while Mrs. Brown, rather crestfallen and disappointed, went slowly back to the house, wondering why she was to have a care for her boy, her Allen, still walking up and down at Daisy's side and talking eagerly to her. "I suppose I am meaner than dirt, but I cannot help it. I will not notice that woman. No, not a woman, but a gambler, an adventuress, a flirt, who, if she cannot capture that Irishman, will try her luck with Allen. I hate her, but I pity the girl, and I'll send her £100 at once," Miss Betsy soliloquized, and she went home through the gathering twilight. And before she slept she wrote to her bankers in London, bidding them forward to Bessie's address another £100, and charge it to her account. The next morning Miss Betsy was sitting in her hop vine covered porch, shelling peas for her early dinner, and thinking of Archie and the painted Jezebel, as she designated Daisy, when a shadow fell upon the floor, and looking up she saw the subject of her thoughts standing before her, with her yellow hair arranged low in her neck, and a round black hat set coquettishly upon her head. Miss Betsy did not manifest the least surprise, but adjusting her spectacles from her forehead to her eyes, looked up inquiringly at her visitor, who, seating herself upon the threshold of the door, took off her hat, and in the silvery tones she could assume so well, said, "You must excuse me, dear auntie. I could not wait for you to call. I wanted to see you so badly, and as Allen Brown was going to the post office, I rode down with him. I am Daisy, Archie's wife, or widow, for Archie is dead, you know." She said this very sadly and low, and there were great tears in the blue eyes lifted timidly and appealingly to the little sharp bead-like eyes confronting her so steadily through the spectacles. How very lovely and youthful looking she was as she sat there in the doorway, and Miss Betsy acknowledged the youth and the loveliness, but did not unbend one whit. "Ahem," she began, and the tone was not very reassuring. "I knew you were here. Mrs. Brown told me, and I saw you there with Allen yesterday. I saw you years ago on the terrace at Aberystwyth, and remembered you well. Was Archie very sick when you left him?" "No," Daisy said stammeringly. "That is, he had been sick a long time, but I did not think him so bad, or I should never have left him. Oh, auntie, it almost killed me when I heard he was dead, and there is a moan for him in my heart all the time." She adopted this form of speech because it had sounded prettily to herself when she said it to Mrs. Brown, who had believed in the moan, but Miss Betsy did not. "Mm-hmm," she said. "How much time have you spent with Archie the last 10 years or so?" "Not as much as I wish I had now. I was obliged to be away from him," Daisy replied, and the spinster continued. "Why?" "My health was poor, and I was so much better out of England. And so, when people invited me, I went with them. It saved expense at home, and we are so poor. Oh, you cannot know how poor," and Daisy clasped her hands together despairingly as she gazed up at the stern face above her, which did not relax in its sternness, but remained so hard and stony that Daisy burst out impetuously. "Oh, auntie, why are you so cold to me? Why do you hate me so? I have never harmed you. I want you for my friend. Mine and Bessie's. And we need a friend so much in our loneliness and poverty. Bessie is the sweetest, truest girl you ever knew." For a moment Miss Betsy's hands moved rapidly among the pea-pods. Then, removing her spectacles and wiping them with the corner of her apron, she began. "I mean to treat everybody civilly in my own house, but if I say anything I must tell the naked truth. I believe Bessie is a true girl, as you say, but I have my doubts of you. I have heard much of your career; have talked with those who have seen you in that hell at Monte Carlo, bandying jests with young profligates and bleary-eyed old men, more dangerous than the younger ones because better skilled in evil. I saw you myself on the terrace at Aberystwyth, flirting as no married woman should flirt with that Whiffet Lord Hardy, who it seems is here with you, and whom perhaps you think to capture now that you are free. But let me tell you that men seldom pick up and wear a soiled garment, particularly when they have helped to soil it. Lord Hardy will never marry you, and my advice is that you go home, as you ought to have done at once. Go back to your child, and be a mother to her. But as you hope for heaven, never try to drag her down where you are. You talk of poverty. You do not show it. Those diamonds in your ears never cost a small sum, nor that solitaire upon your finger." "They were given to me," Daisy sobbed, as she rose to her feet and put on her hat preparatory to leaving, while Miss Betsy continued. "Given to you? The more shame for you to take them. Better throw them away than wear them as a badge of degradation. Yes, throw them away, or send them back whence they came. Wash that paint off your face. Get rid of that made-up smirk around your mouth. Remember that you are going on toward 40. "Oh," Daisy groaned, "I am not quite 36. "Well, 36, then," the spinster rejoined. "There's a wide difference between 36 and 16. You are a widow. You have a grown-up daughter. You are no longer young, though you are good-looking enough. But good looks will not support you honestly. Go home and go to work, if it is only to be a barmaid at the George Hotel. And when I see you have reformed, I do not say I will not do something for you, but just so long as you go round sponging your living and making eyes at men, and boys too, for that matter, not a penny of my money shall you ever touch. I've said my say, and there comes the boy Allen for you. Good morning." She arose to take her piece to the kitchen. The conference was ended, and with a flushed face and wet eyes Daisy went out to the phaeton, into which Allen handed her very carefully, and then took his seat beside her. He noticed her agitation, but did not guess its cause until she said, with a little gasping sob, "I was never so insulted in my life as by that horrid old woman. Had I been the vilest creature in the world she could not have talked worse to me. She said I was living upon your people. Sponging, she called it. That I was after Lord Hardy, and oh, Allen, even you, the boy, she called you, and she bade me go home and hire out as barmaid at the George Hotel in Bangor." "The wretch! Boy, indeed!" Allen said, bristling with indignation at this fling at his youth, but feeling a strange stir in his young blood at the thought of this fair creature being after him. Arrived at the Ridge House, Daisy went directly to her room and had the headache all day, and gave Mrs. Brown a most exaggerated account of her interview with her aunt, but omitted the part pertaining to Lord Hardy and Allen, the latter of whom hovered disconsolately near the door of her room and sent her messages and a bouquet, and was radiant with delight when after tea-time she was so far restored as to be able to join the family upon the piazza. It was Allen who brought a pillow for her and a footstool, and asked if she was in a draught, and when she said she was, moved her chair at her request nearer to Lord Hardy, who scarcely looked at her, and did not manifest the slightest interest in her headache or in her. Nothing which Daisy could do was of any avail to attract him to her, and she tried every wile and art upon him during the next few days, but to no purpose. At last, when she had been at the Ridge House a week, and she had an opportunity of seeing him alone, she said, in a half playful, half complaining voice, "What is it, Teddy? What has come between us that you are so cold to me? Has the fair Gusty, as her mother calls her, driven from your mind all thoughts of your old friend? You used to care for me, Teddy, in the good old days when we were all so happy together. Don't you like me a little now, and I so lonely and sad, and all the more so that I have to keep up and smile before these people, who, kind as they are, bore me with their vulgarities? Say, Teddy, are you angry with me?" As she talked, Daisy had put her hand on that of Lord Hardy, who once would have thrilled at its touch, but who now shrank from it as something poisonous. He knew the woman so thoroughly that nothing she could do or say would in the least affect him now, and when she asked if he were angry with her, he replied, "Not angry, no. But Mrs. Macpherson—" "Oh, Teddy! Now I know you hate me when you call me Mrs. Macpherson," Daisy sobbed, and he continued, "Well, Daisy, then, if that suits you better. I am not angry, but you must know that we can never again be to each other what we were in the days when I was foolish enough to follow where you led, even to my ruin. All that is past, and I will not reproach you more. But, Daisy, I must speak one word of warning. I owe so much to these kind people whose vulgarities bore you, but do not prevent you from accepting their hospitality. I am not blind to what you are doing." "And what am I doing?" Daisy asked, and he replied, "Making a fool of a boy for mercenary purposes of your own. I have seen it ever since we left Liverpool, and I tell you I will not allow it, and if you persist in luring Allen to your side on all occasions, and throw over him the glamour of your charms, the family shall know all I know of your past life, even if it compromises me with you. They think you pure and good. What would they say if they knew you to be a professional gambler, an adventuress about whom men jest and smile derisively, even while they flatter and admire you in a certain way? Bad, in the common acceptation of the word, you may not be, but your womanhood is certainly soiled, and you are not a fit associate for a young, susceptible man, or for an innocent girl. If you were a true woman, you would have gone home at once to your daughter, who rumor says is as sweet and lovely as an angel. Go back now to her, and by fulfilling the duties of a mother try to retrieve the past. It is not impossible. I do not mean to be harsh, and hardly know why I have said all this to you, except it were to save Allen Brown, who is each day becoming more and more in love with you." "In love with me? A woman old enough to be his mother? Absurd!" Daisy exclaimed, adding scornfully, "Thanks for your lecture, which shall not be lost on me. I have no wish to prolong my stay in this stupid place, and only wish I had never come here. And since my presence is so distasteful to you, I will go at once, and leave you to prosecute your suit with the fair Augusta, wishing you joy with your Yankee bride and her refined family. Shall you invite them to your home in Ireland? If so, may I be there to see? Addio!" And with a mocking curtsy she left the room, and going to her chamber wrote to Bessie that she was coming home immediately. Daisy had lost her game, and she knew it. She had nothing to expect from Miss Macpherson, nothing from Lord Hardy, and as her deep mourning prevented Mrs. Brown from giving the party she had talked about so much, she might be better in Europe, she thought, and accordingly she acquainted her hostess with her decision. There was a faint protest on the part of Mrs. Brown, but only a faint one, for she was beginning to be a little afraid of her fair visitor, whom Augusta disliked thoroughly. Only Allen was sorry, for the wily woman had stirred his boyish heart to its very depths, and when at last he said good bye to her, and stood until the train which bore her away was out of sight, he felt, perhaps, as keen a pang of regret as a young man of 22 ever felt for a woman many years his senior. Mr. Brown accompanied her to New York, and saw her on board the ship, and on his return home reported that he had left her in the cabin, a smellin' of and admirin' a basket of flowers most as big as herself, which she said a very dear friend had ordered sent to her with his love. "She didn't say who 'twas," he continued, "and I didn't ask her, but I thought fool and his money soon parted, for they'd smell awful in a day or two, and be flung into the sea. She give me one of the posies for Allen. I guess it's pretty well jammed, for I chucked it into my vest pocket. Here it is," and he handed a faded rosebud to Allen, whose face was very red, and whose eyes, as they met those of Lord Hardy, betrayed the fact that he was the very dear friend who had ordered the flowers as his farewell to Daisy. End of Chapter 21. End of Part 2. Part 3, Chapters 1 and 2 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. In Rome. The carnival was raging through the streets of Rome, and the Corso was thronged with masqueraders and lined with spectators, Italians, English, and Americans, all eager for the sight. Upon the balcony of a private dwelling, for which an enormous price had been paid because it commanded a fine view of the street below, sat Miss Lucy Gray with Gray Gerald and a party of friends. Lucy had been in Rome 3 or 4 weeks, staying at a pension in the Via Nazionale, which she preferred to the fashionable and noisy hotels. Gray, who had taken the trip to Egypt, had only been in Rome a few days, and as there was no room for him at the pension, he was stopping at the Quirinal near by. He had seen the carnival twice before, and cared but little for it. But it was new to his Aunt Lucy, and for her sake he was there, standing at her side and apparently watching the gay pageant as it moved by, though in reality he was scarcely thinking of it at all, for all his thoughts and interest were centred in the white worn face he had seen that morning in a close dark room at the hotel, where Bessie Macpherson lay dying, he verily believed. On the night of his arrival at the hotel, which was very full, he had been given a room on the 4th floor looking into a court, and his rest had been disturbed by the murmur of voices in the room adjoining his own. An Italian voice, which he was sure was a doctor's, a clear, decided, youthful voice with a slight Irish brogue, which he knew must belong to a young girl, and an older, softer voice, often choked with tears, and occasionally a moaning sound, and wild snatches of song, which affected him strangely, for this voice, broken and weak as it was, had in it something familiar, and he tried in vain to recall where he had heard it before and under what circumstances. Once he thought he heard his own name, as if the sick girl, he felt intuitively that it was a girl, were calling for him, and starting up he listened intently, but caught only the tones of a tearful sobbing voice which said, "Hush, darling, hush, we are all here, try to be quiet and sleep." At last, worn out with wakefulness and the fatigue of his long journey from Naples, Gray fell into a deep sleep from which he did not waken until nearly 10 the next morning. Dressing himself hastily, he went at once to the office and asked who occupied the room adjoining his own. "An English lady and her daughter," was the reply, and the clerk, who was not noted for suavity of manner, turned to a little bright-eyed, black-haired girl who came up, evidently with the intention of preferring some request. There was something in the toss of the curly head, and the saucy look in the eyes, and the slightly upward turn of the nose, which always commanded attention from the rudest of porters and clerks; and this one at the Quirinal bowed respectfully to her, and was about to ask what he could do for her, when Gray interrupted him with another question, or rather assertion and question both. "The young lady is sick. What is the matter with her?" A flush of annoyance passed over the clerk's face as he replied, "A severe cold, taken in Naples. What can I do for you, Miss Meredith?" And he loftily bowed Gray aside, to make room for the young girl, whose black eyes flashed upon Gray with a half comical expression, and whose shoulders shrugged involuntarily as she heard the clerk's explanation. "I will ask the names of the English lady and her daughter another time," Gray thought, as he moved away to make room for the young lady. He had finished his breakfast an hour later, and was making his way from the winter garden into the parlor, when he again encountered the young girl with the bright, laughing black eyes. "Excuse me," she said, flashing upon him a bright, bewildering smile. "I looked on the register and found that you are Mr. Gray Gerald, of whom I have heard Sir Jack Trevelyan speak. Sir Hal, from whom Sir Jack inherited Trevelyan Castle, was my cousin, and I used to live there before poor Hal was killed. I am Flossie Meredith, and live now with my grandmother at Portrush in Ireland." Gray bowed low to the vivacious little lady, who went on rapidly, gesticulating as she talked, and emphasizing what she said with most expressive shrugs and elevations of her eyelids and nose. "I heard what that horrid clerk at the bureau told you ailed the young lady in number . A severe cold indeed. I should think it was. It is the typhoid fever of the very worst form, and if you are afraid of it you had better change your room. There are awful big cracks over and under the door. I have stopped them up with paper as well as I can, but the air can get through, and you might take the fever. The gentleman who occupied the room before you came left it in a hurry when he heard of the fever, but I don't know where he went to escape it, for it's all over the hotel. There is an American girl on the same floor whom they think is dying this morning, and a young man downstairs, and 2 or 3 more somewhere else, and yet the clerks will tell you there is not a single case of fever in the hotel. What liars they are, to be sure! Grandma is frightened almost to death, and burns sugar and camphor and brimstone as disinfectants, and keeps chloride of lime under her bed, till her room smells worse, if possible, than the hotel itself. But I am not afraid. My room adjoins Bessie's, and I am with her half the time." "What did you say? What did you call the young lady?" Gray asked excitedly, and Flossie replied, "Bessie. Bessie Macpherson from Wales. I remember now. You must know her, for Sir Jack told me that he once spent Christmas at Stoneleigh, and you were there with him." "Yes, I know her," Gray said with a tremor in his voice, and a pallor about his lips. "Tell me how long she has been sick, and who is with her." Then Flossie told him that immediately on her return home from America, Daisy had taken Bessie with her to Switzerland, where they spent the remainder of the summer and a part of the autumn, making their way to Paris in October, and going on to Italy sometime in November; that she, Flossie, had come abroad with her grandmother and had fallen in with the Macphersons at the Italian lakes, and kept with them ever since; that Bessie had not seemed well or happy for some weeks, and that almost immediately after her arrival in Rome she had taken to her bed and had been rapidly growing worse until now, when the doctor gave little hope of her recovery. "She does not know us," Flossie said, "and she talks so piteously of her old home, and wants us to take her back to the garden where the birds are singing in the yews, and where she says there is just one place between her father and the wall, and that is for her. Oh, Mr. Jerrold, what if she should die?" "She must not, she shall not," Gray answered her, energetically, and by the sense of bitter pain in his heart he knew that Bessie Macpherson was more to him than any other girl could ever be, and if she died the world would lose much of its brightness for him. He had never forgotten her, and over again in both his sleeping and waking hours there had arisen before him a vision of her face, as he had seen it when first he went to Stoneleigh, and as he saw it there last, pale and worn and sad, but inexpressibly lovely and sweet. And now Flossie told him she was dying, and for a moment he grew cold and faint; then he rallied and saying, "I will go and see Mrs. Macpherson," bade Flossie good morning and started for No. —, 4th floor. His knock was answered by Daisy herself, whose face was very pale, and whose eyes were swollen and red with watching and tears. All her better nature had been aroused; the mother love was in the ascendant now, and in her anxiety for her child she had forgotten much of her coquetry and was almost womanly in her grief. "You are Mrs. Macpherson?" Gray said to her, as she stepped out into the hall and closed the door of the sick room. She bowed in the affirmative, and he continued, "I am Gray Jerrold. I knew your husband. I was with him when he died. I have just heard from Miss Meredith of your daughter's illness, and have come to offer you my services. Is there anything I can do for you?" Daisy's tears fell like rain as she replied, "Oh, thank you, Mr. Jerrold. It will be something to know I have a friend, for we are all alone. Neil is in Cairo, and there is no one beside him on whom we have any claim. I have heard Bessie speak of you. Only last night she called you by name in her delirium." "Yes, I heard her," Gray said, explaining that he occupied the adjoining room and thus had learned that there was someone sick near him. In an instant Daisy's face brightened as something of her old managing nature asserted itself, and in a few moments she adroitly contrived to let Gray know how very much alone she felt, with no male friend to counsel her; how bitterly disappointed she was that the last mail from England did not bring her the expected funds which she so sorely needed; how exorbitant the proprietor of the hotel was in his charges, taking every possible advantage of her helpless condition; and how much she had desired an adjoining room in order that Bessie might have better air, and those who took care of her more space. "Not that it matters so very much, except for the air," she added, "for I cannot afford a nurse, so there is one less breath in the room. Oh, Mr. Jerrold, it is dreadful to be sick in Rome, with no friends and very little money. If Neil were here, or my remittances from England would come, it would be all right." "No nurse!" Gray exclaimed. "Have you no nurse for your daughter? Who then takes care of her?" "I do, with Miss Meredith's help. She is very kind, and occasionally one of the servants in the hotel stays with us during the night. But I hear Bessie moving, and I must go. I am so glad that you are here. Good morning." It is needless to say that within 2 hours' time Gray's room was at Daisy's disposal, and the proprietor had orders to charge the same to Mr. Jerrold's account instead of Mrs. Macpherson's, while Gray's own luggage was transported to a little close 8x12 apartment, which smelled worse than old Mrs. Meredith's could possibly have smelled, with all her burnt brimstone and camphor and chloride of lime. The physician, an Italian, was also interviewed, and a competent nurse secured and introduced into the sick room, and when Daisy protested that she could not meet the expense, Gray said to her, "Give yourself no uneasiness on that score. That is my business. We cannot let Bessie die." And then he asked to see her. Very cautiously he entered the room, and with a great throb of pain in his heart stood looking upon the pallid face and the bright blue eyes, which met his inquiringly, but had in them no sign of recognition. Taking one of her hands in his and bending over her, Gray said very softly, "Do you know me, Bessie?" There was tenderness and pity in the tone of his voice as he said the name Bessie, and the sick girl looked at him curiously, as if struggling to recall something in the far past. Then a smile broke over her face, and the lip quivered a little as she replied: "Yes, you are Neil. I have waited for you. I am so glad you have come." Still holding the feverish hand which clung to his, Grey hesitated a moment, and then said: "I am not Neil. He will be here soon. I am Grey Gerald. Don't you remember I spent a Christmas with you once?" Again she regarded him fixedly a moment, and then she said: "Yes, I remember Grey Gerald, the American. He was to have had my room, but said he preferred the cold and the rats. Ugh!" And she shivered a little as she continued: "Where is he, Neil? He was with me when father died, and was so very kind. Thank him for me when you see him. And now I'm so tired. I cannot talk any more, but stay by me, Neil, and hold my hand. I am better with you here." She persisted in thinking him Neil, and Grey humored the fancy. He had never heard of her engagement, for Jack had not betrayed her confidence; but he knew that she and Neil were greatly attached to each other, and were, as he thought, more like brother and sister than cousins, and believing as he did with the world in general that Neil was pledged to Blanche Trevilian, he had no suspicion of the real state of affairs, though he wondered that all Bessie's thoughts should be concentrated upon her absent cousin. How sick she was, and how high the fever ran, and how strangely she talked as he sat there watching her with a terrible fear in his heart, and a constant prayer for the dear life which seemed balancing so evenly in the scale for the next 2 or 3 days, during which he was with her all the time he could spare from his Aunt Lucy, who never suspected why he seemed so abstracted and sad, or that the fever was in the hotel where he was staying. He knew how much afraid she was of it, and how anxious she would be for him if she knew where he spent the hours not given to her. So he did not tell her of poor little Bessie, who grew weaker and weaker every day, until at last the old doctor shook his head, and between the pinches of snuff which he blew about vigorously, said there was 1 chance in 100 for her, and if she had any friends who wished to see her they should be sent for at once. But there was no one save Neil, whom Daisy expected every day, and Grey filled his place altogether with Bessie. She always called him Neil, and once, with a most grieved expression on her face, she said to him: "Why don't you kiss me, Neil? You have not since you came." Daisy and Flossie had gone to dinner, and the nurse was resting a few moments in the adjoining room, while Grey sat by her patient. Thus he was alone with Bessie when she startled him with the question: "Why don't you kiss me, Neil?" Bending over her, he said: "Would you like me to kiss you, Bessie?" "Yes," she answered faintly, and then Grey pressed his lips to hers in a long, passionate kiss, with no thought that there was danger and possible death in the hot breath which he felt upon his cheek as he laid it against hers. He thought of nothing but the sick girl before him, whom he had kissed, and whom he now knew that he loved better than anything in life; ay, whom he had loved since the Christmas time when he first looked into her blue eyes and played for the knot of ribbon she wore at her throat. Grey had seen much of the world, and many bright eyes had flashed upon him glances which mean so much, but which had never affected him. Nothing, in fact, had touched him until he saw Bessie Macpherson, whom he had remembered always, and sometimes to himself he had said: "I will see her again, I will know her better, and if—" He never got farther than that "if," though he was conscious that in all his pictures of a future home there was a face like hers as he had seen it in the old stone house at Stoneleigh. He had not sought her again, but he had found her unsought; sick, helpless, dying perhaps, and he knew how much he loved her, and how dark would be the future if she were snatched from him. "Oh, Heaven, I can't let her die!" he cried, and falling on his knees by the bedside, he prayed long and earnestly that she might live for him who loved her so devotedly. This was the night before the second day of the carnival, when Grey felt obliged to leave her for a few hours and do duty at his Aunt Lucy's side. Miss Grey had that morning heard rumors of fever in Rome, and with her fears aroused she signified to Grey her wish to leave the city the following Monday. "You are looking very thin," she said, regarding him anxiously as he bent over her chair, "and I am not feeling very well myself. It is time we were out of Rome. I am sure it is not healthy here." She did look pale, Grey noticed, and as his first duty was to her, he signified his readiness to leave with her on Monday. I shall know the worst by that time, he thought. If she is better, I can go with a good heart. If she is dead, it matters little where I am. All places will be the same to me. And so it was settled that with his Aunt Lucy he should leave for Florence on the following Monday, and with a heavy heart he said good bye to her when the festivities of the day were over, and went back to his hotel. 2. Farewell. It was Sunday, and the gay pageant of the Carnival was moving through the Via Nazionale on which the Hotel du Quirinal stands. This was the grandest, gayest day of all, and the spectacle which the long street presented, as carriage after carriage, and company after company pressed on, had in it nothing of the calm, quiet repose which we are wont to associate with Sunday. It was not Sunday to the throng of masqueraders filling the streets, or the multitude of spectators crowding the balconies and windows of the tall houses on either side of the way. But to the little group of friends gathered in the room where Bessie lay it was the holy Sabbath time, and, save when by the opening of some door across the hall a strain of music or shout of merriment was borne to their ears, they would never have guessed what was passing. The fever had burnt itself out on Bessie's cheeks, and left them colorless as marble, while in her eyes, so large and heavy with restlessness and pain, there was a look of recognition, and on the pale lips a smile for those around her. She had known them all since the early morning when, awaking from a heavy sleep, she called her mother by name, and asked where she was and what had happened to her. The last 3 weeks had been a blank, and they broke it to her gradually, and told her of Grey Gerald's presence, and how she had mistaken him for Neil, from whom they had that day heard, and who would be with them on Monday. It was Flossie who told Bessie this last, as she kissed the white forehead and said through her tears, "I am so glad to see you better. It nearly broke my heart when I thought that you might die, and Mr. Gerald, too, I am sure would have died if you had. Oh, Bessie, I never saw this Neil, but he cannot be as nice as Mr. Gerald, who, next to Sir Jack, is the best man in the world." "Hush, Flossie," Bessie whispered, for she had not strength to speak aloud. "Such things are over with me now. I shall never see Sir Jack again, never see Neil, for when he comes to-morrow I shall not be here." "Oh, Bessie!" Flossie cried with a great gush of tears, but Bessie motioned her to be silent, and went on. "Tell Sir Jack that I might have loved him had I seen him first, but it will not matter soon whom I have loved or who has loved me. Tell Neil when he comes and stands beside me, and I cannot speak to him, that I loved him to the last, and if I had lived I would have been his wife whenever he wished it. But it is better to die, for perhaps I could not have borne the burden and the care again. I am so tired, and the rest beyond the grave looks very sweet to me. You say Mr. Gerald is here. I should like to see him and thank him for his kindness." Grey had not been to the room that morning, but he soon came and was admitted to Bessie's presence. Smiling sweetly upon him as he came in, Bessie said, "I cannot offer you my hand, for I have no power to move it. The life has all gone from me. See?" And she tried in vain to lift one of the thin, transparent hands which lay so helplessly just where Flossie had put them. "Don't try," Grey said, sitting down beside her and placing one of his own broad, warm palms upon the little hands, as if he would thus communicate to them some of his own strength and vitality. "I am glad to find you better," he continued, but Bessie shook her head and answered him. "Sane, but not better. I shall never be that. But I want to thank you for all you have done for us, for mother and me. You were with me when father died. I remember all you did for me then, and I prayed God to bless you for it many a time. And now I am going where father has gone, and shall sleep by him in the little yard at home, for they will take me back. Mother has promised. I could not rest here in Rome, lovely as the graveyard is. Flossie told me you were to leave to-morrow, and I wanted to say good-bye, and tell you how much good you have done me, though you do not know it. Neil told me once of your resolve to make somebody happy every day, and I have never forgotten it, and have in my poor way tried to do so too, in imitation of you, but have failed so miserably. While you— oh, Mr. Gerald, you are so noble and good. You have made so many happy. God bless you, and give you everything which you desire most." She was too much exhausted to talk any more, and closing her eyes she lay as if asleep, while Grey watched her with the bitterest pain in his heart he had ever known. Would she die? Must he give her up? Was there yet no brightness, no happiness in the world for her, whose life had been one of sacrifice and toil? He could not think so, and all his soul went out in one continuous prayer, "Don't let Bessie die." All day she lay motionless as the dead, scarcely lifting even an eyelid, or showing that she was conscious of what was passing around her, save when her mother's low moaning cry, "Bessie, oh, Bessie, I cannot give you up," sounded through the room. Then she moved uneasily and said, "Don't, mother, please. God knows best. He will care for you. And you will keep your promise." "Yes, child, so help me God," Daisy answered excitedly. "I promised you to be a better woman, and I will. But oh, my Heavenly Father, don't let Bessie die." It was the echo of Gray's prayer, and Flossie took it up and made it hers, and so the day wore on and the night stole into the quiet room, and it was time for Gray to say good bye, for he was to leave on the early train, and he had yet much to do in settling bills both for himself and Daisy, and providing for her needs in case Neil did not come. "If I thought he would not be with you to morrow I would stay, though to do so would greatly disappoint my Aunt Lucy," he said to Daisy, who was unselfish enough to bid him go, though she knew how she should miss him, and felt intuitively that 20 Neils could not fill his place. "I cannot ask you to stay longer. May God bless you for all you have been to us," she said as she took his hand at parting, and then turned away with a feeling of utter desolation in her heart. Only Flossie was with Bessie, who was sleeping quietly, when Gray entered the room to say farewell to the young girl whose face looked so small and thin and white as it rested upon the pillows. When her fever was at its height and her heavy hair seemed to trouble her, her physician had commanded it to be cut off. "It will all come out anyway if she lives," he said, and so the cruel scissors had severed the long bright tresses which had been Bessie's crowning glory. But the hair, which had only been cut short, grew rapidly and lay in little curls all over her head, making her look more like a child than a girl of 19. Flossie knew it was Gray's farewell, and guessed that he would rather be alone with Bessie, even though she were sleeping. So she arose, and offering him her chair, stole softly out and closed the door behind her. For a few moments Gray sat gazing intently upon the beautiful face, as if he would stamp its image upon his heart, so that whatever came, whether for weal or woe, he should never forget it, and then he prayed fervently that, if possible, God would give back the life now ebbing so low, and that he yet might win the prize he longed for so ardently. "Oh, Bessie, poor little tired Bessie," he whispered, as he gently touched one of the hands near him. "If I might call you mine, might take you to my home across the sea, how happy I would make you. I cannot let you die just as I know how much I love you, and something tells me you will yet be mine. We should all love you so much, my mother, Aunt Lucy, Aunt Hannah, and all." And then suddenly, as his mind leaped to the future, Gray seemed to see the old farmhouse in the rocky pasture land far away, and Bessie was there with him, sitting just where he had so often sat when a child, on the little bench in the woodshed close against the wall, beyond which was that hidden grave whose shadow had, in a way, darkened his whole life. And it fell upon him now with an added blackness as he thought, "Could I take Bessie and not tell her of that grave? I don't know. But God will help me do right, and all things will seem possible if He gives Bessie to me." She was breathing a little more heavily now. She might be waking. He must kiss her good bye before she was conscious of the act, and bending over he kissed her forehead and lips and cheeks, on which his hot tears fell fast. "Good bye, my darling," he whispered. "In this world you may never know how much I love you, but in the next, perhaps, I may be permitted to tell you how it broke my heart to see you lying so low, and to know that I must leave you. Darling Bessie, good bye." And with another kiss upon her lips he lifted up his head to meet the wondering gaze of the blue eyes, in which for an instant there was a puzzled, startled expression, then they filled with tears, and Bessie's lips quivered as she said, "Don't, Mr. Jerrold. Such words are not for me. Don't you know?" She hesitated a moment, and he said, "I know nothing except that I love you with my whole heart and soul, and whether you live or die, you will be the sweetest memory of my life. Don't talk, it is not necessary," he continued rapidly as he saw her about to speak. "I am not going to trouble you now. You are too weak for that. I am here to say good bye, for I must leave to morrow. But in the future, when you are well, as something tells me you will be—" "Oh, Mr. Jerrold, listen," Bessie began, as the door opened and Flossie came in. "Time's up," she said smilingly, as she glanced at Bessie's flushed cheek and Gray's white face, and guessed that something exciting had taken place. When Jack Trevelyan returned from his unsuccessful wooing the previous summer, he had in strict confidence told Flossie why he failed, so that she knew of Bessie's engagement to Neil, but did not feel at liberty to communicate what she knew to Gray, even though she guessed the nature of his feelings for Bessie. And so he was ignorant that he had a rival, and did not in the least suspect the truth, as he once more said farewell and followed Flossie out into the hall. "Wait a minute, I have something for you," she said to him, and putting her hand into her pocket she drew out a piece of soft white paper, in which was carefully wrapped one of the curls she had cut from Bessie's head. "I brought this to you, thinking you might like it when you were far away and she was dead," she said in a choking voice. "Thank you, Flossie," he said, taking the package from her. "God bless you for all you are to her. Write me at Venice, Hotel New York, and tell me how she is. We shall stay there a day or two before going on to Vienna and Berlin." He wrung her hands and walked away down the broad flight of stairs, and Flossie saw him no more. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 3, chapters 3 and 4 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. Dead. That was what Adolphe, a messenger boy from the Quirinal, said to Gray 3 days later, when the latter accidentally met him in Florence and inquired for the young English girl who was so sick with the fever. Adolphe had left the Quirinal for Florence, his home, on the evening of the same day of Gray's departure from Rome. The next afternoon the two met accidentally on one of the bridges which crossed the river Arno. "Dead," Gray repeated, turning white to his lips and staggering as if he had been smitten with a heavy blow. "How can she be dead? They told me she was better the morning I left. When did she die?" "A little after 12," the boy replied, and Gray continued. "Did her cousin come, a young man from Naples?" "Yes," the boy answered. "Some gentleman was there, a big swell. He swore awfully at the clerk about the bills. There was no end of a row." The bills? What does it mean? Gray thought, for he had paid them all up to the time of his leaving. Then, remembering to have heard what exorbitant sums were demanded by the proprietors of hotels when a person died in their house, he concluded that this must be the bill which Neil was disputing so hotly, and bidding good day to the boy, he walked on across the river, with a feeling that life could never be to him again just what it had been before. On the morning when he left the hotel he had seen the nurse, and inquired after the patient, who, she reported, had slept well and seemed a little better. And now she was dead. The girl he loved so much. Dead in all her soft beauty, with only the suns of 19 summers upon her head. Dead in Rome, and he not there with her to take a last look at the fair face which, as he walked rapidly on through street after street, seemed close beside him, sometimes touching his own and making him shiver, it was so cold and dead. Dead and gone. Dead and gone, he kept repeating to himself, as he tried to fancy what was passing in the room where he had spent so many hours, and where he had kissed the girl now dead and gone for ever. "If I were only there," he thought. "If I could but kiss her again and hold her hand in mine." And for a moment he felt that he must go back and take the matter away from Neil, who could swear at the expense however great it was. He must go back and himself carry Bessie to the old home in Wales, and bury her in the nook between the father and the wall. The spot which, when he saw it last, he little dreamed would be her grave, and she so young and fair. But to go back would necessitate his telling Aunt Lucy of the fever, and to excite in her alarm and anxiety for his safety. So he gave it up, but walked on mile after mile, until the nightshades were beginning to fall, and he realized how late it was, and that his aunt must be getting anxious about him. Hailing a carriage, he was driven back to his hotel, and found, as he expected, his aunt alarmed at his protracted absence, and still more alarmed at the whiteness of his face and the strange look in his eyes. He had never told her a word of Bessie or the fever, and he would not do so now. So he merely said he had walked too far and was tired. He should be all right in the morning, and he asked permission to retire early to his room, where he could be alone with his sorrow. They left Florence the next day, for Miss Grey, who had made a long stop there early in the winter when on her way to Rome, was anxious to leave Italy as soon as possible, fancying that the climate did not agree with Grey, who had not seemed himself since he came from Egypt and joined her in Rome. Arrived in Venice, Grey's first act was to inquire for letters, but there was nothing from Rome, nothing from Flossie, who had promised him to write. They were too busy with their preparations for taking Bessie home. They must be on their way by this time, he thought, and with a heavy heart he journeyed on from Venice until Vienna was reached, and there, at the Hotel Metropole, he found Jack Trevelyan's name registered. It would be a relief to talk to him, Grey thought. He had known Bessie too, and Grey must speak to someone of the sorrow weighing so heavily upon him, or the burden would break him down. That night in Jack Trevelyan's room 2 young men sat opposite each other with only a small table between them, and on it a single wax candle which threw a faint glimmering light upon the white faces which looked so sadly at each other, as in dumb silence the two sat motionless for a few moments after Grey had told his news. "What is it, old fellow?" Jack had said cheerily, as after expressing his joy and surprise at meeting his friend so unexpectedly, and motioning him to a seat, he noticed the careworn look upon his face and the set expression upon his mouth. "What makes you look so like a graveyard? Crossed in love, eh? I thought it would come to that some time, and knew you would be hard hit when hit at all. Tell me about it, do. Maybe I, too, know how it feels." And Jack laughed a little meaning laugh as he remembered the time when Bessie's blue eyes had looked at him and Bessie's voice had said, "I cannot be your wife." "Hush, Jack," and Grey put up his hand deprecatingly. "You don't know how you hurt me. Bessie is dead." "Dead? Bessie dead? Oh, Grey!" And Jack nearly leaped from his chair in his first surprise and horror. Then he sat down again, and there was a silence between the two for a moment, when he said in a voice Grey would never have known as his, "When did she die? Tell me all about it, please, but tell it very slowly, word by word, or I shall not understand you. I seem to be terribly unstrung. It is so sudden and awful. Bessie dead!" And he stared at Grey with eyes which did not seem to see anything before them, but rather to be looking at something far away in the past. And Grey, who was regarding him curiously, knew that mere friendship, however strong, never wore such semblance of grief as this, and there flashed upon him the conviction that, like himself, Jack, too, had loved the beautiful girl now lost forever to them both, while a chill ran through his veins as he thought that possibly Jack was an accepted lover, and that was why Bessie had shrunk from his words of love, as something she must not listen to. She was engaged to Jack Trevelyan. Nothing could be plainer, and with this conviction, which each moment gathered strength in his mind, he resolved to conceal his own heart wound from his rival, and talk of the dead girl as if he had only been her friend. Slowly, as Jack had bidden him, he told the story of her sickness, dwelling long on Flossie Meredith's untiring devotion, but saying nothing of the services he had rendered, saying only that he was so glad he was there, as a gentleman friend was necessary at such a time, and in such a place, where greed is the rule and not the exception. "They were expecting Neil from Naples the day I left, or I should have stayed," he said, and then into Jack's eyes there crept a strange, hard expression, and he wiped the perspiration from his forehead and lips as he said, "Neil, yes. It was his place, not yours or mine, but oh, Grey, if I might have seen her, if I could have held her dead hand but for a moment and kissed her dear face." Here Jack stopped, for his voice was choked with sobs, and ere he knew what he was doing, Grey said to him, "Jack, you loved Bessie Macpherson." "Yes," Jack answered him unhesitatingly. "I do not mind telling it to you. I think I have loved her since I first saw her, a demure, old-fashioned little thing, in the funniest bonnet and dress you ever saw, sitting with her father in Hyde Park, and looking at the passers-by. I watched her for some time, wondering who she was, and then at last I ventured to speak to her, and standing by her chair told her who the people were, and found out who she was, and called upon her in Abingdon Road, and then she went away, but her face haunted me continually, and even the remembrance of it and of her helped me to a better life than I had led before. You knew her mother, or rather you knew of her. Not the woman you saw in Rome, full of anxiety for her child, but a vain, selfish, intriguing woman, whom no good man could respect, much as he might admire her dazzling beauty. Well, she had me on her string when I met her daughter, but something Bessie said to me made me strong to resist coils and arts which Satan himself would find it hard to withstand. I used to ride with her, and flirt with her, and bet with her, and play at her side in Monte Carlo, and let her fleece me out of money, just as she did every one with whom she came in contact. But after I knew Bessie, I broke with her mother entirely, and have never played with her or any one since for money. You remember the Christmas we spent together at Stoneleigh? You did not guess, perhaps, how much I loved her then, or that I would have asked her to be my wife if I had not been so poor. Then her father died, and you were there before me, and I was horribly jealous, for I meant she should be mine. There was nothing in the way, I thought. Poor Hal was dead, and had left me his title and estate. I could pour some brightness into her weary life, and 2 weeks after the funeral I went back to Stoneleigh and asked her to marry me." Jack paused a moment, and leaning forward eagerly, Gray said, "Yes, you asked her to marry you, and she consented?" "No, oh no," Jack groaned. "If she had, she might not now have been dead. My Bessie, whom I loved so much. She refused me, and worst of all, she told me she was plighted to Neil, her cousin." "To Neil? Bessie plighted to Neil? That is impossible, for he is to marry Blanche Trevelyan, so everybody says," Gray exclaimed, conscious of a keener pang than he had experienced when he thought Jack his rival. "And everybody is right," Jack replied. "He will marry Blanche, but he was engaged to Bessie under the promise of strictest secrecy until his mother, who had threatened to disinherit him, was reconciled, or he found something which would support him without any effort on his part. Neil Macpherson would never exert himself, or deny himself either, even for the woman he loved, and, Gray, I speak the truth when I tell you that I would rather know that Bessie was dead than to see her Neil's wife." Gray did not answer, but something in the pallor of his face and the expression of his eyes struck Jack suddenly, and stretching his hand across the table he said very low and very sadly, "Gerald, you loved her too. I see it in your face." "Yes," Gray answered him. "I loved her too, and would have given years of my life to have saved her, though not for Neil. Better far as it is, better for her, I mean, though our lives are wrecked. At least mine is. But for you there may still be a happy future, and on the ashes of the dead love a new one may arise to bless you." "Never!" Jack answered emphatically. Then, after a moment, as if his thoughts had followed Gray's, he asked, "Do you know how long Mrs. Meredith intends remaining in Rome, or where she expects to go after leaving there?" Gray replied that he did not, while a faint smile played round his mouth as he looked at his friend, who detected the smile, and comprehending its meaning, he said, with a heightened color, "I know you are thinking of Flossie. Bessie thought of her too, and asked why I did not marry her. But that will never be, though. She is as bright and beautiful an Irish lassie as ever gladdened the eyes of a man, and the castle is so lonesome without her buzzing about and stirring up things generally, that I have serious thoughts of inviting her grandmother to take up her abode there, so I can have Flossie back. The servants adore her. But she will never be my wife. She would tire and worry me to death with her restlessness and activity. When I lost Bessie, I lost everything, and have nothing left but her memory, not even a flower which she has worn." Gray hesitated a moment, then taking from his pocket the package which Flossie had given him, he opened it, and holding to view the long silken curls, said to Jack, "Flossie cut this from Bessie's head when the fever was at its height, and though there is not in the world gold enough to buy it from me, I will divide it with you," and parting it carefully, he laid one half of it upon Jack's hand, around which it seemed to cling with a loving tenacity. It was strange how vividly that wavy hair brought Bessie back to the young men who had loved her so much, and who, at sight of it, broke down entirely, and laying their heads upon the table, cried for a moment, as only strong men can cry, for the dear little girl who, they felt sure, was lying in her grave in far-off Stoneleigh. 4. Poor Daisy. 4 weeks passed away, and Gray, with his Aunt Lucy, was journeying through Russia, bearing with him a sense of loss and pain. The mails were very irregular, and he had never heard a word either from Flossie or Neil, nor had he written to them. He could not yet bring himself to speak of Bessie, even upon paper, though he sometimes felt a little aggrieved that Neil did not write to him and tell him of his loss. And so the weeks went on, and one day toward the middle of April, when the English skies were at their best, and the hyacinths and crocuses were blooming in the yew garden at Stoneleigh, a little band of mourners went down the broad gravelled walk to the enclosure, where in the narrow space between Archie's grave and the wall another grave was made, and there, in silence and in tears, they buried, not Bessie, but her mother, poor, weak, frivolous Daisy, who had succumbed to the fever and died after a 3 weeks' illness. Bessie was not dead, as the messenger boy had reported to Gray in Florence, but the young girl from America, sick on the same floor, had died about noon on the day of Gray's departure, and with his rather limited knowledge of English the boy had mistaken her for Bessie. And as her brother had arrived that morning and had sworn roundly at the frightful bill presented to him, the boy had naturally confounded this party with the one for whom Gray inquired, and this had been the cause of so much needless pain and sorrow to both Jack Trevelyan and Gray. Neil had come from Naples on the morning train, very tired and worn with his trip to Egypt, and a good deal out of sorts because of a letter received from his mother in Naples, in which she rated him soundly for his extravagance, telling him he must economize, and that the cheque she sent him, a very small one, must suffice until his return to England, where she confidently expected him to marry Cousin Blanche before the season was over. "I hear," she wrote in conclusion, "that the widow of Archibald Macpherson is in Rome with her daughter, but I trust you will not allow them to entangle you in any way. The mother will fleece you out of every farthing you have, while the daughter, well, I do not know her, so will not say what she may do. Only keep clear of them both, and shun that crafty woman as you would the plague." With this letter in his pocket, and barely enough money to defray his own expenses for a few weeks longer, it is not to be wondered at if Neil was not in a very jubilant state of mind when he reached the Quirinal and found matters as they were: Bessie very low with the fever, of which she had a mortal terror, and her mother destitute of funds, except as Gray Gerald had supplied them, or as she had borrowed from Mrs. Meredith, to whom she owed £20, with no possible means of paying. All this and more she tearfully explained to Neil, who listened to her with a great sinking at his heart and a feeling that he had plunged into something dreadful, from which he could not escape. There was manliness enough in his nature to make him wince a little when he heard what Gray had done, while at the same time he was conscious of a pang of jealousy as he reflected that only a stronger sentiment than mere friendship for Bessie could have actuated Gray, generous and noble as he knew him to be. "Oh, if I were rich!" he sighed, as with a conviction that he was about the most abused person in the world, he went into the room where Bessie lay, white and worn and motionless almost as the dead, for though the fever had left her she was very weak and could only whisper her welcome, while the great tears rolled down her cheeks. Neil was awfully afraid of her. There might still be infection in her breath and infection in the room. He fancied he smelled it, and involuntarily put his hands to his mouth and nose as he drew near the bed. Bessie saw the motion, and interpreted aright. "Oh, Neil," she said with a sob, "you are not afraid of me?" "No, certainly not. Only this fever is a confounded thing when it takes hold of a great hulking fellow like myself, and just now I am very tired," he said. Then, heartily ashamed of himself as he saw the look of distress on Bessie's face, he bent and kissed her forehead, and told her how sorry he was to find her so sick, and that he would not leave her till she was strong again. But all the time he talked he fidgeted in his chair, and kept looking at the door as if anxious to escape into the fresher air. "Do you think there is any danger?" he said to Flossie, whom he encountered in the adjoining room. Flossie knew he was afraid, and there was mischief in the merry Irish lassie's heart as she replied: "Danger? Oh, no. If she is kept quiet and carefully nursed, the doctor says she will soon get well enough to be moved." "Yes, I know that, of course," Neil stammered. "I mean, is there any danger of my taking it from her? From the room? From the air, you know?" "Are you afraid of it?" Flossie asked him very demurely, and he replied: "No." "Yes, I believe I am. Does that make any difference?" "I should say it did, very decidedly," Flossie answered, with great earnestness and evident concern. "Mr. Gerald was not one bit afraid, and he was in there all the time." This with a saucy twinkle in her black eyes, as she saw the flush in Neil's face and guessed its cause. "You did not kiss her, of course," she continued, with the utmost gravity. "Yes, I did," he answered promptly. Do you think "Yes, I do," she said, decidedly, adding to herself, "I think you are a fool." To him she continued: "I'll tell you what to do.
Grandma is afraid like you, so I know all the preventives. Let me burn a match or two under your nose so that the fumes will saturate your face. That will counteract any bad effects from the kiss, and to prevent contagion hereafter, get a good-sized leek. You can find one at any grocer's. Put it in a bit of cloth, with a piece of camphor gum, and wear it over the pit of your stomach. You may even brave the smallpox with that about your person." "But won't it smell awfully?" Neil asked with a shudder, as he thought of wearing about his person an obnoxious leek whose odor he abominated. "It will smell some, but what of that? You can endure a great deal in order to feel safe," Flossie replied.
Neil could endure a great deal where his personal safety was concerned, and wholly deceived by Flossie's manner, he submitted to the burnt matches which nearly strangled him, and brought on so violent a fit of coughing as made him fear lest he should burst a blood vessel.
"I guess you are all right as far as the kiss is concerned," Flossie said, nearly bursting with merriment. "And now for the leek and camphor. I'll fix it for you." He found the leek and the camphor, and Flossie tied them up for him in a bit of linen and bade him be quite easy in his mind, as with these disinfectants he was impervious to the plague itself. "What a coward he is, to be sure!" she said, as she watched him hurrying down the hall to his room with his disinfectants. "Sir Jack told me he was a milksop and not half worthy of Bessie, and he was right. I think him an idiot. Leeks, indeed! Won't he smell, though, when the leek gets warm through and begins to fume? Phew!" And the little nose went up higher than its wont as Flossie returned to the sick room. That night Neil wrote to his mother the exact condition of affairs, telling her how he had found his aunt and cousin, whom he could not leave without being stigmatized as a brute, telling her what Grey had done for them, telling her that they owed old Mrs. Meredith £20, and that unless she wished a subscription paper to be started for them in the hotel, among the English, many of whom were her acquaintances, she must send money to relieve their necessities and pay their bills. Neil felt almost sure that this last would touch his mother when nothing else could reach her, and he was right. Neither she nor her husband cared to have their friends contribute to the needs of anyone who bore their name, and the letter which Lady Jane sent to her son contained £60, which she bade him use to the best possible advantage, adding that he was to leave Rome as soon as he could, with any show of decency. This Neil would gladly have done if he could, but when his mother's letter arrived it found him plunged into a complication of difficulties from which he could not extricate himself. Daisy had suddenly been stricken down with a fever, which developed so rapidly and assumed so violent a form that Neil's strength and courage and patience were taxed to the utmost, and he might have succumbed entirely if it had not been for Flossie, who was equal to any emergency, and who resisted all her grandmother's efforts to get her out of the fever hole, as she designated the hotel. Flossie would not go so long as Bessie needed her. She was not afraid, she said, and every morning her eyes were just as saucy and mirthful, and the roses on her cheek just as bright, as if she had not been up half the night soothing the wildly delirious Daisy, and encouraging Neil, who, as the days went by, rose a little in her estimation. He threw the obnoxious leek from his window when, as Flossie had predicted, its fumes became intolerable, and he gave up the large sunny room which he had occupied at first, and took a smaller, less expensive one, and he learned to deny himself many things before that terrible fever had burnt itself out. He gave up table d'hote and lunch, and took to the restaurants outside. He gave up driving on the Pincian Hill, or having carriages at all, and patronized the street cars and omnibuses when he went out for an airing, as Flossie insisted that he should do each day. "I do believe I could make something of him in time," the energetic little lady thought. "But, dear me, Bessie would humor all his fancies and be a perfect slave to his caprices. Even now she will not let him wait upon her much, for fear of tiring him." And so the days went on until 2 weeks were gone, and then one April morning it was whispered among the few guests remaining in the hotel, that death was again in the house, and more trunks were packed in haste, and more people left, until the 4th floor was almost as silent as the room in which Daisy lay dead, with a strange beauty in her face, to which had returned, as it sometimes does, all the freshness and loveliness of youth, so that she looked like some fair young girl as she lay upon her pillow, with her hands upon her bosom, just as she had folded them when at the last she said to those around her, "It is growing late. I think I will retire. Good night." Then, clasping her hands together, she began the prayer of her childhood. "Now I lay me down to sleep," repeating the whole distinctly, while with the words, "I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take," She went to meet the God who is so pitiful and kind, and who knew all the good that was in her, and knew, too, what thoughts of remorse for the past and prayers for forgiveness had been in her heart during the few lucid intervals which had been given to her. She had been delirious most of the time, and in her delirium had talked of things which made poor Bessie shudder, they revealed to her so much more of her mother's past than she had ever known. Monte Carlo was the field to which her fancy oftenest took flight, and there at the gaming table she sat again, going through the excitement of the olden time, losing and winning, winning and losing, sometimes with Teddy at her side, and sometimes with men of a baser, lower type, with whom she bandied jests, until the scene was too horrible even for the iron-nerved Flossie to endure. Then there were moments of perfect consciousness, when she knew and spoke rationally to those about her, and tried to comfort Bessie, who insisted upon having a lounge taken into the room so that she might see her mother if she could not minister to her. Once, startled by the expression of the faces around her, Daisy said, "Why do you all look so sorry? Am I very sick? Am I going to die? Oh, am I going to die? I cannot die. I cannot. Don't let me die. Don't! Don't!" It was like the cry of a frightened child begging a reprieve from punishment, and that piteous "Don't! Don't!" rang in Bessie's ears long after the lips which uttered the words were silent in death. During their journeyings together, Daisy had shown the best there was in her, and had really seemed trying to reform. When on her return from America she had suggested that they go abroad, saying she would sell her diamonds to defray the expenses, Bessie had refused at first, and had only consented on condition that her mother abandoned all her old habits of life, and neither played nor bet, nor practised any of her wiles upon the opposite sex for the purpose of extorting money from them. And all this Daisy promised. "I'll be as circumspect as a Methodist parson's wife," she said, and she kept her word as well as it was possible for her to do. She neither played nor bet, nor coaxed money from her acquaintances by pretty tales of poverty, and if she sometimes bandied familiar jests with her gentlemen friends, Bessie did not know it, and there was springing up in her heart a strong feeling of respect for her mother who, just as the new life was beginning, was to be taken from her. "Oh, mamma," she sobbed, putting her poor pale face close to that of the dying woman, for Neil had taken her in his arms and laid her beside her mother. "Oh, mamma, how can I give you up?" Then, as the greater fear for her mother's future overmastered every other feeling, she said, "Speak to me, mother. Tell me you are not afraid. Tell me you are sorry. Tell me, oh, my heavenly Father, if mother must die, forgive her all the past, and take her to thyself." "Yes," Daisy murmured, moving a little uneasily. "Forgive me all the past, and there is so much to forgive. I am sorry, and most of all for Archie and Bessie, whom I neglected so long. Oh, how pleasant the old home at Stoneleigh looks to me now! Bury me by Archie in the grass, it is so quiet there, and now it is getting late. I think I will retire. Good night." And then, folding her hands together, she said the "Now I lay me," and Flossie, who was bending over her, knew that she was dead, and motioning to Neil, bade him take Bessie away. Neil was very tender and very kind and loving to the poor little girl quivering with pain, but uttering no sound and shedding no tears as she lay passive in his arms, but he felt that he was badly abused, and that the burden laid upon him was heavier than he could bear. Could he have had his way, Daisy would have been buried in the Protestant cemetery in Rome. This would have been far less expensive, and have saved him no end of trouble. But when he suggested it to Bessie, she said "No," so decidedly that he gave it up, and nerved himself to meet what he never could have met but for Flossie, who, as far as she could, managed everything, even to battling fiercely with the proprietor, whose bill she compelled him to lessen by several hundred francs, and when he demanded payment for 4 dozen towels which he said had been ruined, she insisted upon taking the towels, which she said were hers, if she paid for them. Never had a portier or clerk encountered such a tempest as she proved to be, and they finally surrendered the field and let her have her own way, shrugging their shoulders significantly as they called her "la petite diable irlandaise." It was old Mrs. Meredith who furnished the necessary funds, for there was no time to send to England. Neil telegraphed to his father, asking him to go down to Stoneleigh and meet them on their arrival with the body.
But the Honorable John was suffering with the gout, and only Anthony and Dorothy were there when Neil and Flossie and Bessie came, the latter utterly exhausted and unable to sit up a moment after entering the house. So they took her to her old room, which Dorothy had made as comfortable and pleasant as she could, and there Bessie lay, weak as a little child, while the kind neighbors came again and stood in the yew shaded cemetery where Daisy was buried, and where there was room for no more of the Macphersons.
"Now what?"
Flossie said to Neil when the burial was over and they sat alone in the parlor.
"Now what are you going to do?"
And when he answered gloomily,
"I am sure I don't know,"
she flashed her black eyes upon him and replied,
"You don't know? Then let me tell you. Marry Bessie at once. What else can you do? Surely you will not leave her here alone?"
"I know I ought not to leave her here," Neil said despondingly, "but I cannot marry her now."
"Why not?"
Flossie asked him sharply, and he replied,
"I cannot marry her and starve, as we surely should do. I have no means of my own, and mother would turn me from her door if I brought her Bessie as my wife. As it is, I dread going to her with all these heavy bills. It was a foolish thing to bring Mrs. Macpherson home, and I said so at the time. That woman has been a curse to every one with whom she ever came in contact."
"Oh, mamma, poor mamma! I wish I too were dead, as you are," moaned, or rather gasped, a little white faced girl who was standing just outside the door, and had heard all Neil was saying. Bessie had remained upstairs as long as she could endure it, but when she heard voices in the parlor and knew that Neil and Flossie were there, she arose, and putting on a dressing gown and shawl crept downstairs to go to them. But Flossie's question arrested her steps, and leaning against the side of the door she heard all their conversation, and knew the bitterness there was in Neil's heart toward her mother, less by what he said than by the tone of his voice as he said it, for there was in it a cold, hard ring which made her shiver and sent her back to the bed she had quitted, where she lay for hours, until she had thought it out and knew what she meant to do. But she said nothing of her decision either to Neil or Flossie, the latter of whom left her the next day to join her grandmother in London. Neil waited a few days longer, loath to leave Bessie, and dreading to go home and meet what he knew he must meet when he told his mother the amount of her indebtedness to Mrs. Meredith, who had signified her wish to be paid as soon as possible. Naturally dull of perception as he was, Neil was vaguely conscious of a change in Bessie's manner, but he attributed it to grief for the loss of her mother, wondering a little that she could mourn so deeply, a death which to him seemed a relief, for Daisy was not a person whom he would care to acknowledge as his mother-in-law. Bessie could not forget the words she had overheard, and though they might be true, she knew Neil ought not to have spoken them to a comparative stranger, and she began to realize, as she never had before, that in Neil's nature there was much which did not accord with hers. Many and many a time thoughts of Gray Gerald filled her mind, and in her half-waking hours at night she heard again his voice so full of sympathy, and felt an inexpressible longing to see him again, and hear him speak to her. Still she meant to be loyal to Neil, and on the morning of his departure, when he was deploring his inability to marry her at once, she lifted her sad eyes to him and said, "Is there nothing you can do to help yourself? I will do my part gladly, and it cannot cost us much to live, just us two." The next moment her face was crimson as she reflected that what she had said seemed like begging Neil to marry her, and his answer was not very reassuring. "There is nothing for me to do. Absolutely nothing." "Don't other men find employment if they want it?" Bessie asked, and he replied, "Yes, if they want it, but I do not. You know as well as I the prejudice among people of my rank against clerkships and trade and the like. As a rule the Macphersons do not work." "But I am not ashamed to work, and I am as much a Macpherson as you," Bessie answered him, emboldened for once to say what she thought. "Yes," he answered slowly, "and I am sorry for it. You told me at one time you thought of going out as governess. Never harbor that idea again if you care for me. I cannot have people pointing out my wife as one who had taught their children." Bessie bowed her head silently as if in acquiescence, and Neil never suspected what was passing in her mind, nor dreamed that a tide was set in motion which would take Bessie away from him for ever. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 3, Chapters 5, 6, and 7 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. Bessie's Decision.
"And so you have determined to go to America?"
Neil said to Bessie about 4 weeks later, when he came to Stoneley in obedience to a letter from Bessie, telling him she wished to see him on a matter of importance.
"Yes," she replied, "I am going to America. My passage is engaged, and I sail in 2 weeks in company with a Mrs. Goodenough of Bangor, a nice old lady who will take good care of me."
"Well," and Neil stroked his moustache thoughtfully,
"I am not sure but that it is a good idea to beard the old woman in her den. You will be likely to succeed where others would fail, and when you are sure of her fortune, send for me."
There was a levity in his manner which Bessie resented, and she said to him quickly, "If by the old woman you mean my Aunt Betsy, I would rather you did not speak of her thus. She has been kind to father and me, very kind. But it is not her fortune I am going after. It is my own. I have always thought I had one somewhere, and as it does not seem to be here, it may be in America. But, jesting aside, I am going to find something to do. It is no disgrace to work there, and your friends will never know." "I am not sure of that," Neil said. "But what do you mean to do?"
"Anything I can find,"
Bessie answered decidedly. Neil only smiled, and thought how sure it was that once with her aunt she would become a favorite, and eventually an heiress to the fortune he so greatly coveted. He should miss her, he knew, and still it would be a relief not to have her on his mind as she would be if left alone at Stoneley. So, on the whole, she had done wisely when she planned to go to America, and he did not oppose her, but said he would be in Liverpool the 25th to see her off. He did not ask if she had the necessary funds for the voyage. He had trouble enough on that score, and was not likely soon to forget the scene, or rather succession of scenes, enacted at Trevelyan House when Mrs. Meredith's bills were presented to his mother, who but for shame's sake would have repudiated them at once as something she was not lawfully obliged to pay. Neither did he inquire who Mrs. Goodenough was, and did not know that she was a poor woman who had worked in the fields, and was going out to New York, not as first class passenger or even second, but as steerage, and Bessie's ticket was of the same nature. She had but little money, and when she heard from Mrs. Goodenough, who was a friend of Dorothy's, and who had once been in America, that a steerage passage was oftentimes very comfortable, and that many respectable people took it because of its cheapness, she put aside all feelings of pride, and said to Mrs. Goodenough, "I will go steerage with you," and from this plan she never swerved. But she would not tell Neil then. Time enough at the last when he came to see her off, and must of course know the truth. She knew he would be very angry, and probably insist upon paying the difference, but she could take no more money from him, and her blood was hot whenever she reflected what she had heard him say to Flossie of the bills incurred in Rome, and which she meant to pay to the uttermost farthing, if her life was spared and she found something to do in the New World, where to work was not degrading. But she must know the amount, and she timidly asked Neil to tell her how much it was. "Enough, I assure you. Those Italians are rascals and cheats, the whole of them. But it need not trouble you, the debt is paid," he said, a little bitterly. But Bessie insisted upon knowing, and finally wrung from him that £250 would probably cover the whole indebtedness. "Bringing mother home and all?" Bessie asked, and he replied, "Yes, bringing her home and all. That was a useless expense." He spoke before he thought, and when he saw how quickly the tears came to Bessie's eyes he repented the act, and stooping down to kiss her, he said, "Forgive me, Bessie. I did not mean to wound you. But mother did fret so about the bills. You know she did not like your mother." "Tell her I shall pay them all," Bessie answered, as she withdrew herself from the arm he had thrown around her. "My mother was my own, and with all her faults I loved her, and I believe she was a good woman at the last. I should die if I did not." "Yes, oh yes, of course," Neil said, feeling very awkward and uncertain what to say next. At last he asked, rather abruptly, if Bessie knew where Jack Trevelyan and Gray Gerald were, saying he had never heard from either of them since he was in Rome. Bessie replied that Flossie had written that Sir Jack was somewhere in the Bavarian Alps leading a kind of bohemian life, and that he had written to his steward at Trevelyan Castle that he should not be home until he had seen the Passion play, then in process of presentation at Oberammergau. "He never writes, Flossie," Bessie said. "Neither does she know where Mr. Gerald is. She wrote to him at Venice, but he did not answer her letter. Perhaps he has gone home." Neil said it was possible, adding that she would probably see him in America, as his Aunt Lucy lived in Allington. "But you are not to fall in love with him." He continued laughingly, "You are mine, and I shall come to claim you as soon as you write me you have found that fortune you are going after. Do your best, little Bess, and if you cannot untie the old maid's purse strings, nobody can." Bessie made no reply, but in her heart there was a feeling which boded no good to Neil, who left her the next day, promising to come down to Liverpool and see her off. 6. In Liverpool. It was a steady downpour, and the streets of Liverpool, always black and dirty, looked dirtier and blacker than ever on the day when Neil Macpherson walked restlessly up and down the entrance hall of the Northwestern Hotel, now scanning the piles of baggage waiting to be taken to the Germanic, and then looking ruefully out upon the rain falling so steadily. "It is a dreary day for her to start, poor little girl. I wish I had money of my own, and I would never let her go," he said to himself, as he began to realize what it would be to have Bessie separated from him the breadth of the great ocean. Selfish and weak as we have shown Neil to be, he loved Bessie better than he loved anything except himself, and there was a load on his heart and a lump in his throat every time he thought of her. She was to sail that afternoon at 3, and he had come from London on the night express to meet her and say good-bye. His father and mother and Blanche were staying at a gentleman's house a few miles from the city, and he was to join them there in the evening and make one of a large dinner party given in the honour of Lady Jane. He had told his mother that Bessie was going to America, and in her delight at the good news she did not oppose his going to see her off, and actually handed him a £5 note, which he was to give to Bessie with her best wishes for a pleasant voyage and happiness in the New World. Thus armed and equipped, Neil waited until a whiz and a shriek outside told him the train from Chester was in, and, going out, he stood at the gate when Bessie came through, accompanied by Mrs. Goodenough, who carried her bag and waterproof, and who curtsied very low to Neil. Never had the latter seen Bessie look as lovely as she did to him then in her simple travelling dress of black, which brought out so clearly the dazzling purity of her complexion, and seemed to intensify the deep blue of her large sad eyes. "Oh, Bessie!" he exclaimed, taking her hand and putting it under his arm, "how can I let you go? Where is Mrs. Goodenough? And who is this woman bobbing up and down and staring so at me?" Neil had a great contempt for people like Mrs. Goodenough, and when Bessie said to him in a low tone, "It is my compagnon du voyage. She is rough looking, but kind and good. I wish you would speak to her," he answered quickly, "That woman? You going out with her? Why, she looks like a fish woman. She is only fit to be a steerage passenger." "She is a steerage passenger, and I am steerage too," Bessie said very quietly, while Neil dropped her hand as if it had burned him. "Bessie, what do you mean?" he exclaimed, glancing down upon her and stopping suddenly. "Let us go inside. Do not make a scene here, please," Bessie answered him in a low, firm voice, while her cheek grew a shade paler, and something shone in her eyes which Neil had never seen there before. "A private parlour, please. A small one will answer," he said to the clerk at the bureau; and in a few moments he was sitting with Bessie at his side, asking her to tell him what she meant by saying she was steerage too. "It means," she began unfalteringly, "that I have no money for a first-class ticket, which costs more than 3 times as much as steerage. Many respectable people go out that way, and it is very comfortable. The Germanic is a new boat, and all the apartments are clean and nice. I am not ashamed of it. I am ashamed of nothing, except the debt I owe your mother, and that I had to borrow £5 of Anthony, who insisted upon giving it to me, but I would not take it. Why do you look at me so strangely, Neil? Do you think I have committed the unpardonable sin?" "Bessie," Neil began, huskily, and in a voice choked with passion, "this is a drop too much. I know you had some low instincts, but never dreamed you could stoop to this degradation, which affects me as much as it does you. But it is not too late to change, and you must do it." "No, Neil, I cannot. I have barely enough to get there as it is," she replied, and he continued, "Mother sent you £5 with her compliments. Will that do? Here it is," and he offered her the note, which she put aside quickly as she said, "I cannot take that from your mother. Give it back to her, and if you think she meant it well, thank her for me, and tell her I shall pay the whole some day, when I earn it." She emphasized the last words, and, more angry than before, Neil exclaimed, "Earn it? Why will you persist in such nonsense as if you were a common charwoman?
You know as well as I that you are going to Aunt Betsy with the hope to get some of her money, as you unquestionably will." "Neil, I am not," Bessie answered, firmly. "I am going to America because there I can work and be respected too, while here, according to your code, I cannot." "Then for heaven's sake go decently, and not herd with a lot of cattle, for emigrants are little better; and do not make yourself a spectacle for the other passengers to gaze upon and wonder about, as they will be sure to do. If you have no pride for yourself, you have no right to disgrace me. How do you think it will sound some day that Neil Macpherson's wife went out as steerage? Have you no feeling about it?" "Not in that way, no," Bessie replied. "It seems to me I have been in the steerage all my life, and this can be no worse. Lady Bothwayt went thus to Australia to see how it fared with the passengers." "Yes, and got herself well laughed at as a lunatic," Neil rejoined. Then after a pause he continued excitedly: "But to come to the point, you must either give up this crazy plan or me. I can have no share in this disgrace, which the world would never forget, and which mother would never forgive. My wife must not come from the steerage." He spoke with great decision, for he was very angry, and for a moment there was perfect silence between them, while Bessie regarded him fixedly, with an expression on her face which made him uneasy, for he did not quite mean all he had said to her, and there was a strong clinging of his heart to this fragile little girl, who said at last, very softly and low: "You mean it, Neil? Mean what you say?" "Yes," he answered her, "you must choose steerage or me." "Then, Neil," she continued, taking off her engagement ring and putting it into his hand, "I am afraid it must be steerage. There is your ring. It is all ended between us. And it is better that it is so. I have thought for some time that we could not be happy together with our dissimilar tastes. I should always be doing something you did not like, and which I could not think was wrong. Besides this, we need not deceive ourselves longer with the hope that your mother will ever consent to our marriage, for she will not, and as we cannot marry without it, I think it better that we should part. Not in anger, Neil," and she laid her hand caressingly upon his arm. "We have loved each other too well for that. We will be friends always, as we are cousins, but never man and wife. We are free, both of us," and as she spoke there kept coming over her a most delicious sense of relief, as if some burden were being rolled from her, and the expression of her face was not that of a young girl who has just broken with the man she loved. And Neil felt the change in her, and rebelled against it, saying that he would not give her up though she went steerage 100 times, and in his excitement he offered to marry her that day if she were willing, and take her at once to his mother, who would not shut the door against them when she knew the deed was done. But Bessie was resolute, and Neil was obliged to abide with her decision, but his face was very gloomy, and there was a sense of pain and loss in his heart when at last he entered the carriage which was to take Bessie to the wharf. Mrs. Goodenough was to attend to the luggage and see that it was on board, consequently Neil was spared all trouble, as Bessie meant he should be. The rain was still falling, and there were many cabs and hansoms crowding the dock when Neil and Bessie reached it. "Where will you go? With the steerage gang? If so, for heaven's sake keep your veil over your face. I should not like to have any friend of mine who might chance to be here see you," Neil said impatiently, and Bessie replied: "I shall stay by Mrs. Goodenough till the tug takes us out. There she is now in the distance. I can make my way to her very well alone, and as it is raining hard we had better say good-bye here in the carriage. You cannot help me any, and—" she hesitated an instant and then added, "you might be recognized." Neil hated himself cordially, and called himself a sneak and a coward, but he followed Bessie's advice, and drawing up the window of the carriage, clasped her to his bosom as he said farewell, telling her it was not for ever, that she was his still, and he should come for her some day and claim her promise to him. Bessie did not contradict him. She knew he was suffering greatly, and she pitied him, while all the time there was in her heart a little song of gladness that she was free. Taking his face between her hands, she kissed it tenderly, and said: "Good-bye, Neil, and may God bless you and make you a good and noble man. I know you will never forget me. Too much has passed between us for that. But you will learn to be very happy without me. Good-bye." She touched his lips again. Then opening the door herself, she sprang to the ground before he could stop her. "Don't get out. Good-bye," she said, waving him back as he was about to alight,
and opening her umbrella, and pulling the hood of her waterproof over her head, she started in the direction of Mrs. Goodenough, leaving Neil with such a tumult of thought crowding his brain as nearly drove him wild. If he had not fancied that he saw one of his London acquaintances in the distance he might have followed Bessie, but he could not be seen, for fear that the reason for his being there should come out, and it become known that a Macpherson was allowed to go to America as a steerage passenger. So he sat a moment and watched the little figure with the waterproof hood over its head making its way to where a rough-looking woman was standing, with an immense cotton umbrella over her sunbonnet and evidently waiting for someone. And so Bessie vanished from Neil's sight, and he saw her no more. "Back to the hotel," he said to the cabman, who obeyed willingly, while Neil, always on the alert, closed the windows lest he should be seen and recognized. But the air was close and hot, and when he thought himself out of danger he drew the window down and looked out just in time to meet the eyes of Gray Gerald, who was driving in an opposite direction. There was an exclamation from Gray, a call for both cabmen to stop, and before Neil could collect his senses the two carriages were drawn up side by side, and he was shaking hands with Gray through the window. "So glad I happened to meet you," Gray said. "I wanted to say good-bye, for I am off for America." "America," Neil repeated, and his lower jaw dropped suddenly, as if he had been seized with paralysis. "Yes," Gray rejoined. "I sail in the Germanic with my Aunt Lucy. She came down to Liverpool yesterday with some friends. I shall find her at the wharf. I have just arrived in the train from Chester. I was in London for a day, but I called at your house to see you, and learned that you were out of town, so I left a little note for you. Neil," and Gray spoke very low, as we do when we speak of the dead, "I have been in Prussia, Austria, and Russia since I left Italy, but I know I ought to have written and told you how sorry I was for what happened in Rome. If it had not been for my aunt, I believe I should have gone back and helped you. Here Gray stopped, for since his interview with Jack Trevelyan he had never mentioned Bessie's name to anyone, and he could not do so even now to Neil, who, having no idea of the mistake under which Gray was laboring, and supposing he, of course, was referring to Daisy, replied with an indifference which made Gray's flesh creep. "Yes, thanks. They told me how kind you were, and I ought to have written you, but I had so much to see to. I trust I may never go through the like again. Those landlords are perfect swindlers, the whole of them, and ought to be indicted." He spoke excitedly, and Gray gazed at him in blank astonishment. Was he perfectly heartless that he could speak thus of an event, the mere remembrance of which made Gray's heart throb with anguish? Had he really no abiding love for Bessie, that he could speak thus of the trouble and expense her death had caused him? Gray could not tell, but he was never as near hating Neil Macpherson as he was that moment, and he felt a greater desire to thrash him than he had done at Melrose when the Star-Spangled Banner was insulted. He could not pursue the subject further, and he changed the conversation by speaking of Jack Trevelyan, from whom he had not heard since he left him in Vienna, weeks before. "I have written to him," he said, "but have received no answer. I have also written to Miss Meredith with a like result, and conclude I have no friends this side the water, so I am going home." "You can count on me for a friend always," Neil said, with a sudden gush of warmth as he extended his hand, adding hurriedly, "And now I must say good-bye, as I have an engagement. Au revoir, and bon voyage." "Good-bye," Gray answered, a little coldly, and the carriages moved on, greatly to the relief of Neil, who had been in a tremor of fear lest Bessie should be inquired for, and he be obliged to tell where she was. During his interview with Gray his conscience and his pride had been waging a fierce battle, the latter bidding him say nothing of Bessie, who possibly might not be seen during the voyage, as she had promised to keep strictly out of the sight of the saloon passengers, and, unless necessary, not to tell anyone except her aunt that she had crossed the steerage. Thus the disgrace might never be known. But his conscience bade him tell Gray the truth, and ask him to find Bessie on shipboard, and do what he could to lighten the dreariness of her situation. Why he did not do this Neil could not tell, and when the opportunity was past he cursed himself for a miserable coward, and actually put his head from the window to bid the cabman turn back and overtake the carriage they had met. 10 chances to 1 if I find him now. I'll write and confess the whole thing, he finally decided, and so went back to the hotel, where he passed a miserable 3 hours, until it was time to dress for the dinner at the house where his mother was visiting. It was quite a large dinner party, consisting mostly of matrons and elderly men, so that Neil's presence was hailed with delight, and he was the centre of attraction for at least 4 young ladies, among whom Blanche was conspicuous. But Neil had no heart for anything, and seemed so silent and absent-minded that his mother whispered to him in an aside: "What ails you, Neil? Surely you are not fretting after that girl?" She knew Bessie was to sail that afternoon, and that Neil was to see her off, but she was not prepared for the white face which he turned to her, or the bitter tones in which he said: "Yes, I am fretting for that girl, as you call her; and I would give half my life to be with her this minute. But she is gone. She is lost to me for ever, and I wish I were dead." To this outburst Lady Jane made no reply, but as she looked into her son's face there flashed upon her a doubt as to the result of her opposition to Bessie, and the question as to whether it would not be better to withdraw it and let him have his way. The girl was well enough, or would be if she had money, and this she would unquestionably get from the old maid aunt. She would wait and see, and meantime she would give Neil a grain of comfort, so she said to him: "I had no idea you loved her so much. Perhaps that aunt may make her rich, and then she would not be so bad a match. You must marry money." Yes, Neil must marry money if possible, but he must marry Bessie too; and as he looked upon the broken engagement as something which could easily be taken up again, he felt greatly consoled by his mother's words, and for the remainder of the evening was as gay and agreeable as Lady Jane could wish. But still there was always in his mind the picture of a forlorn little girl wrapped in a blue waterproof, with a hood over her head, disappearing from his sight through the rain, and he was constantly wondering what she was doing, and if Gray Gerald would find her. 7. On the ship. Never in her life had Bessie felt so utterly desolate and friendless as when she said good-bye to Neil and threaded her way through the crowd of drays and cabs and express wagons to where Mrs. Goodenough was waiting for her. All her former life with the dear old home lay behind her, while before her was the broad ocean and the uncertainty as to what she should find in far-off America. Added to this, there was a clinging in her heart to Neil, whom she had loved too long to forget at once, and although she felt it was far better to be free, she was conscious of a sense of loss, and loneliness, and inexpressible homesickness when she at last took her seat in the tug which was to take her and her fellow companions to the steamer moored in the river. Oh, how damp and close it was on the boat, especially in the dark corner where Bessie crouched as if to hide herself from view. She had promised Neil to avoid observation as much as possible, and, keeping her hood over her head, she tied over it a dark blue veil, which hid her face from sight, and hid, too, the tears which fell like rain as she sat with clasped hands leaning her aching head against Mrs. Goodenough, who, though a rough, uncultivated woman, had a kind, motherly heart, and pitied the young girl who she knew was so sadly out of place. There were not many cabin passengers on the ship, and these were too much absorbed in finding their staterooms and settling their luggage to pay any attention to, or even to think of, the few German and English immigrants who went to their own quarters on the middle deck. And so no one noticed the girl who clung so timidly to the Welsh woman, and who shook with cold and nervousness as she sat down upon the berth allotted to her, and glanced furtively around at the people and the appointments of the place. Everything was scrupulously clean, but of the plainest kind, and steerage seemed written everywhere. There was nothing aristocratic in Bessie's nature, and if necessary she would have broken stone upon the highway, and still Neil himself could not have rebelled more hotly against her surroundings than she did for a few moments, feeling as if she could not endure it, and that if she stayed there she must throw herself into the sea. "Oh, I cannot bear it, I cannot! Why did I come?" she said as she felt the trembling of the vessel, and knew they were in motion. "Oh, can't I go back? Won't they stop and let me off?" she cried convulsively, clutching the arm of Mrs. Goodenough, who tried to comfort her. "There, there, darling, don't take it so hard," she said tenderly, caressing the fair head lying in her lap. "They'll not stop now till we are off Queenstown, when there will be a chance to go back if you like, but I don't think you will. America is better than Wales. You will be happy there." Bessie did not think she should ever be happy again, But with her usual sweet unselfishness and thoughtfulness for others, she tried to dry her tears, so as not to distress her companion, and when the latter suggested that she go out and look at the docks of Liverpool and the shores as they passed, she pulled up her hood and tied on her veil, and with her back to anyone who might see her from the upper deck where the first-class passengers were congregated, she stood gazing at the land she was leaving, until a chilly sensation in her bones and the violent pain in her head sent her to her berth, which she did not leave again for 3 days and more. She knew when they stopped at Queenstown, and was glad for a little respite from the rolling motion, which nearly drove her wild, and made her so deadly sick. But she did not see the tug when it came out laden with Irish immigrants, of whom there was a large number. Of these the young girls and single women were sent to the rear of the ship, where Bessie lay, half unconscious of what was passing around her, until she heard the sound of suppressed weeping, so close to her that it seemed almost in her ear. Opening her eyes, she saw a young girl sitting on the floor, with her head upon the berth next to her own, sobbing convulsively, and whispering to herself, "Oh, me father, me father! Me heart is breaking for you. What'll you do without your Jenny, when the nights are dark and long? Oh, me poor old father, I wish I had never come. We might have starved together." "Poor girl!" Bessie said pityingly, as she stretched out her hand and touched the bowed head. "I am so sorry for you. Is your father old, and why did you leave him?" At the sound of the sweet voice, so full of sympathy, the girl started quickly, and turning to Bessie, looked at her wonderingly. Then, as if by some subtle intuition, she recognized the difference there was between herself and the stranger whose beautiful face fascinated her so strongly, she said, "Oh, lady! And sure you be a lady, even if you are here with the likes of me. I had to leave my father, we was so poor, and the taxes is so high, and the rint so big entirely, and the landlord a threatening of us to set us in the road any fine morning, and so I'm going to Ameriky to take a place. Me cousin left me to be married, and if I does well, and sure I'll try me best, I gets £2 a month, and ivory penny I'll save to bring the old father over." "But you cannot be going out to work, and have you left your father?" "My father is dead, and mother too," Bessie answered with a sob. "I have left them both in their graves. I am going out to work, but I have no place waiting for me like you, and I do not know of a friend in the world who can help me." "In faith, then, you can just count on me, Jenny Mahoney," the impulsive Irish girl exclaimed, stretching out her hand to Bessie. "You spoke kind like to me when my heart was fit to break, and it's meself will stand by you and take care of ye too, as if ye was the greatest lady in the land, as ye might be, for I knows very well that the likes of you has naught to do with the likes of me. And if them spalpeens dares to come round a spearing at ye, it's meself will shovel out their eyes with me nails. I know 'em. They are on every ship, and they are on this. I heard one of 'em say when I come aboard, 'By Jove, Hank, that's a neat biddy. I think I'll cultivate her.' Cultivate me indade, I'll hank him. Let him come anigh you or me, the blackguard." Bessie had no definite idea what the girl meant by spalpeens and blackguards, whose eyes she was to shovel out, but she remembered what Neil had said about her attracting the notice of the upper deck passengers, and resolved more fully than ever to keep herself from sight as much as possible. She had a friend in Jenny, to whom she put numberless questions as to where she was going, and so forth. But Jenny could not remember the name of the lady or the place. Her cousin, who had married lately and lived in New York, was to tell her everything on her arrival. "It is a good place," she said, "and if it's companion or the like of that ye are wishing to be, I'll spake a good word to the lady, who me cousin says is mighty queer, but very good and kind when she takes a fancy." Bessie smiled as she thought of an offer of help coming from this poor girl, but she did not resent the offer. On the contrary, she felt comforted because of it, and because of Jenny, whose faithfulness and devotion knew no stint or cessation during the next 24 hours, when it seemed to Bessie that she must die, both from the terrible seasickness and the close atmosphere of the cabin where so many were congregated. The 4th day out, Mrs. Goodenough said Bessie must be taken into the fresh air, as nothing else would avail to help her, and then Jenny took her in her strong arms, and carrying her out, put her down as gently as if she had been a baby. "And faith, ye must be covered," she said, as, faint and sick, Bessie leaned back against the door, thus fully disclosing to view her white, beautiful face, which made such a striking picture among the steerage passengers, and began to attract attention from the upper deck. It had already been rumored through the ship that there was a young lady in the steerage, and as it takes but little to interest a ship's company, much curiosity was felt concerning her, and when it was known that she had come out from the cabin, quite a little group gathered in the part of the boat nearest to her, and stood looking down at her.
"Och, me honeys," Jenny said, frowning savagely at them. "I'll spile your fun for you, and it's not her blessed face you shall stare at, though the sight of it might do you good."
And rushing to her berth, she brought out Mrs. Goodenought's big sunbonnet, which she tied on Bessie's head, thus effectually hiding her features from sight.
"There," Jenny
continued, as she contemplated the disfiguring headgear with great satisfaction.
"Them spalpeens can't see you now, and if they heave you down anything, it's meself will heave it back, for what business have they to be taking things from the table without the captain's lave, and throwing 'em to us as if we was a lot of pigs? It's just stalin', and nothin' else."
The fresh air and change did Bessie good, and protected by the sunbonnet and Jenny, she sat outside until sunset, and was then carried to her berth. That night the wind changed, causing the ship to roll in a most unsatisfactory manner, and Bessie, who was exceedingly sensitive to every motion, was not able to go outside again, but lay on her bed, whiter a great deal than the pillow under her head, and with a look of suffering on her face which touched the kind-hearted Jenny to the quick.
"And sure she'll be throwing up ivory blessed things she'll ate for the next year," she said. "If I could only right side up her stomach. I wonder if an orange would do it?" And counting her little stock of money, 6 shillings in all, she took a few pennies, and going to the stewardess, bade her buy 2 of the finest and sweetest oranges in the butler's pantry. "Here, honey, here's what will turn that nasty creepin' sickness, and make you feet like the top of the mornin'," she said to Bessie, and she sat down beside her and held a piece of the juicy fruit to her lips. And Bessie was trying to take it when a voice outside said to Mrs. Goodenough, "I heard there was someone very sick, and I've come to see if I can do anything for her." The next moment a middle-aged lady with grayish hair and a sweet sad face came in, and going up to Jenny said, "Is this the sick girl?" For a moment Bessie's face was scarlet, and there was a frightened look in her blue eyes as she regarded her visitor, who continued very gently, "I am sorry to find you suffering so much. My nephew Gray has been sick all the voyage, or I should have been down here before. What can I do for you?" Her nephew Gray! Bessie repeated the words to herself, as she stared in bewilderment at the face bending over her, recognizing in it, or fancying that she did, a resemblance to the face which had looked so pityingly at her by her dead father's bedside, and which, whether waking or sleeping, haunted her continually. Was this woman Gray's Aunt Lucy, of whom she had heard so much, and was he there on the ship with her, and would he know by and by that she was there and come to see her? Then she remembered Neil, and her promise to let no one know who she was, lest he should be disgraced. So when Miss Gray sat down beside her, and taking the hot hands in hers, said to her, "Please tell me what I can do for you, and pardon me if I ask your name," she sobbed piteously, "No, no, oh no! I promised never to let it be known that I was here. I am not ashamed, but he is, and I can tell only this: I am very poor, and am going to America to earn my living. I had no money for a first-class ticket, and so I came in here. They are very kind to me, Jenny and Mrs. Goodenough. I am going out with her. Are you an American?" "Yes, I am Miss Gray, from Allington. I will help you if I can," was the reply, and then Bessie's tears fell faster as she cried, "Thank you, no! You must not talk to me. You must not come again. Please go away, or I shall break my promise to Neil." The name dropped from her lips unwittingly, and Miss Gray repeated it to herself, trying to remember why it seemed so familiar to her, and as she thought, and looked wonderingly at the tear-stained face, the impulsive Jenny broke in, "And plaise your ladyship, if you'll go away now, and lave Miss Bessie to be aisy for a little, I'm sure she'll see you again." "Bessie? Neil?" Miss Gray repeated aloud, and then she thought of Gray's friend, Neil Macpherson, and remembered there was a cousin Bessie of whom she too had heard. Could this be she? Impossible. And yet so strong an impression had been made upon her that as she passed out and met Mrs. Goodenough, who she knew had the young lady in charge, she said to her, "I hope you will let me know if I can do anything for Miss Macpherson." "Did she tell you her name?" Mrs. Goodenough asked in surprise, for Bessie had confided to her the fact that, as far as possible, she wished to be strictly incognito on the ship. Miss Lucy was sure now, and with her thoughts in a tumult of perplexity and wonder, she hurried away to the stateroom of her nephew. End of chapters 5, 6, and 7. Part 3, chapters 8, 9, and 10 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. Gray and his aunt. Gray had been very sick the entire voyage. Since the day when he heard that Bessie was dead he had lost all interest in everything, and though he went wherever his aunt wished to go, it was only to please her, and not because he cared in the least for anything he saw. From Flossie he had never heard, for her letter did not reach him, and he had no thought that Bessie was alive, and everywhere he went he saw always the dear face, white and still, as he knew it must have looked when it lay in the coffin. Sometimes the pain in his heart was so hard to bear that he was half tempted to tell his aunt of his sorrow and crave her sympathy. But this he had not done, and Bessie's name had never passed his lips since he heard she was dead. At last, alarmed by the pallor of his face and the tired, listless manner so unlike himself, Lucy suggested that they go home, and to this Gray readily assented. But first he must see Bessie's grave, and at London he left his aunt in charge of some friends who were going home in the same ship, and would see her to Liverpool. He was going to Wales on business, he said, and as she knew he had been there 2 or 3 times before, Lucy asked no questions, and had no suspicion of the nature of the business which took him first to Carnarvon, where a last fruitless search was made for Elizabeth Rogers or some of her kin, and then to Stoneleigh, which he reached on an early morning train, the same which took Bessie to Liverpool. Thus near do the wheels of fate oftentimes come to each other. In her hurry to secure a compartment, Bessie did not see the young man alighting from a carriage only the 4th from the one she was entering, and as both Anthony and Dorothy, who were at the station with her, went across the bridge to do some errands before returning home, no one observed Gray as he hurried along the road to Stoneleigh, and entering the grounds stood at last by the new grave in the corner close to the fence, where he believed Bessie was lying. Baring his head to the falling rain which seemed to cool his burning brow, he said aloud, "Darling Bessie, can you see me now? Do you know that I am here standing by your grave, and do you know how much I love you? Surely it is not wrong to kneel for me to whisper to your dead ears the story of my love? Oh, Bessie, I have come to say good-bye, and my heart is breaking as I say it. If you could only answer me, could give me some token that you know, it would be some comfort to me when I am far away, for I am going home, Bessie, to the home over the sea, where I once hoped I might take you as my wife, before I knew of Neil's prior claim, but so long as life lasts I shall remember the dear little girl who was so much to me. And here I pledge my word that no other love shall ever come between us. I have loved you. I have lost you. But thank God I have not lost your memory. Good-bye, darling. Good-bye." He stooped and kissed the rain-wet sod above the grave, then walked swiftly away in the direction of Bangor, and took the first through train to Liverpool. On arriving at the hotel he learned that his aunt had already gone to the wharf with her friends, and taking a cab he too was driven there, meeting with Neil, who confounded and disgusted him with his apparent indifferences and heartlessness. Absorbed in his own sad reflection, Gray had no thought for any of his fellow passengers, whether steerage or cabin, and disguised by her hood and veil, Bessie might have brushed against him without recognition. So he had no idea how near she was to him, and as the motion of the ship soon began to affect him, he went to his state-room, which he scarcely left again for several days. Once, when the doctor was visiting him, his aunt, who was present, asked if there were many sick among the steerage passengers, and if they were comfortable. There was but one who was very sick, the doctor replied, and her case puzzled him, she seemed so superior to her class, and so reticent with regard to herself. "I will go and see her," Lucy said, and that afternoon she made her visit to Bessie, with the result we have seen. Puzzled and curious, she went next to her nephew, whom she found dressed and in his sea-chair, which had been brought into his state-room. He was better, and was going on deck as soon as the steward could come and help him. Sitting down beside him, Lucy began rather abruptly, "I have heard you talk a great deal of Neil Macpherson, whose father is brother to Miss Betsy Macpherson of Allington, and I have heard you speak of a Bessie Macpherson. Do you know where she is?"
Gray's face was white as marble, while a spasm of pain passed over his features as he said, "Oh, Aunt Lucy, you do not know how you hurt me. Why do you speak of her?"
"Because I have a suspicion that she is on the ship," Lucy replied; but Gray shook his head mournfully as he said to her,
"That is impossible. Bessie is dead. She died in Rome last spring. She was sick with the fever all the time we were there, and I was with her every day, but did not tell you, as I knew you would be so anxious for me. And when she died I could not talk of her to anyone. Poor little Bessie! She was so young and sweet and pure. You would have loved her so much."
"Yes," Lucy said, taking one of Gray's hands and holding it caressingly, for she guessed what was in his heart. "Tell me about her if you can. You say she is dead, and you are sure?"
"Yes, sure," he answered. "I did not see her die, it is true, but I know she is dead, and I have stood by her grave at Stoneleigh. When I left you in London I went to her grave, and I believe I left all my life and soul there with her. I never thought I could talk to anyone of her, but it seems a relief to me now to tell you about her. Shall I?"
"Yes, tell me," Lucy said,
and closing his eyes and leaning back wearily in his chair, Gray told her everything he knew with regard to Bessie Macpherson, who had died in Rome, and whose grave he had stood beside in the yard at Stoneleigh; told her, too, of Bessie's engagement to Neil, of which he had heard from Jack Trevelyan, and of Neil's apparent heartlessness and indifference when he met him in the streets of Liverpool. "Poor little Bessie," he said in conclusion. "You don't know what a weary life she led, or how bravely she bore it. But she is dead, and perhaps it is better so than if she were the wife of Neil."
"Poor boy," Lucy said very gently, when he had finished his story. "You loved Bessie very much."
"Yes, I loved her so much that just to have her mine for one brief month, I believe I would give 20 years of my life," Gray replied, and every word was a sob, for he was moved as he had never before been moved, even when he first heard that Bessie was dead. All thoughts of going on deck were given up for that day, and when the steward came to help him up the stairs he helped him instead to his berth, where he lay with his eyes closed, though Lucy, who sat beside him, knew he was not asleep, for occasionally a tear gathered on his long lashes and dropped upon his cheek. Late in the afternoon Lucy made her way again to the steerage quarters, for thoughts of the sick girl had haunted her continually, though she did not now believe her to be the Bessie whom Gray had loved and lost. But who was she, and who was the Neil of whom she had inadvertently spoken? And why was she so like the Bessie Gray had described?
"Blue-eyed, golden-haired, with a face like an angel," she repeated to herself, as she descended the stairs to the lower deck and walked to the door, around which several women were gathered with anxious concern upon their faces.
9. Bessie is promoted.
"She is took very bad, mum,"
one of the women said to Lucy, as she stood aside to let her pass into the close, hot cabin, where Bessie was talking wildly and incessantly of her father and mother, and of Gray, while Mrs. Goodenough and Jenny tried in vain to quiet her.
"What is it? How long has she been this way?" Lucy asked, and the voluble Jenny replied, "And sure, mum, just after you left it struck to her head, and she went out of herself entirely, and goes on awful about her father and mother, who died in Rome with the fever, and is buried in some stone heap or the likes of it, and of Gray Jerry, who she says is on the ship and won't come to her. And sure would ye be so kind as to try yourself what ye can do?"
"Talking of Gray?" Lucy repeated, 10 times more perplexed than she had been before.
"How does she know my nephew, and who is she?"
Then turning to Mrs. Goodenough, she continued,
"There is some mystery here which I must solve. I fancied this morning that she might be Bessie Macpherson of Stoneleigh Park, Bangor, but my nephew tells me that she died in Rome, and if so, who is this young girl?"
"Oh, madam," Mrs. Goodenough began, "there can be no harm in telling you now, though she didn't want anybody to know. Not for herself. She ain't a bit ashamed, but some of her high friends is, and made her promise to keep to herself who she was. But you are bound to know, and she is Miss Bessie Macpherson of Stoneleigh, and she is not dead at all, and never has been. She had the fever in Rome, but she got well, and it was her mother who died there. This is the truth, and may God forgive me if I have done harm by my tattling."
"You have done no harm," Lucy replied, "but on the contrary, a great good to Miss Macpherson, whom I shall at once have removed to my stateroom." Fortunately I am alone, and can share it with her as well as not."
What Lucy Gray willed to do she went about at once, and in less than an hour she had interviewed the captain, the purser, and the doctor, and while the passengers were at dinner, Bessie was lifted carefully in Jenny's strong arms and taken to Miss Gray's state room, where she was laid upon the lounger under the window as the place where she would have more room and better air. The change seemed to revive her at once, and when, after her dinner, Miss Gray returned to her state room, she found Bessie sleeping quietly, with the faithful Jenny keeping watch beside her. The next morning she was still better, and Jenny, who had insisted upon sitting beside her during the night, was delighted to find her fever gone and her reason restored. Very wonderingly Bessie looked around her when she first awoke from a sleep which had lasted several hours, and then, as her eyes fell upon Jenny, she asked, "What is it, Jenny? What has happened? This is not the steerage. Where am I?" "And indade ye are in heaven, and that's the angel who brought you here," Jenny replied, nodding toward Miss Gray, who came at once to Bessie's couch. Bending over her and kissing her gently, she said, "I am glad you are better." "Yes," Bessie answered falteringly, "but what is it? How came I here?" In as few words as possible Lucy explained to her that she had discovered her identity, and could not allow her to remain where she was. "It was not right for me to have this large room all to myself and leave you in that cramped, crowded place," she said, and Bessie answered her, "Yes, it was kind in you, but I am sorry you found me out. I promised no one should know me. Neil will be so angry and disgraced." "Drat that Neil, whoever he is!" Jenny exclaimed energetically. "Disgraced, indade! I only wish I had him by the scruff of his neck, if he thinks anything can disgrace you, or make you less a lady. Them smells, and they are awful sometimes, when half the folks is sick, can't do it." At this speech Bessie laughed aloud, the first real laugh since her mother died, but it did her good; and when Jenny had washed her face and brushed her hair and given her her breakfast, she declared herself able to get up. But this Lucy would not allow. "You must be quiet to-day, and to-morrow you can go on deck," she said. And then, as Jenny had gone out, she sat down by Bessie's side, and taking one of her hands, continued, "Do you think you are strong enough to see an old friend by and by?" Bessie knew she meant Gray, and the hot blood surged into her face as she answered eagerly, "Yes, oh yes. He will bring Stoneleigh back to me. He was so kind when father died, and in Rome, and everywhere. Can I see him now?" "Not just yet," Miss Gray said, smiling at the young girl's eagerness, which showed itself in every feature. "I doubt if Gray is yet up. He has been sick all the voyage, and is very weak, and I must prepare him first. He thinks you are dead." "Dead?" Bessie repeated. "How can he think so? I do not understand." As briefly as possible Miss Gray explained all she knew of the mistake which the messenger boy must have made when he told Gray in Florence that Bessie had died the very day he left Rome. "Oh, yes, I see," Bessie rejoined. "It was the American girl on the same floor with me. Flossie told me of her, and I heard them taking her away that night. Oh, it was so sad, and Mr. Jerrold thought it was I. Was he sorry, Miss Gray?" She asked the question timidly, and into her eyes there came a look of great gladness when her friend replied, "Yes, very, very sorry." "Will you tell him I am not dead? It was poor mamma who died. Tell him I am here," Bessie continued, and Miss Gray looked curiously at the girl who, being as she supposed engaged to Neil, could be so glad that Gray was sorry, and so eager to see him. "Yes, I will tell him, and bring him to you after a little. But you must be quiet, and not excite yourself too much. I must have you well when we reach New York, and we have only 3 days more," Miss Gray replied, and then with a kiss she went away to Gray's stateroom at the other end of the ship. But he was not there, and upon inquiry she learned that he had gone up on deck, where she found him in his chair, sitting by himself, and gazing out upon the sea with that sad, troubled look on his face, which had of late become habitual, and of which she now knew the reason. "Gray," she said, drawing an unoccupied chair close to him and speaking very low, "you are better this morning. Do you think you can bear some very good news?" "Yes," he answered her. "What is it? Are we nearer New York than we supposed?" "No. It has nothing to do with New York or the ship, but somebody in it. Gray," and Lucy spoke hurriedly now,
Did it never occur to you that possibly you were mistaken with regard to Bessie's death, that it might be someone else who died in Rome and was buried at Stoneleigh? Her mother, perhaps?" "What?" And Gray drew a long, gasping breath as he stared wonderingly at her. "Go on," he added. "Tell me what you mean." "I mean," his aunt replied, "that Bessie is not dead. I have seen her. I have spoken with her. She is on the ship. She is in my stateroom, waiting for you. She is the sick girl I told you about." Gray made an effort to spring from his chair, but had not the power to do so. The shock had been too great, and he sank back half fainting, whispering as he did so: "Tell me everything now at once. It will not harm me. Joy seldom kills. Tell me the whole." She told him all she knew, and the particulars of her finding Bessie among the steerage passengers, and having her removed to her room. "Yes, I see. I understand how the mistake occurred," Gray said. "But why did not Neil tell me he had been to see her off?" "He was probably ashamed to let you know that she was in the steerage. He hoped you would not find her," Miss Gray replied; and Gray exclaimed, "The coward! If it were not wrong, I should have him," while a fierce pang shot through his heart that Bessie was bound to Neil, and that, though living, she was no nearer to him than if she were dead and in that grave by which he had so lately stood. Still, it would be something to see her again, to hear her voice, to look into her eyes, and have her all to himself for the remainder of the voyage which he now wished had just commenced. "Thank God she lives, even though she does not live for me," he said to himself; and then, at his aunt's suggestion, he tried to control his nerves and bring himself into a quieter, calmer condition before going down to see her. It was nearly an hour before he felt himself strong enough to do it, and when at last he reached the narrow passage and knew there was but a step between him and Bessie, he trembled so that his aunt was obliged to support him as he steadied himself against the door of the stateroom. Glancing in for an instant, Miss Gray put her finger on her lip, saying to him, "She is asleep. Sit quietly down till she wakens." There was a buzzing in Gray's ears and a blur before his eyes, so that he did not at once see distinctly the face which lay upon the pillow resting on one hand, with the bright hair clinging about the neck and brow. Bessie had fallen asleep while waiting for him, and there was a smile upon her lips and a flush upon her cheek which made her more like the Bessie he knew at Stoneleigh than like the white-faced girl he had left in Rome, and whom he had never thought to see again. "It is Bessie, and she is alive," he said under his breath, and bending over her he softly kissed her forehead, saying as he did so, "My darling, just for the moment mine, if Neil's by and by." For an instant Bessie moved uneasily, then slept again, while Gray watched her with a great hunger in his heart and a longing to take her in his arms, and, in spite of 100 Neils, tell her of his love. How beautiful she was in that calm sleep, and Gray noted every point of beauty, from the sheen of her golden hair to the dimpled hand which was just within his reach. "Poor little hand," he said, laying his own carefully upon it, "how much it has done for others! Oh, if I could only call it mine, it should never know toil again." He might have raised it to his lips if just then the eyes had not unclosed, as with a start Bessie awoke, and looked wonderingly at him for an instant; then, instead of withdrawing her hand from his, she held the other towards him, and raising herself up, cried out, "Oh, Mr. Jerrold, I am so glad! Nothing is half so dreary now that I know you are on the ship, and you will tell Neil it was not my fault that you found me. He may be very angry." At the mention of Neil a feeling of constraint crept over Gray, and he quietly released his hands from Bessie's lest he should say to her words he ought not to say to one who was plighted to another. And Bessie noticed the change in him, and her lip quivered in a grieved kind of way as she said, "You thought me dead, and you were sorry, just a little?" "Oh, Bessie!" And with a mighty effort Gray managed to control himself. "You will never know how sorry, or how glad I am to find you still alive. But you must not talk to me now. You must rest, so as to go on deck and get some strength and some color back in your cheeks. I promised Auntie not to stay long. I will come again by and by." Drawing the covering around her as deftly as a woman could have done, he went out and left her alone to wonder at his manner. Bessie had never forgotten the words spoken to her in Rome, and which she had said he must never repeat. Over and over again at intervals had sounded in her ears,
I love you with my whole heart and soul, and whether you live or die, you will be the sweetest memory of my life." She had not died, she had lived; she had seen him again and found him changed. Perhaps it was better so, she reasoned, and yet she was conscious of a feeling of disappointment or loss, though it was such joy to know he was near her, and that by and by he would come to see her again. And he came after lunch, and the steward carried her on deck and wrapped her in Miss Gray's warm rug, and Gray himself sat down beside her and talked to her of America, and she told him that she was not going to be a burden to her aunt, or even a guest very long, but to work and earn money with which to pay her debts. And Gray let her do most of the talking, and even promised, if she did not succeed in Allington, to see if he could find something for her to do in Boston. "I am very sure I could find you a situation there if I tried," he said, with a merry look in his eyes which was lost on Bessie, whose thick veil was over her face, and who was gazing off upon the waves bearing her so fast toward the strange land to which she was going. The next day she was able to walk the deck for some hours with Gray as her attendant; and when, at last, land was in sight, she seemed almost as well and bright as ever as she stood looking eagerly upon either shore, and declaring America beautiful as a picture. It had been arranged that she should stop for a few hours at the hotel with Miss Lucy and Gray, and then go on with them to Allington. But their plans were changed when they reached the wharf, for they were met by a messenger, who had been sent from Mr. Burton Jerrold with the intelligence that Gray's mother was very ill, and that Lucy must come at once with Gray without stopping at her own home. "I am sorry, for I wished to take you to your aunt myself," Lucy said to Bessie, adding after a moment, "but I will give you a letter of introduction if you like." "No, thank you," Bessie replied. "I would rather go to her alone, so that if she is kind I shall know it is to me, and not to you, or because she thinks it will please you." "No danger of that," Gray said laughingly. "She is a great stickler for the naked truth, as she expresses it, and all the Aunt Lucies in the world could not make her say she liked you if she did not. She is a singular specimen, but she is sure to like you, and if she does not, go to my Aunt Hannah. She would welcome you as a godsend. She is the auntie who lives in the pasture land. I shall soon come to Allington and see you," he added, as he bade her good bye, for he and his aunt were to take the express, which did not stop at Allington, and she was to take the accommodation, which did. He had made all the arrangements for her, and had seen that her baggage was checked and her ticket bought; but still she felt very desolate and helpless when he left her, and she was alone with Jenny, who stayed by her to the last, promising to let her know if she heard of any situation either as governess or companion. Mrs. Goodenough had gone at once with her daughter, who had met her at the wharf, but Jenny's cousin, who lived out of the city, had sent her husband to the ship, and as he was porter in one of the large warehouses and did not go home till night, Jenny had leisure to attend to Bessie, whom she saw to the train, and to whom she said at parting, "Keep your veil down, honey, for there's spalpeens and blackguards everywhere, and they might be for spaking to ye. Good-bye. God bless ye." 10. Bessie meets her aunt. The accommodation train from New York to Boston was late that day. There was a detention at Hartford and another at Springfield, so that the clock on Miss Betsy McPherson's mantel struck 7 when she heard the whistle of the locomotive as the car stopped at the Allington station. As Miss Betsy was when we last saw her, so she was now, tall and angular and severe, and looking, as she sat in her hard straight-backed chair, like the very embodiment of the naked truth, from the fit of her dress to the scanty handful of hair twisted in a knot at the back of her head. She had heard of Daisy's death from her brother only a few days before, and had felt a pang of regret that she had treated her quite so harshly on the occasion of her visit to her. "I might at least have been civil to her, though it did make me so mad to see her smirking up into my face, with all those diamonds on her, and to know that she was even trying to fool young Allen Brown." And then her thoughts went after Bessie, for whom her brother had asked help, saying she was left entirely alone in the world, and was, for aught he knew, a very nice girl. "It is impossible for me to care for her," he wrote, "and as my wife paid all the expenses of her sickness in Rome, and for bringing the body home, she will do no more. So it rests with you to care for Bessie. I should think you would like some young person with you in your old age." "In my old age," Miss Betsy repeated to herself as she sat thinking of John's letter. "Yes, I suppose it has come to that, for I am in my 60s, and the boys call me the old woman when I order them out of the cherry tree, and still I feel almost as young as I did 40 years ago, when Charlie died. Oh, Charlie, my life would have been so different had you lived. and in the eyes usually so stern and uncompromising there were great tears, as the lonely woman's thoughts went back to the long ago and the awful tragedy which had darkened all her life. And then it was that, in the midst of her softened mood, a little girlish figure dressed in black came up the steps and knocked timidly at the open door. Bessie had left her luggage at the station, and walked to the house, which was pointed out to her as Miss Macpherson's by a boy who volunteered to show her the way, and who said to her, "She's a queer old cove, and if you don't mind your P's and Q's she will take your head off. She's game, she is." This was not very reassuring, and Bessie's heart beat rapidly as she went up the steps to the door. She saw the square, straight figure in the chair, and was prepared for the quick, sharp "Come in," which answered her knock. Adjusting her spectacles to the right focus, Miss Betsy looked up at her visitor in that scrutinizing, inquisitive manner usual with her, and which made Bessie's knees shake under her as she advanced into the room. "Who are you?" the look seemed to say, and without waiting to have it put into words, Bessie went straight to the woman, and stretching out her hand, said imploringly, "Oh, Aunt Bessie, do you remember a little girl who came to you on the terrace of Aberystwyth years ago? Little Bessie Macpherson, to whom you sent a ring? Here it is," and she pointed to it upon her finger, "and I am she, Bessie, and mother is dead, and I am all alone, and I have come to America, to you, not to have you keep me, not to live upon you, but to earn my living, to work for money with which to pay my debts. £250 to Lady Jane for mother's sickness and burial, and £5 to Anthony. That is the sum, £255. Will you let me stay to-night? Can you find me something to do?" Bessie had told her whole story, and as she told it her face was a study, with its look of eagerness and fear, and the bright colour which came and went so rapidly, but as she finished speaking left it white as ashes. Miss Betsy's face was a study too, as she regarded the girl fixedly until she stopped talking, then motioning her to a chair, she said, "Sit down, child, before you faint away. You are pale as a cloth. Take off your bonnet and have some tea. I suppose you are hungry." She rang the bell for Susan to bring hot tea and toast, which she made Bessie eat, pressing it upon her until she could take no more. "Now then," she said, when the tray had been removed, "one can always talk better on a full stomach. So tell me what you want, and what you expect me to do. But sit over there, where I can see you better. And don't get excited. I shall not eat you. At least not to-night." She wanted Bessie in a good light, where she could see her face, from which she never took her eyes, as the girl repeated in substance what she had said at first, making some additions to her story, and speaking of the ship in which she had come, but not of Miss Lucy or Gray. "Where did you get the money? It costs something to cross the ocean," Miss Betsy asked a little sharply, and Bessie replied, "It did not cost me much, for I came out as a steerage passenger. I had just enough for that, and my ticket here." "You came in the steerage?" and in her surprise Miss Betsy arose from her chair and walked once or twice across the floor, while Bessie looked at her wistfully, wondering if she too were ashamed like Neil. But shame had no part in Miss Betsy's feelings, which were stirred by a far different emotion. Resuming her seat after a moment, she said, "And you have come here to work, to earn money? What can you do?" "I thought I might teach French, perhaps, and German. I am a pretty good scholar in both," Bessie replied, and her aunt rejoined, "French and German? Fiddlesticks! There are more fools teaching those languages than there are idiots to learn them. Why, my washerwoman's daughter is teaching French at 25 cents a lesson, though she can no more speak it than a jackdaw. French, indeed! You must try something else, or you will never earn that £255. This was not very encouraging, and Bessie felt the colour dyeing her face, and her heart sinking as she said, "I might sew. I am handy with my needle. I have made all my own dresses, and Dorothy's too." "Yes, you might sew, and twist your spine all out of shape, and get the liver complaint," Miss Betsy interposed, and then poor Bessie, fearing that everything was slipping from her, said with a choking sob, "I might be a housemaid to someone. Surely there are such situations to be had, and I would try so hard to please, and even work for less than the other girls of more experience. Oh, Aunt Betsy, you must know of some place for me. You will help me to find one. You do not know how greatly I desire it, or how poor I am. These are the only boots I have,
and she put out a much-worn boot, which had been blacked until the leather was nearly cracked apart. "And this is my only decent dress, except a dark calico. But I do not care so much for that. It is not clothes I want. It is to pay that money to Lady Jane." The tears were falling like rain from Bessie's eyes, and starting again from her chair, Miss Macpherson went to an open window and shut it as if she were cold. Then, returning to her seat, she said abruptly, "I thought you were engaged to Neil. He wrote me to that effect." Bessie's face was scarlet as she answered, "I was engaged to him then. I am not now." "Did he break it, or you?" was the next question. "I broke it," was the low response. "Why?" came next from Miss Macpherson, and Bessie replied, "He did not wish me to come as steerage, and bade me choose between that and him, and as I must come and had no money for a first-class ticket, I gave him back the ring, and he was free." "Are you sorry?" This was spoken sharply, and Miss Macpherson's little round black eyes rested curiously upon Bessie, who answered promptly, "No, oh no, I am very glad. It is better so. We were not suited to each other." "I should think not." And again the strange woman arose, and going to the window opened it, as if in sudden heat. Then returning to her niece, she continued, "Were you in earnest when you said you would take a position as housemaid?" "Yes," was the reply, and Miss Macpherson went on, "Do you think you could fill it?" "I know I could. I have been housemaid at home all my life. We never kept any female servant but Dorothy." There was a moment's silence while Miss Macpherson seemed to be thinking, and then she said, "Will you take that place with me?" "With you?" Bessie repeated, a little bewildered, and her aunt replied, "Yes, with me. Why not? Better serve me than a stranger. My second girl, Sarah, was married a few weeks ago. More fool she! And I have no one as yet in her place. If you will like it, and fill it as well as she did, I will give you what I gave her, $2.50 a week, and more if you earn it. What do you say?" "I will take the place," Bessie answered unhesitatingly, feeling that, singular as it might seem to serve her aunt, she would rather do that than go to a stranger. "I will take the place, and do the best I can, and if I fail in some things at first you will tell me what to do. How long will it take to earn £250 at $2.50 a week?" Miss Betsy must have felt cold again, for she rushed to the open window and shut it with a bang, while for an instant she wavered in her determination. Then, thinking to herself, "I may as well see what stuff she really is made of," she returned to Bessie, who, if she had not been quite so anxious and nervous, would have felt amused at her eccentric behaviour. Without telling how long it would take to earn £255 at $2.50 a week, Miss Betsy said, "Then it is a bargain, and you are my housemaid really, and willing to do a housemaid's duties and take a housemaid's place. Do you understand all that means?" "I think so," Bessie answered, wondering if she should have to share the cook's bed. As if divining her thoughts, her aunt rejoined, "One exception I shall make in your favour. You will occupy the little room next my own, at the head of the stairs. You can go up there at once if you like, and I will see that your trunks are brought from the station." "Oh, thank you," Bessie said, and in her eyes there was a look of gratitude which nearly upset Miss Macpherson's resolution again, and did make her open the window as she passed it on her way upstairs with Bessie. Just as the room had been fitted up years ago when she was expecting the child Bessie, just so it was now when the girl Bessie entered it. The same single bed with its muslin hangings, the same little bureau with its pretty toilet set, now somewhat faded and passé in style, but showing what it had been, and in a corner the big doll with all its paraphernalia around it. "Oh, Auntie!" Bessie cried, as she stepped across the threshold, "what a lovely little room, and it almost looks as if it had been intended for me when I was younger." "It was meant for you years ago, when I wrote to your father and asked him to give you to me. Fool that I was, I thought he would let you come. But he did not, and so the room has waited." "I never knew you sent for me," Bessie said, "but father could not have spared me. And, oh, Auntie, I cannot tell you how it makes me feel to know you have kept me in your mind all these years. Let me kiss you, please," and throwing her arms around her aunt's neck, Bessie sobbed hysterically for a few moments, while the stern face bending over her relaxed in its severity, and Miss Betsy's voice was very kind and soothing as she said, "There, there, child, don't get up a headache. I'm glad you like the room, glad you are here. You had better go to bed, and not come down again." She did not kiss the girl, but she put her hand on her head and smoothed the curly hair, and Bessie felt that it was a benediction. When she was alone she sank upon her knees by the bedside, and burying her face in her hands, prayed earnestly that she might know what was right to do, and be a comfort and help to the woman whose peculiarities she began in part to understand. She was so glad to be there, so glad for the shelter of a home, that the fact of being a housemaid did not trouble her at all, though she did wonder what Neil would say, and if he would not think it quite as bad as steerage, and wondered, too, if Gray would ever come to see her, and if he would recognize her in her new position. "It will make no difference with Gray Gerald what you are," something said to her, and comforted with this assurance she fell asleep in her new home. End of chapters 8, 9, and 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. Miss Macpherson's Housemaid. Bessie meant to be up with the sun, but she was so tired, and the room so quiet, that she slept soundly until awakened by the long clock in the lower hall striking 7. "This is a bad beginning," she thought, as she made her hasty toilet. She found her trunks outside her door, and selecting from them her new calico dress, which she had bought just before leaving home, she put it on, together with one of the pretty white aprons which Neil had so detested and Gray had so admired. "I ought to have a housemaid's cap," she thought, as she looked at herself in the glass and tried to smooth and straighten her hair, which would curl around her forehead in spite of all she could do. A clean collar with cuffs at her wrists completed her costume, and it was a very neat, attractive little housemaid which entered the room where Miss Macpherson was leisurely finishing her plain breakfast of toast and tea and eggs. "Oh, Auntie," Bessie began, advancing to her side, "I am so sorry I overslept. I was very tired, and the bed was so nice. It shall not happen again. What can I do for you? Let me make you a fresh slice of toast." "No, thanks, I am through. You can clear the table if you like," Miss Betsy replied, shoving back her chair and eyeing her niece curiously as she gathered up the dishes and carried them to the kitchen, where she took her own breakfast with the cook, who instructed her in her duties as well as she could. "She is mighty queer and mighty particular, but if you get the soft side of her you are all right," she said to Bessie, who moved about the house almost as handily as if she had lived there all her life. Never had the china been washed more carefully or quickly, or the furniture better dusted, or the table better arranged for dinner, and had Bessie been a trained servant from the Queen's household, she could not have waited upon her aunt more deftly or respectfully than she did. But the strain upon her nerves began to tell upon her, and after her dishes were washed, and she was assured by the cook that there was nothing more for her to do until tea time, she went to her room for a little rest, just as a carriage dashed up to the door and the bell rang fiercely. Scarcely, however, had Bessie reached the hall on her way to answer the ring, when her aunt, who, it seemed to her, was everywhere present, darted out from some quarter, and seizing her by the shoulder, said quickly, "Go back to your room. I'll let her in myself." Was she angry? And if so, at what? Bessie wondered, as she returned to her room, and sitting down by the bed laid her tired head upon the pillow, while a few tears rolled down her cheeks as she recalled her aunt's sharp tones. Was this to be all the commendation she was to receive for the pains she had taken to please? It was hard, and there began to steal over her a feeling of utter hopelessness and homesickness, when suddenly a sound came up to her from the parlor below which made her start and listen as to something familiar. Surely she had heard that loud, uncultivated voice before, and after a moment it came to her. The tea party in the dear old garden at home when Mrs. Rossiter Brown was the guest, and had so disgusted her with her vulgarity. And this was Mrs. Brown, who had come in state to call, and who, after declaring the weather hot enough to kill cattle, and saying that Gusty was in Saratogy, and had had 12 new dresses made to take with her, spoke next of Allen and Lord Hardy, who were in Idaho, or Omaha, or some other ho, Mrs. Brown could not remember which. At the mention of Lord Hardy's name all Bessie's old life seemed to come back to her, and she lived again through the dreary days at the crowded hotels, and ate her dinner of dry bread and shrivelled grapes in the back room of the 4th floor, and saw her mother radiant with smiles bandying jests with the young Irish lord, while her father looked on with a sorry expression on his face, the very memory of which brought a rain of tears to Bessie's eyes.
Allen had just written to his mother a description of his travels, and she was giving Miss Macpherson her version of it. Another lord had joined them, she said, a regular English swell, and they attracted so much attention, and the people were so curious to see them, that they were actually obliged to travel incognito, though what under the sun that was sure she didn't know. She thought she had been in most everything there was goin', but she'd never seen a cognito, which must be some western contrivance or other. At this ludicrous mistake, so characteristic of Mrs. Rossiter Brown, Bessie forgot her tears and laughed hysterically until she heard her mother's name, when she instinctively grew quiet and rigid as a piece of marble, for what Mrs. Brown said was this: "And so the poor little critter is dead. Well, I must say she was about the prettiest woman I ever saw, but I guess she wasn't what I s'posed she was when I took such a shine to her. She was a born flirt, and mebbe couldn't help it, but she might have let Allen alone, a mere boy. Why, he was that bewitched after her that he fairly lost flesh, and told me to my face that he should never see another woman he liked as he did her, and he'd never got over it neither if Lord Hardy hadn't taken him in hand and told him something. I've no idea what, for Allen would never tell me, only it did the business, and there was no more whimperin' for that woman." "Oh, mother, poor mother!" Bessie moaned, as she covered her face with her hands, feeling that her shame was greater than she could bear. Going to the door, she closed it, and so did not hear Mrs. Brown when she said next: "She had a lovely daughter, though, with a face like an angel. I'd swear she was all right. Do you ever hear from her?" For a moment Miss Betsy hesitated, for it was not part of her plan to let Mrs. Brown or any one see Bessie just yet; but her love for the naked truth prevailed, and she replied: "Yes, she is here. She came yesterday in the Germanic. I will call her." "Crying? What's that for?" she said to Bessie as she entered the room, and feeling almost as guilty as if she had been caught in some wrong act, Bessie sobbed: "The door was open at first, and I knew it was Mrs. Rossiter Brown, whom I have seen at Stoneleigh. I heard what she said of mamma, and oh, auntie, I am her daughter, and she is dead, and she was good at the last." In her sympathy for Bessie, Miss Macpherson was even ready to do battle for Daisy, and she replied: "Mrs. Brown is a fool, and Allen is a bigger one, and Lord Hardy biggest of all. Don't cry. She wants to see you. Wash your face and take off your apron, and come down." 5 minutes later, Bessie was shaking hands with Mrs. Brown, who told her she did not look very stubbed, that was a fact; that she guessed seasickness had not agreed with her, and she'd better keep herself swaddled up in flannel for a spell till she got used to the climate, which was not like England. "You came in the Germanic, your aunt tells me," she continued, as Bessie took a seat beside her. "Then you must have seen Miss Lucy Gray and her nephew, for they were on that ship, and I hear were met by somebody sent from Boston to tell 'em to come right on, for Miss Jerrold was very sick." Bessie felt rather than saw the questioning eyes which her aunt flashed upon her, and her face was scarlet as she answered: "Yes, I saw Miss Gray. She was very kind to me when I was sick. She did go directly to Boston." "What is the matter with Mrs. Jerrold?" Miss Betsy asked, and Mrs. Brown replied: "The land only knows. Heart complaint, the last report, I believe. I saw Hannah at the depot this morning. She'd been sent for, too. Geraldine always wants her when she's sick. But the minute she's better the old maid's sister is on the way, and not good enough for my lady's fine friends. I know Geraldine Jerrold pretty well, and if I's Hannah I wouldn't run to every beck and call when nothing under the sun ails her but hypo. She has had everything, I do believe. Malary, cancers, spinal cords, nervous prostration, and now it's her heart. Humbug! More like hysterics. Burton Jerrold has got his hands full, and I pity him. Why, he looks like an old broken down man, and his hair is as white as snow." Here Mrs. Brown, who had the conversation all to herself, stopped to take breath. She was not an ill-natured woman, or one who often talked of her neighbors, and after a moment, as if ashamed of her tirade, she said: "I've went it pretty glib against poor Miss Jerrold, ain't I? I dare say she is sick and nervous, and I have not charity enough for her." Then, rising from her chair preparatory to leaving, she said to Bessie: "I'm glad you have come, and I hope we shall see you often, after Gusty comes home. I s'pose I shall lose her in October.
'Tain't no secret now, and so I may as well tell you that she is to be married to Lord Hardy from Dublin. You've seen him, I believe?" "Yes, when I was a little girl," Bessie answered, with a pang of pain as she remembered the days when Lord Hardy was their constant companion. "I never really believed he wanted Gusty," Mrs. Brown continued, "till you said so in plain words. And there's folks now mean enough to say it's her money he's after, and I don't myself s'pose he'd thought of her if she hadn't had money, but I think he likes her, and I know she likes him, and it's something to be Lady Hardy." As she said this, Mrs. Brown drew herself up rather loftily, as if some of her daughter's honour had fallen upon her, and with a stately bow and a good afternoon went out to where her handsome carriage and high-booted driver were waiting for her. "There goes as nice a woman as ever lived made over into a fool by money and a little nincompoop of a lord," was Miss Betsy's comment, as she watched the carriage moving away across the common. Then turning suddenly to Bessie, she added, "Why didn't you tell me Miss Lucy was on the ship with Gray?" Bessie hesitated a moment, and then answered frankly, "Perhaps I ought to have done so, but I thought I would rather, if you liked me at all and were kind to me, that it should be for myself, and not because I had met Miss Gray, who offered to give me a note to you. Did I do wrong?" "No, perfectly right," Miss Betsy said. "And now tell me all about it. You said she was kind when you were sick. How did she find you in the steerage?" In as few words as possible, Bessie repeated the story of her acquaintance with Miss Lucy, dwelling at length upon her kindness, but saying little of Gray. Indeed, a casual stranger listening to the recital would hardly have known that he was mentioned at all. But Miss Betsy was far-seeing. She knew the signs, for she had had her day and experience, and from the very fact that Bessie did not say more of Gray, she drew her own conclusions. But to be quite sure, she said, "You had seen Gray before you met him on the ship, had you not?" "Yes," Bessie answered. "He once spent a day at Stoneleigh with Neil, and he came again when father died, and was so kind to me. I was alone, for mother you know was on the ocean, and he did everything a man could do. Then, when I was sick in Rome, he was there too, and gave up his room to mother, and took every care from her. Oh, Auntie, he is the noblest man I ever knew. He told Neil once that he tried to make somebody happy every day, either by a pleasant word or look or act of kindness. And only think, if he lives to be old, how many, many people will have been happier because he has lived." In the excitement, Bessie forgot everything but her enthusiasm for and her interest in Gray Gerald; and her aunt, who was watching her closely, guessed the truth pretty accurately. But she made no remark except to say that from the garret window one could see Gray's Park, where Miss Lucy lived, and which Gray would probably one day inherit. Nor was she at all surprised when later in the afternoon she knew by certain sounds that Bessie was at the garret window looking at the park. The next day was a hard and busy one, for there was sweeping to be done, and the silver to be cleaned, and the dining room windows to be wiped; and Bessie went through it all patiently and uncomplainingly, serving her aunt at breakfast and dinner, taking her own meals with the cook, and never by a sign showing that she was other than the hired maid she had chosen to be. But when the last thing was done which belonged to her to do, the fatigue and the heat overcame her, and, sitting down in the shaded porch by the kitchen door, she leaned her aching head against the back of her chair and fell asleep. And there Miss Betsy, who had scarcely lost sight of her during the day, found her, and for a few moments stood looking at her intently, noticing every curve and line and feature, and feeling a lump in her throat as she saw about the sweet mouth that patient, sorry expression which had come there years ago when Bessie was a child, and had deepened with every succeeding year. "Poor little girl, you have had a hard time, I know," she said, and at the sound of her voice Bessie awoke, and with a bright smile and blush started up, saying, "Excuse me. I was very tired and warm, and must have fallen asleep. My work is done, and now, if you have any sewing, please let me have it." "Aren't you tired? You look pale," Miss Betsy asked so kindly that Bessie's lip quivered as she replied, "Yes, a little, but I do not mind that. I should like to do something for you." "Then go out into the garden in the fresh air and stay there till you are rested," Miss Betsy answered abruptly, and turning on her heel she walked away to her own room, where she held communion with herself, wondering how much longer she could or ought to hold out. "I have tried her pretty well, and she has not flinched a hair. But I guess I will wait a day or two till I have heard from Sarah, she thought, but this resolution did not carry out for two reasons, one of which was found in the letter which she received that afternoon, and the other in the fact that at tea time Bessie fainted dead away as she stood by her auntie's chair. She had borne so much and suffered so much during the last few months that nature refused to bear any longer, and it was more than a headache which brought the faintness upon her. Taking her in her arms, Miss Betsy carried her to her room, and placing her upon the bed, sat down beside her. "Why are you crying?" she asked, as she saw the great tears roll down Bessie's cheeks faster than she could wipe them away. "Because," Bessie answered with a choking sob, "I have tried so hard to do right, and have wanted work so much, and just as I have found it I am afraid I am going to be sick, for I feel so strange and cold, as if all the life had gone from me, and I cannot work any more, and you will have to send me away, and I have nowhere to go, for Stoneleigh is very far away, and I have no money to get there. Oh, auntie, if I could die! Life has been so dreary to me." Here Bessie broke down entirely, and sobbed for a few moments convulsively, while Miss Macpherson was scarcely less agitated. Kneeling down by the low bed, and laying her old face by the side of the young one upon the pillow, she too cried for a few moments like a child. Then, lifting up her head and brushing away her tears with an impatient movement, as if she were ashamed of them, she said, "I cannot hold out any longer, and I must tell you that what I have been doing was never intended to last. I was only trying you to see if you were true, and now that I know you are, do you think I will not take you to my heart as my child, my very own? I believe I have always loved you, Bessie, since the day your eyes looked at me on the sands of Aberystwyth, and I have wanted you so much, and tried so many times to get you, and right here where I am kneeling now, I have often knelt by this little bed prepared for you years ago, and prayed God to keep you innocent and pure, and send you to me some day. And he has done all this. He has kept you pure and good, and sent you to me just when I want you most. I am a queer, crabbed old woman, but I believe I can make you happy, and by you may learn to love me a little. Few have ever done that. None, in fact, since my mother died, but one, and he— oh, Bessie, I would give my life to have him back, and more than my life to know that it was well with him. Charlie, oh, Charlie, my love, my love." Bessie's tears were all dried now, and her arms were around the neck of this strange woman, weeping for her lost love as women never weep save when the memory of that love brings far more pain than joy. "Dear auntie," Bessie said, "I do not quite understand what you mean, but if I can comfort you I will, and work for you too. I do not in the least mind that, and I must do something to pay—" "Hush, child!" Miss Betsy rejoined almost impatiently, as she drew herself from Bessie's embrace and rose to her feet. "Never again trouble your head about your debts. I sent the £250 to my brother's wife yesterday, and told her what I was doing to you, and what I meant to do if you passed the ordeal unscathed, and any time you choose you can write to Anthony and send him £20 or more if you like. What is mine is yours, so long as my opinion of you remains unchanged. I did not like your mother. I am free to tell you that. I was angry with your father for marrying her, and angrier still when I heard of the life she led, heard of her at Monte Carlo, of which I never think without a shudder." Miss Macpherson had seated herself in a chair by this time, and over her white face there came a rapt, far-off look, and her hands were locked together as she continued, "Bessie, I may as well tell you now why I hate that place, and hate all who frequent it. Charlie seems very near me to-night, my boy lover, with the soft brown eyes and hair, and the sweet voice which always spoke so tenderly to me, even when I was in my fitful moods. That was more than 40 years ago, when he walked with me along the rose-scented lanes and told me of his love, and talked of the happy future when I would be his wife. Alas, he little dreamed what the future had in store, or of the dreary, lonely life I should lead, while he—oh, Charlie, my love, my love." She paused a moment while she seemed to repress some powerful emotion, and then resumed her story. When he was 21 and I was 20, we went abroad in company with some relatives of mine and found ourselves at last at Monte Carlo. Your grandfather was with us, and together we went into the gambling hall where men and women sell their souls for money, and there my brother played, and I — shame that I must tell it — I too tried my luck, while Charlie looked on reproachfully and tried to get me away, but I only laughed at him and bade him stay to keep me company. Then I called him a coward and badgered him until one night he put down a 5-franc piece and won, and then he put down another and another — doubling and trebling sometimes, and always winning, as it is said Satan, who rules that den, lets the novices do. The next day Charlie played with a recklessness which half alarmed me, and made me remonstrate with him. But to no purpose. "You called me a coward," he said, laughingly, "and besides, I rather like it. The gold comes so easily. I have scarcely lost a pound." Soon, however, the tide turned, and he began to lose — not small but large sums. But, as if that made him more determined than ever, he played on, always the first to enter and the last to leave, while I watched him with a dread foreboding at my heart which I could not define. Oh, how rashly he played, and what heavy sums he staked! His fortune was not large, nor was mine then what it is now; but we had planned together to buy a lovely place we knew of on the Isle of Wight, and had furnished it in fancy many times. "I am bound to get back what I have lost, or we cannot have Rose Lawn," he would say with a smile; and once when I begged him to desist, and told him I did not care for Rose Lawn, he answered me, "But I do; and you must not complain. You made me play, you know." After that I was silent, and watched him sadly, as the infatuation increased. At last he said to me one night, "Betty," that was the name he gave me, "this evening will see the end. Something tells me I shall get back all I have lost, and I am resolved to stake everything I have. But whether I lose or win, it is my last chance. Don't look so reproachfully at me. Remember you taught me to play, but you did not know how strong was the desire in me to do it. A love for the gaming table is the besetting sin of my family, and I had sworn to conquer it in myself, but you were too strong for me; so whatever happens, do not blame me too much. And now give me a kiss as a guarantee of success." How handsome he was in the moonlight, for we were in the beautiful grounds around the Casino, were standing in a sheltered spot close to a bed of great white lilies, whose perfume even then made me faint. I cannot smell them now without a throb of pain, they are so associated with that awful night when I bade Charlie good bye, and went back to the hotel. I did not go with him, nor did he wish it. I disconcerted him, he said. And so I sat by my window and watched the full moon rising higher and higher, and listened to the moan and dash of the sea against the shore below, and saw the people going and coming, until at last it was 12 o'clock, the hour for closing, and I saw the crowds come out, men and women, young and old, those who had lost and those who had won, and leaning from the casement I tried to single out Charlie, but could not. I felt almost sure that if he had been successful he would stop at my door and tell me so. But he did not come. As I sat and waited, I cannot tell you the horror and dread which took possession of me. I knew that the moon was still shining, that patches of silvery light were falling upon the sea and the shrubs and flowers outside, but to me all was black as midnight, and I actually groped my way to my bed, on which I threw myself at last, shivering with cold, for the October air was blowing up chill from the water. For a few moments I slept, and then started suddenly as I fancied I heard Charlie call my name. "Oh, Betty!" was what he said, and in his voice there was a note of agony and fear which made me shiver in every limb, as I tottered to the window and looked out. Oh, what a glorious night it was, rich and sweet with tropical bloom and beauty, and the full moon in the sky now moving down to the west, for it was past 2 o'clock. Everything was still, and after listening a moment I went back to bed, and slept heavily until morning, when my brother came to my door, and spoke to me in a voice I did not at first recognize, it was so strange and unnatural. "What is it?" I asked, as I opened the door and looked at his white face. "Sister," he said, stepping into the room, "can you bear some dreadful news?" "Yes," I answered, with a sensation as if I were turning into stone. "Charlie is dead. He has killed himself." How I knew it I cannot tell, but know it I did. Charlie was dead. He had lost everything, and gone from the scene of his ruin to the very spot where he had kissed and said good bye to me, and there had put a bullet through his brain. Close by the clump of lilies which were wet with his blood when they found him lying on his back with his fair young face upturned to the moonlit sky, and a smile on his lips, as if the death struggle had been a painless one. I knew then that at the last, when his soul was parting from his body, he had called my name, and I had heard him just as I often hear him now when I am all alone, and the night, like that one, is full of moonlight and beauty. We took him to England, and laid him in his grave, where I buried my heart, my life and hope, and since then I have grown into the strange, unlovable woman you find me. But do you wonder that I shrink with horror from the gaming table and those who frequent it, or that I could not respect your mother when I heard of her so often at Monte Carlo, where Charlie died and where your grandfather ruined himself, for he, too, was possessed with a mania for play?" "Oh, auntie, how sorry I am for you!" Bessie said, throwing her arms around Miss Macpherson's neck and kissing her through her tears. "I mean to love you so much," she continued, "and do so much for you, if you will let me I do not mind being your housemaid at all, only just now I feel so tired and sick as if I could never work any more," and wholly exhausted she sank back upon her pillow, where she lay for a few moments so white and still that her aunt felt a horrible pang of fear lest the prize she so much coveted might be slipping from her almost before she possessed it. But after a little Bessie rallied, and smiling upon her aunt, said to her, "You cannot guess how happy I am to be here with you, but I do not think I quite understand what you meant by trying me." "I meant," Miss Macpherson replied, "to see if you were in earnest when you said you were willing to do anything to earn money. I knew the Macpherson pride, and thought you might have some of it. But I know better now. I have tried you and proved you, and do not want you as a housemaid any longer. Nor shall I need your services, for a new girl comes to morrow, Sarah's cousin. She is in New York, and will be here on the morning train. A regular greenhorn, I imagine, but if she is honest and willing, I can soon train her in my ways. And now I will leave you, for you must sleep to night, so as to be well to morrow." And with a fond good night Miss Macpherson left the room. Chapter 12. Part 3, Chapters 12 and 13 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Bessie's Successor. With the morrow the new housemaid came, but Miss Macpherson was too anxious about her niece to observe more than that the girl was fresh and bright and clean, with a wonderful brogue and a clear ringing voice. Miss Betsy had called the village doctor, who, after carefully examining his patient, said she was suffering either from nervous prostration or malaria, he could not tell which, until he had seen her again. Then prescribing quinine for the latter and perfect rest for the former, he left just as the new girl appeared, and with her volubility and energy seemed to fill the house. As quickly as possible Miss Betsy got her into the kitchen, and then went to her niece's room. "I must have been asleep," Bessie said, "for I dreamed that I heard Jenny's voice, and I was so glad that it woke me, and I thought I heard it again. She was the Irish girl who was so kind to me on the ship. You remember I told you of her?" "Yes," Miss Betsy replied. "I think you liked her very much." "Oh, yes, very, very much, and I would give a great deal to see her again. I believe I should get well at once, there is something so strong and hearty about her." To this Miss Macpherson made no reply, but all the rest of the morning she seemed very restless and excited, and was constantly hushing the new girl, whom she once bade the cook to gag if she could not quiet her in any other way. "I have a sick niece upstairs, and you will disturb her," she said to the girl, who replied, "And sure thin, mum, I'll whisper."
But her whisper seemed to penetrate everywhere, and Miss Macpherson was glad when at last the toast and tea and jelly intended for Bessie's dinner were ready upon the tray which she bade the girl take upstairs to the young lady whose room was at the end of the hall. "And indade I'd take off my shoes and go in me stockin' feet to be quiet, and it's never a word I'll spake," the girl said, as she started on her errand, while her mistress listened at the foot of the stairs. Miss Macpherson was prepared for a demonstration of some sort, but did not quite expect what followed, for the moment the girl stepped into the room Bessie sprang up with a loud glad cry. "Oh, Jenny, Jenny, where did you come from? I am so glad!" There was an answering cry of surprise and joy, and then the tray, with everything upon it, went crashing to the floor, while Jenny exclaimed, "And be jabbers, the plather and the tay's all one smashed together, in me fright at seeing you here before me, when it's meself was going to ask you to take you. May the saints be praised if it's not the happiest day since I left Ireland," and bending over Bessie, the impulsive Irish girl kissed her again and again, talking and laughing and crying, until Bessie said to her, "There, Jenny, please. I am very tired, and your sudden coming has taken my strength away." She did look very white and faint, and Jenny saw it, and tried to be calm, though she kept whispering to herself as she gathered up the debris on the floor, and with a most rueful expression took it downstairs, saying to her mistress, "And faith it's a bad beginning I've made, mum, but sure and I'll pay you every farthing with me first wages, and now, if you plaze, I'll do up my foot, for it's blistered, that it is, with the bill and tay." The foot was cared for, and another tray of toast and tea prepared. This Miss Betsy took herself to Bessie, explaining that Jenny was the cousin who had come to take her former housemaid's place. "But I had no idea," she said, "that she was such a behemoth. I am afraid she will not answer my purpose at all." But Bessie pleaded for the girl whose kindness of heart she knew, and who, she felt sure, could be moulded and softened by careful and judicious training, and that afternoon when Jenny came up to her she told her that her aunt did not like a noise, and that she must be very quiet and gentle if she wished to please. Jenny listened to her, open-eyed, and when she was through responded, "Is it quiet she wants? I told her I would whisper, and faith I will, for I'm bound to stay with you and get me 10 shillings a week." The case seemed hopeless, and Jenny might have lost her place but for the serious illness which came upon Bessie, taking away all her vitality and making her weak and helpless as a child. It was then that Jenny showed her real value, and by her watchful tenderness and untiring devotion more than made amends for all her awkwardness. Day after day and night after night she stayed in the sick room, ministering to Bessie as no one else could have done, lifting her tenderly in her strong arms, and sometimes walking with her up and down the large chamber into which she had been carried, when the physician said her sickness might be of weeks' duration, for she was suffering from all the fatigue and worry of the last 2 years, when the strain upon her nerves had been so great. All through the remaining weeks of summer and the September days which followed, Bessie lay in her bed, scarcely noticing anything which was passing around her, and saying to her aunt when she bent over her, asking how she felt, "Tired, so tired, and it is nice to rest." And so the days went by, and everybody in Allington became interested in the young girl whom few had seen, but of whom a great deal was told by Mrs. Rossiter Brown, whose carriage often stood at Miss Macpherson's door, bringing sometimes the lady herself, and sometimes Augusta, who had returned from Saratoga and was busy with preparations for her wedding, which was to take place in October. Lord Hardy, who had come from the West and established himself at the Ridge House, called several times, and left his card, which Miss Macpherson promptly burned. She did not like Lord Hardy. He was just a fortune hunter, she said, and cared no more for Augusta Brown than he did for her, except that Augusta was the younger of the two, and she could not forget how he had looked, smirking and mincing by the side of Archie's wife at Aberystwyth. Poor weak Daisy, who, but for him, might not have gone so far astray as she did. For Bessie's sake Miss Macpherson was almost ready to forgive poor Daisy, as she always called her now when thinking of her. For Bessie's sake she felt that she could do a great deal that was contrary to her nature, but she could not feel kindly disposed toward Neil, for immediately after the receipt of her letter to his mother containing £250, and the announcement that she intended to take Bessie as her own child, Neil had written her a long penitent letter, blaming himself as a coward and telling of his remorse and regret for the past, and saying that unless he was forbidden to do so he should come to America in September and renew his offer to Bessie. This letter Miss Macpherson read with sundry expressions of disgust, and then taking from its peg her sun hat, almost as large as a small umbrella, she started for the telegraph office, and several hours later Neil Macpherson in London was reading the following laconic despatch from Ellington: "Stay at home and mind your own business. Betsy Macpherson." "Perhaps I did wrong to send it, for maybe the girl likes him after all," the spinster thought as she walked back to her house. But it was too late now, and for the next 2 or 3 days she was too anxious to think of anything except Bessie, who was much worse, and seemed so weak and unconscious of everything that the physician looked very grave, and the clergyman came at Miss Macpherson's request and said the prayers for the sick, but Bessie did not hear them, for she lay like one in a deep sleep, scarcely moving or seeming to breathe. Before leaving the room the clergyman went softly to the bedside to look at the sick girl, wondering much at the likeness in her face to some one he had seen before, and wondering, too, why it should remind him of Hannah Jerrold, and the night when he went in the wintry storm to hear her father's confession. "Poor Hannah!" he said to himself as he left the house, and walking slowly across the common to the churchyard, sat down upon a bench near a headstone which bore this inscription: "Sacred to the memory of Martha, beloved wife of the Reverend Charles Sanford, who died January 1st, 1800 . Blessed are the dead who die in the Lord." Since we last saw him years ago, the Reverend Charles Sanford had grown an old man, though he was scarcely 63, an age when many men are in their prime. There was a stoop in his shoulders as if the burden of life were heavy, and his hair was white as snow, while upon his face was a look which only daily discipline, patiently borne, can ever write upon the human visage. And patiently had he borne it, until he almost forgot that he was bearing it, and then one day it was removed, and by the lightness and freedom he felt he knew how heavy it had been. "Poor Martha!" he said to himself, as he glanced at his shining coat sleeves, and the spot on the knee of his pants, which was almost threadbare, and at his boots, which certainly had not been blacked that day. Poor Martha! What would she say if she could see these clothes, which, though they may not look well, are very comfortable? Then as his eye rested upon the word beloved, he continued, "Is that a lie, I wonder, which that marble is telling to the world? If so, it is Martha's fault, for she wrote her own epitaph, just as she ordered all the details of her funeral and what preceded it. It was a strange fancy of hers, to ask that Hannah should lay her out, poor Martha. Devoted would have been better than beloved, though God knows I tried to do my best by her." And with a sigh, both for what had been and what might have been, the rector arose and started for his home, meeting at the gate of Gray's Park with Gray himself, who was in Ellington for the first time since his return from Europe. Lucy had come up a few days before, and had been at once to see Bessie, of whose illness she had written to Gray, and that had brought him as soon as he could leave his mother. "Gray, my boy, how are you?" the rector said, offering his hand, which Gray took, saying as he did so, "How is she this morning?" Mr. Sanford did not know that Gray had ever seen or heard of Bessie Macpherson, but something told him that he meant her, and he replied, "Very weak and sick. Poor girl, she is too young to die." "Mr. Sanford," and Gray spoke with great vehemence, "you do not think Bessie will die? She must not die," and in his voice and manner there was something which betrayed his secret to the older man, who said to him, "I hope not, Gray, God knows. Pray for her, my boy. Pray earnestly. Prayer can move a mountain, or at least make a way through it. Pray for the girl you call Bessie." To one accustomed as Gray was to take everything, however small, to God, prayer was an easy thing, and every thought was a prayer as he walked rapidly toward Miss Macpherson's house. "She is sleeping now," Miss Betsy said to him. "We trust she will be better when she wakens. It is rest she needs more than anything else. She has had a hard life so far. You have seen a great deal of her, I believe?" "I cannot say I have seen a great deal of her, though I feel as though I had known her always. Yes, she has had a hard life." "You do not think she will die?" was Gray's reply, and in his face and voice Miss Betsy detected what the rector had discovered. "No," she said, "I do not believe she will die. Sit down and wait till she is awake." So Gray sat down and waited 3 hours, during which time the train, which would have taken him back to Boston, went rushing by, and Bessie still slept as quietly as an infant. It was Jenny who came at last and told him that she was awake and better, though too weak to see any one. "Thank God!" Gray exclaimed, and slipping a bill into the girl's hand, he continued, "Take good care of her, Jenny, and when she is able, tell her I came to see her."
"And sure I'll tell her every blessed word, and that you left your love."
"I did not say that," Gray answered laughingly as he bade her good bye and walked away. For a week or more Bessie scarcely spoke or moved, it was such happiness to rest, with every wish anticipated either by her aunt or Jenny, whose voice was a whisper most of the time, and who was learning to be more quiet and subdued. At last, however, Bessie began to talk, and said to Jenny one day,
"I believe I am getting better, and I am afraid I'm not as glad as I ought to be. The world holds so little for me, and so few who care for me beside Auntie and you." "In faith," Jenny began, "it's not for ye to be saying the likes of that. Nobody to care for you, indade, with the gentry coming every day to inquire for you, the praist a reading his prayers in this very room, and the foine gentleman who was on the ship a sitting downstairs 3 mortal hours waiting to know if you waked up dead or alive, and thanking God when it was alive I told him you was." "Who, Jenny? What gentleman?" Bessie asked. "Mr. Gray, to be sure," Jenny replied. "And he left his compliments for ye, and thanked God when I told him you was better. Oh, but he's very fine, and Gray's Park is like them places in the old country where the grandees live."
Whether it was that Bessie was thoroughly rested, or that the fact that Gray had not forgotten her was in itself a restorative, her recovery was very rapid, though she still looked like some fragile flower which a breath might blow away, and Miss Macpherson watched her with a tender solicitude astonishing in one as cold and impassive as she had always seemed to be. 13. Bessie goes to Gray's Park. It was a lovely day in early October when Bessie made her first visit to Gray's Park, of which she had heard such glowing descriptions from Jenny, who took her there in an invalid chair sent for the purpose by Miss Lucy. The grass in the park was fresh and green from recent rains, and the late autumn flowers gave a brightness to the place scarcely equalled in summer.
"Oh, how lovely it is! Pretty almost as the Kensington Gardens," Bessie exclaimed as she entered the gate and looked around her. "I think I should like to live here," she continued, and then there came to her a thought of Gray, who would probably one day be master of the place, and she blushed guiltily, as if she had said some immodest thing. Miss Lucy met her at the door, and taking her to her room, made her lie down till they were joined by Miss Macpherson, who came to lunch, which was served in the breakfast room, and was just the kind to tempt an invalid. Bessie enjoyed it immensely, and felt herself growing stronger and better in the brightness and freshness of this beautiful home which was one day to be Gray's. On the wall beside blind Robin's there was a picture of Gray, taken in Europe when he was 14, and just before the great sorrow came upon him and robbed his face of a little of the assurance and boyish eagerness which the artist had depicted upon the canvas. But it was like him still, like him, as he was now in his young manhood, when to do good to others, to make somebody happy every day was the rule of his life. And Bessie's eyes were often fixed upon it, as after lunch was over they still sat in the breakfast room because of the sunshine which came in so brightly at the windows. And while they sat there, the elder woman talked of Gray and what he would probably do, now that his travels in Europe were ended. "He ought to marry and settle down. Is there any hope of his doing so?" Miss Betsy said, and Lucy replied, "I think so, yes. I am quite sure of it, if everything goes well, as I think it will."
Bessie was sitting with her back partly turned to the ladies, who did not see the crimson spots which covered her face for a moment and then left it deathly pale, as she heard that Gray Gerald was to be married. For an instant everything around her turned black, and when she came to herself she felt that she could not breathe in that room with Gray's picture on the wall, and his eyes looking at her as they had looked that day in Rome, when he had said to her words she would almost give half her life to hear again. Bessie was no dissembler. She could not sit there in her pain and make no sign, and turning to her aunt she said,
"Please, Auntie, let Jenny take me into the air. I am sick and faint.
She could not say anything more, lest she should break down entirely, and glancing significantly at each other the two ladies called Jenny and bade her take her young mistress into the garden. "Go to the rose arbor, it is warmer there," Miss Lucy said, but only Jenny heard, for Bessie was too conscious of the blow which had fallen so suddenly upon her to heed what was passing around her. Gray was going to be married, her Gray, whom she now knew that she loved as she had never loved Neil Macpherson even in the first days of her engagement, when he was all the world to her. Her Gray,
who certainly had loved her once, or he would never have said to her what he did. Her Gray, who had been so kind to her on the ship and looked the love he did not speak. Why had he changed so soon? Was it some love of his boyhood before he saw her, and had it again sprung into being now that he had returned to its object? And oh, how dreary the world looked to the young girl with the certainty that Gray was lost to her forever. She did not notice the fanciful summer house into which Jenny wheeled her, did not notice anything, or think of anything except her desolation and a desire to be alone, that she might cry just as she had never cried before. "Please, Jenny, go away," she said. "I would rather be alone." So Jenny left her, and covering her face with her hands, Bessie sobbed piteously. "Oh, Father in heaven, is there never to be any joy for me? Must I always be so desolate and lonely, and is it wicked to wish that I were dead?" For several minutes poor Bessie wept on, and then with a great effort she dried her tears, and leaning her head back in her chair began to live over again every incident of her life as connected with Gray Gerald. And while she sat there thus, the Boston train stopped at the Allington station, and she heard the roar and the ring as it started on its way. 20 minutes later she heard behind her the sound of a footstep, apparently hurrying toward her, and thought, if she thought at all, that it was Jenny coming for her. But surely Jenny's tread was never so rapid and eager as this, nor were Jenny's hands as soft and warm as the hands which encircled her face, nor Jenny's voice like this which said to her, "Bessie, darling Bessie." Gray had come to Allington from Springfield, where he had been on business for his father, and both Lucy and Miss Macpherson knew that he was coming, and had chosen that day for Bessie's visit to the park, and had purposely talked before her of his probable marriage, in order to test the nature of Bessie's feelings for him. "We cannot be mistaken," Miss Macpherson said to Lucy after Bessie had left them, "but let me manage the young man." And when at last Gray came, and after greeting the ladies asked after Bessie, Miss Macpherson replied that she was better and had just left them for the garden; and then, as Gray made no move to go in search of her, she suddenly turned upon him with the exclamation, "Gray Gerald, you are a fool!" "Yes?" he answered interrogatively, as he regarded her with astonishment. "I repeat it, you are either a fool or blind, or both," she continued. "But I am neither, and I know you love my niece, and she loves you, and I know too that you think she is engaged to Neil Macpherson, but she is not." "What?" Gray exclaimed, starting to his feet. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that Bessie's engagement was broken before she left England, and that she what?" Gray cried almost pleadingly, and Miss Macpherson rejoined, "She is in the garden. You will find her in the rose arbor." Gray waited for no more, but went rapidly in the direction of the summer house, where Bessie sat with her back to him, and did not see him until his hands were upon her face and his voice said to her, "Bessie, darling Bessie." Then she started suddenly, and when Gray came round in front of her, and taking her hands in his kissed her lips, she kissed him unhesitatingly, and then burst into a paroxysm of tears. "What is it, Bessie? Why are you crying so?" Gray said, as he still held her hands and kept kissing her forehead and lips. "They said you were going to be married," Bessie sobbed, as Gray knelt beside her, and laying her head upon his shoulder tried to brush her tears away. "Who said I was to be married?" he asked in some surprise, and Bessie answered him. "Your Aunt Lucy said she thought so, and oh, Gray, what must you think of me?" And lifting her head from his shoulder, Bessie covered her face with her hands, crying for very shame that she had betrayed what she ought to have kept to herself. "What must I think of you?" Gray replied. "Why this, that you are the dearest, sweetest little girl in all the world, and that I am the happiest man. I do not know what Aunt Lucy meant by saying I was going to be married, but I am, and very soon, too. Just as soon as you are able to be present at the ceremony. Will that be at Christmas time, do you think?" He was taking everything for granted, and Bessie knew that he was, and knew what he meant, but she would scarcely have been a woman if she had not wished him to put his meaning in words which could not be mistaken, so she said to him amid her tears, glad, happy tears they were now, "Whom are you to marry?" "Whom?" he repeated. "Whom but you, Bessie Macpherson, whom I believe I have loved ever since that Christmas I spent at Stoneleigh 2 years ago. Do you remember the knot of plaid ribbon you wore that night in which I won at play?
I have it still, as one of my choicest treasures, and the curl of hair which Flossie cut from your head in Rome, when we thought you would die, I divided that tress with Jack Trevelyan the night we talked together of you, with breaking hearts, because we believed you were dead. He told me then of his love for you, and I confessed mine to him, though we both supposed that, had you lived, Neil would have claimed you as his. Oh, Bessie, those were dreary months to me when I thought you dead, and may you never know the anguish I endured when I stood by that grave in Stoneleigh and believed you lying there. But God has been very good to me, far better than I deserve. He has given you to me at last, and nothing shall separate us again." While Gray talked, he was caressing Bessie's face and hair, and stooping occasionally to kiss her, while she sat dumb and motionless, so full was she of the great joy which had come so suddenly upon her, and which as yet she could not realize. "We will be married at Christmas," Gray said, "the anniversary of the time when I first saw you, little dreaming then that you would one day be my wife. Shall it not be so?" What Bessie might have said, or how long the interview might have lasted, we have no means of knowing, for a shrill cry in the distance of "None of that, mister, for I'm comin' meself to take the hide of ye," startled them from their state of bliss, and looking up they saw Jenny bearing swiftly down upon them with both arms extended ready for fight. Jenny, who knew nothing of Gray's arrival, had visited with the servants until she concluded it was time to return to her young mistress. As she came within sight of the summer house, what was her horror to see a tall young man with his arms around Bessie, and as it seemed to her, trying to take her from the chair. "Thieves and murther!" she cried, "if there isn't a spalpeen trying to run away with Miss Bessie, body and bones!" And at her utmost speed she dashed on to the fray. But at sight of Gray she stopped short, and with wide open eyes and mouth, surveyed him a moment in astonishment. Then a broad smile illumined her face as she exclaimed, "En faith, that's right. Kiss her again, as many times as ye likes. It's not meself will interfere, though if you'd been a blackguard, as I thought you was, I'd have had your heart's blood." And turning on her heel, Jenny walked rapidly away, leaving the lovers a very little upset and disconcerted. It was Gray who wheeled Bessie back to the house, and taking her in his arms carried her to his Aunt Lucy, to whom he said, as he put her down on the couch, "This is my little wife, or rather she is to be my wife on Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day we are to spend here with you, who will make the old house brighter than ever it was before." Then going up to Miss Macpherson, he continued, "Kiss me, Aunt Betsy, because I am to be your nephew, and because I am no longer a fool." The kiss he asked for was given, and thus the engagement was sealed, and when next day Gray returned to Boston, he said to his Aunt Hannah, who was still with his mother, "Bessie is to be my wife, and I must tell her our secret, and at your house too, for after she has seen you, I feel sure that she will forgive everything." End of chapters 12 and 13. Part 3, chapters 14 and 15 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. Telling Bessie. At last Mrs. Geraldine was better, and signified her willingness to let her sister-in-law return to her own home, from which she had been absent so long. She had received, with a good deal of equanimity, the news of her son's engagement with Bessie, whom she remembered as a lovely child, wholly unlike her mother. "If that woman were living, I would never consent to the marriage," she said. "But as it is, I am willing, though I had hoped that in your travels abroad you might have found some high-born English girl with a title, but it is something to marry a niece of Lady Jane, and I dare say Miss Macpherson will make the girl her heir. So I will welcome her as my daughter, and perhaps she will brighten up the house, which is at times insufferably dull, with your father growing more and more silent and gloomy every day. I should not wonder if he were to become crazy, like your grandfather." Gray did not reply to this, or tell her that he could guess in part what it was which had made his father grow old so fast, and blanched his hair to a snowy white, unusual to one of his years. It was the secret hidden under the bedroom floor which had affected his whole life, and affected it all the more because he had brooded over it in silence, and never spoken to anyone upon the subject. Once Hannah had attempted to say something to him, but he had repulsed her so fiercely that she never tried again, and he did not guess what efforts Gray had made to find the rightful heirs of Joel Rogers. Like his wife, he did not object to Gray's engagement. Bessie was a desirable parti, as she would in all probability inherit her aunt's large fortune, and he signified his approval; and in all Boston there was not a happier man than Gray on the morning when, with his Aunt Hannah, he at last started for Allington, telling her when he bade her good bye at the station that he should bring Bessie to her early the following day. It was a most lovely October morning when Gray drove Bessie through the rocky lane in the pasture land up to the old house, of which he had told her on Christmas Eve at Stoneley almost 2 years ago, and which seemed neither new nor strange to Bessie, so strong an impression had his description made upon her. "There she is. That is Aunt Hannah," Gray said, as a tall, slender woman in a plain black dress came to the open door and stood waiting for them. "And I should have known her, too. What a sad face it is, just as if there was a history hidden under it," Bessie said, and Gray replied as he lifted her from the phaeton, "There is a history hidden there, and sometime I will tell it to you." Then leading her to his aunt, he said, "Auntie, I have brought you Bessie." "Yes," Hannah answered with a gasp, as her cold hands were clasped by the soft, warm ones of the young girl, who looked up at her curiously, wondering at her manner. At sight of Bessie, Hannah had been startled by the likeness to the picture hidden away so many years, every feature of which was indelibly stamped upon her memory. Had that picture taken life and form, and was it confronting her now? It seemed so, and for an instant she grew cold and faint, and stood staring at the girl. "Auntie, won't you kiss Bessie?" Gray said, and then the spell was broken, and taking the girl in her arms, Hannah kissed and cried over her, as a fond mother cries over the child which has been lost and is restored to her again. Hannah could not define to herself the feeling which took possession of her from the moment she saw Bessie standing there in the low, old-fashioned room, with the October sunshine falling on her golden hair and lighting up her beautiful face, still pale and worn from recent sickness. It was as if an angel had come suddenly to her, bringing the peace and rest she had never known since that awful night more than 40 years ago, and she felt all her olden horror rolling away as she watched Bessie going over the house with Gray. Now up the crooked stairs to the room under the roof where Gray used to sleep when a boy, and where there were still the remains of a horse and a boat which he had sailed in the big iron kettle by the well; now down the cellar stairs to see the foundation of the big chimney which occupied the center of the house, and in which the swallows built their nests; now out to the well where the bucket hung, and then to the little bench where Gray used to sit and kick the side of the house, while the terror-stricken old man looked on trembling, lest the boards should give way and show what was hidden there. And it was there yet, dust and ashes now, but still there, and Bessie sat down alone beside it, while Gray shivered as his grandfather had done, and drew her away as quickly as possible. "Where does this lead to?" she asked, laying her hand upon the door, which was always closed. "That was grandfather's room. No one goes in there," Gray said hurriedly, as he put his arms around her and told her she had seen enough, and must rest until after dinner. He took her to the pleasant south room, where the early dinner was served, with the tiny silver teaspoons marked with the initials of Hannah's mother, and the bits of old china which modern fashion has made so choice and rare now. And Bessie enjoyed it with the keen relish of a returning appetite. She had improved rapidly within the last week, and declared herself as well and strong as ever, when after dinner was over and the dishes cleared away she nestled down among the cushions of the chintz-covered lounge. "This is such a dear old place," she said, "that I should like to stay here always. People say there is a skeleton in every house, but I am sure there can be none here, everything seems so peaceful and quiet." Why did she make that remark of all others, Gray thought, as with a face whiter even than that of his Aunt Hannah he sat down beside her, and drawing her closely to him laid her golden head upon his shoulder. "Bessie," he said, and his voice shook a little, "I am going to tell you something which perhaps I ought to have told you before I asked you to be my wife, and which I should have told you had I thought the telling would make any difference in your love for me." "Nothing can make any difference in that," Bessie said, lifting up her sweet face to be kissed, and then dropping her head again upon Gray's arm, just as Hannah came in and took a seat on the other side of her. Hannah had been upstairs to her room, where she now kept the box in which lay the picture which was so like Bessie Macpherson. "More like her than I supposed," she whispered, as she gazed upon the face which seemed each moment to grow more and more like the young girl to whom Gray was to tell the story. He was only waiting for her to come in before he commenced, she knew, and putting the picture back in its place, she went down to the south room, and taking her seat beside Bessie, as Gray motioned her to do, waited for him to begin. "Bessie," he said, and his arm tightened his clasp around her waist, "there is a skeleton here, and it has darkened all my Aunt Hannah's life, and thrown its shadow over me as well. Can you bear to have a little of it fall upon you, too?" "Yes," she answered, fearlessly. "I have always lived with skeletons until I knew you loved me. They cannot frighten me." "But, darling, would you love me as well, think you, if you knew that in a way there was a disgrace clinging my name?" he asked; and Bessie replied: "A disgrace? What do you mean? I cannot imagine you to be in disgrace, but if you are, I am quite ready to share it with you." "Even if it be a murder?" Gray spoke the last word in a whisper, as if afraid the walls had ears, but Bessie heard him distinctly, and with a great start she drew herself away from him, and sat rigid as stone, while she repeated: "Murder! Oh, Gray, you surely do not mean that?" "No, not exactly. It was manslaughter, done in self-defense," Gray answered her, and with a sigh of relief Bessie asked: "Who was the killed, and who the killer?" "My grandfather did the deed in the heat of passion, and the victim has lain under the floor of that room into which I would not let you enter for more than 40 years. Now you know the skeleton there is in this old house." "Yes," Bessie said, while a look of terror and pain crept into her eyes; but she did not move nearer either to Gray or his aunt. Indeed, it seemed to both that she drew herself into as small a compass as possible so that she might not touch them, and her face was very white and still as Gray commenced the story, which he made as short as possible, though he dwelt at length upon the lifelong remorse of his grandfather, and the heavy burden which his Aunt Hannah had carried for years. At this part of the story Bessie's face relaxed, and one of the hands which had been clasped so tightly together at first, went over to Hannah's hand, which it took and held until Gray told of the lonely days and dreary nights passed by the young girl in the old horror haunted house, with no one but Rover for her companion. Then the hand went up with a soft caressing motion to the face which Gray had once said looked as if Christ had laid his hands hard upon it, and left their impress there. It was pallid now as the face of a corpse, and there were hard lines about the mouth which quivered with pain. But at the touch of Bessie's soft fingers the hardness relaxed, and covering her eyes Hannah burst into a paroxysm of weeping. "Dear Auntie," Bessie said, "my Auntie, because you are Gray's, how you must have suffered, and how I wish I could have come to you. There would have been no terror here for me, because, you see, it was not premeditated. It was an accident, not a crime. And God, I am sure, forgave it long ago. No, Gray," and now she turned to him, and winding her arms around his neck, went on: "it is not a disgrace you ask me to share, it is a misfortune, a trouble. And you think I would shrink from it in a moment, I who have borne so much that was disgrace?" He knew she was thinking of her mother, but he said nothing, except to fold her in his arms and kiss her flushed, eager face, while she went on: "But who was this man? Where did he live, and had he no friends to make inquiries for him?" Gray remembered now that he had simply said "the pedlar," without giving the name, and he hastened to say: "He was Joel Rogers, a Welshman from Carnarvon, and it was for his sister Elizabeth or her heirs that I was searching, when I first came to Stoneleigh." "Oh, Gray!" and Bessie sprang up almost as quickly as she had done when he spoke to her of the murder. "Oh, Gray! What if it should be my great uncle whose grave is under the floor? You once told me you were hunting for Elizabeth Rogers, and I said I would ask Anthony, who knew everybody for 50 miles around and for 100 years back. But I forgot it until after father died, when it came to me one day, and I went to Anthony and asked if he knew anyone in Carnarvon or vicinity by the name of Elizabeth Rogers. 'No,' he said, 'I never knew Elizabeth Rogers, but I knew your grandmother Elizabeth Baldwin before she was married, and she had a half-brother Joel Rogers 20 years older than herself. A queer roaming kind of chap, who went off to America or Australia or some such place, and never came back again. He was a good bit older than I am, Anthony said, and would be over 80 if living now.' Then I remembered that when I was a child I once heard my grandmother Allen speak of a brother who, she said, went to the States when she was a girl, and from whom she had not heard in many years. He must have been very fond of her, for she had several choice things he had given her, and among them a picture of herself which, she said, was painted in London the only time she was ever there, and which was very beautiful." "A picture, did you say? "Would you know one like it if you were to see it?" Hannah asked in a constrained voice, and Bessie replied,
"Oh, yes. That portrait is still at Stoneleigh, for when Grandma died 6 or 7 years ago Mother gave it to me, and I hung it in my room. It was like Mother, only prettier, I think."
While Bessie was speaking Hannah had risen, and going from the room soon returned bearing in her hand the box, which for so many years she had secreted, and which Gray had not seen since he was a boy, and Hannah told him the sad story which had blighted her life. He saw it now in his aunt's hands, and shuddered as if it were a long closed grave she was opening. "Here is the watch," she said, with a strange calmness as she laid in Bessie's lap the silver timepiece whose white face seemed to Gray to assume a human shape and look knowingly up at him. "You see it stopped at 8:30. It has never been wound up since," Hannah continued, pointing to the hour and minute hands. Without the slightest hesitancy Bessie took the watch, and examining it carefully, said, as she fitted the key attached to the old fashioned fob to the keyhole, "Do you think it would go if I were to wind it up?" Then giving the key a turn or two, she continued, "It does. It ticks. Look, Gray," and she held it to his ear. But he started away from it, as if it had been the heart beat of the dead man himself, and rising quickly began to pace up and down the room, while Bessie next took the picture to which she bore so striking a likeness. "It is, Grandmother, it is!" she exclaimed. "He must have had 2 taken, one for himself and one for her. Is she not lovely?" "She is like you," Hannah replied, "and it was this resemblance which startled me so when I first saw you this morning. Oh, Bessie, my child, your coming to me has cleared away all the clouds, and I can make restitution at last, for you are the rightful heir of the money I have saved so carefully, heir of that and everything." "I do not think I understand you," Bessie said, and then Hannah handed her the will, executed in Wales about a year before Joel Rogers's death, and in which he gave all he had to his sister Elizabeth and her heirs forever. "Still I do not quite see it. Explain it to me, Gray," Bessie said, with a perplexed look on her face. Thus importuned, Gray sat down beside her, and as well as he could explained everything, and told her of the gold, to which his aunt had added interest every year so that the heirs, when found, should have their own, and of the shares in the slate quarries in Wales, dividends on which must have amounted to quite a fortune by this time, and all of which was hers, when she was proven to be the lawful heir of Elizabeth Baldwin, sister of Joel Rogers. "Yes, I understand now," she said with a quivering lip, and the great tears rolling down her cheeks. "There is money for me somewhere, but oh, I wish it had come in father's lifetime. We were so poor then. But," she added as a bright smile broke over her face, "I am glad for you, Gray, that I shall not be a penniless bride." Did she not then appreciate the position, or see the gulf which her relationship to the dead man had built between them? If not, he must tell her, and rising again to his feet, and standing over her, Gray began with a choking voice, "Bessie, you do not seem even to suspect that, in the eyes of the world, the fact that you are Joel Rogers's grand-niece ought to separate you from me. Don't you know that the blood of your kinsman is on my grandfather's hands, and does that make no difference with you?" "Difference?" she repeated. "No. Why should it?" "Oh, Gray, you are not going to give me up because of that? I was not to blame." And in Bessie's voice there was such a pleading pathos that when she stretched her hands toward him, Gray took her in his arms, feeling that all his doubts and fears were removed, and that Bessie might be his in spite of everything. For a long time they talked together of the course to be pursued, deciding finally that the matter should be kept to themselves until Gray and Bessie were married, and with Hannah had been to Wales and proved the validity of Bessie's claim to the effects of Joel Rogers. There was no longer any talk of waiting until Christmas Eve, for the marriage was to take place as soon as possible, and when Gray took Bessie home to Miss Macpherson he startled that good woman with the announcement that he was to be married the last week in November, and sail at once for Europe, taking his Aunt Hannah with him. 15. Wedding bells. They rang first for Lord Hardy and Augusta Brown, who had intended to be married in October, but whose wedding was deferred until the second week in November, because, as Mrs. Rossiter Brown expressed it, "Gusty's bridal houses could not arrive in time from Paris." Everything pertaining to the young lady's wardrobe was ordered either from London or Paris, and could Mrs. Brown have done it she would have bought the Arch of Triumph, and transporting it to Allington would have set it up in front of her house and illuminated it for the occasion.
She should never have another daughter marry an Irish lord, she said, and she meant to take a splurge and astonish the natives. And she did. She had a temporary ballroom built at one side of the house and lighted it with 1,000 wax candles. She had a brass band from Springfield and a string band from Worcester. She had a caterer from Boston, whom with her usual happy form of expression she called a canterer. She had colored waiters in white gloves, in such profusion that they stumbled over and against each other. She had an awning stretched from the front door to the gate, with yards and yards of carpeting under it. "She had not been abroad for nothing, and she guessed she knew what was what," she said to Lord Hardy when he hinted that a plainer wedding would suit him quite as well, and that the money she was expending could be put to better purpose. "I guess we can stand it, and still have a nice little sum for Gusty," she added, and patting her future son-in-law upon the back, she bade him "keep cool, and let her run the machine." After that Lord Hardy kept quiet, though he was never so near a fever as during the week which preceded his nuptials. For Augusta herself he did not care at all, as men are supposed to care for the girl they are about to marry. He did not dislike her, and he thought her rather pretty and ladylike, with a far better education than his own; but strangely enough in these last days of his bachelorhood he often found himself living over again those far-off times in Monte Carlo, when, as cousin Sue from Bangor, he had laughed and talked and flirted with poor little Daisy, as he called her to himself, now that she was dead, and the grave had closed over all her faults and misdemeanors. She had been the cause of his ruin, and he had at times hated her for it, but she had been jolly company for all that, and he wondered what she would say if she could know that Mrs. Rossiter Brown was to be his mother-in-law and Augusta Lady Hardy. "She would turn over in her coffin, I do believe," he thought, and then he wondered how much Augusta's wedding portion would be, and how far it would go toward restoring his Irish home to something like its former condition. But on this point Père Brown maintained a rigid silence, and he was obliged to be content with the hints which Mère Brown dropped from time to time. She had made minute inquiries with regard to Hardy Manor, her daughter's future home, and at her request he had made a drawing of it, so that she knew just how many rooms there were, and how they were furnished. "I shall hiss them feather beds out double quick," she said, "and them high four-posters with tops like a buggy. I'd as soon sleep in a hearse, and I shall put in some brass bedsteads and hair mattresses, and maybe I shall furnish Gusty's room with willer work. I'll show 'em what Uncle Sam can do." Was she then going with him to Hardy Manor, and must he present her to his aristocratic friends as the mother of his bride? The very possibility of such a calamity made the perspiration ooze from the tips of Lord Hardy's fingers to the roots of his hair, and once he contemplated running away and taking the first ship which sailed for Liverpool. But when he remembered his debts he concluded to swallow everything, even the mother-in-law if necessary. He was to sail the last week in November, and as, when he engaged his state-room, nothing had been said about a second one for Mrs. Brown, he comforted himself with the hope that she did not meditate going with him. She would perhaps come in the spring, by which time he might be glad for the brass bedsteads and hair mattresses which abounded at the Ridge House, and which were really more in accordance with his luxurious taste than the feather beds and high four-posters, which had done duty at Hardy Manor for more years than he could remember. Over 400 invitations were given to the wedding, as Mrs. Brown said she "didn't mean to make nobody mad." But she did offend more people than if her party had been more select, for when Mrs. Peter Stokes, the truckman's wife, heard that her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Asa Noakes, the hackman's wife, had received an invitation and she had not, her indignation knew no bounds, and she wondered who Miss Ike Brown thought she was, and if she had forgotten that she once went out to work like any other hired girl. And when Susan Slocum, whose mother took in washing, heard that her friend Lucy Smith, who worked in the mill, was invited and she was not, she persuaded her mother to roll up the 4 dozen pieces which had been sent from the Ridge to be washed, and return them with the message that if she wa'n't good enough to go to the wedding she wa'n't good enough to wash the wedding finery. This so disturbed poor Mrs. Brown, who really wished to please everybody, that, but for the interference of Allen and Augusta, she would have gone immediately to the offended washerwoman with an apology and an earliest request to be present at the wedding. "Don't for pity's sake ask any more of the scum," Allen said, adding that if she had not invited any of them no one would have been slighted. "Well, I don't know," Mrs. Brown rejoined with a sigh. "I can't quite forget when I was scum myself, and knew how it felt.
On the whole, however, everything went smoothly, and the grand affair came off one November night when the air was as soft and balmy as in early summer, and the full moon was sailing through a cloudless sky, as carriage after carriage made its way to the brilliantly lighted house through the dense crowd of curious people which filled the road in front, and even stretched to the left along the garden fence. All the factory hands were there, and all the boys in town, with most of the young girls, and many of the women whose rank in life was in what Allen called the scum, forgetting that but for his father's money he might have been there too. There were 4 bridesmaids in all, and their dresses and trains were something wonderful to behold, as they swept down the stairs and through the long drawing room to the bay window where, amid a wilderness of roses and azaleas and lilies, they were to stand. This was the part the most distasteful to Lord Hardy, who would greatly have preferred being married in church according to the English form; and, in fact, Augusta would have liked that too. But Mrs. Brown was a staunch Baptist, and opposed any deviation from the good old rule, and so Lord Hardy was compelled to submit, though his face wore the look of anything but a happy man as he went through the ordeal which made him Augusta's husband, and then received the congratulations of the guests, most of whom addressed the bride as Lady Hardy. When Augusta heard of Bessie's engagement with Gray, she went at once to congratulate her, and insisted upon her being one of her bridesmaids. But Bessie declined. She was too much a stranger to take so conspicuous a place, she said, and would rather be a quiet looker-on. But she was there with Gray, to whose arm she clung as she looked wonderingly on at the gorgeous display, unlike anything which was ever seen in Allington before, or ever would be again. Altogether it was a most brilliant and successful affair, and the reporters who had been hired to be present did it ample justice in the next day's papers. "Festivities in High Life" headed the column in which the beauty and accomplishments of the bride were dwelt upon at large, while free scope was given to the imagination and the pen when it came to the elegant manners of the hostess, the air of refinement and cultivation perceptible among the guests, and the signs of wealth and perfect taste everywhere visible. The great popularity of the family was also dwelt upon, as proven by the immense crowd thronging the streets, and Lord Hardy was congratulated upon his rare good luck, and hints were thrown out that England and Ireland ought to feel complimented that so many of America's fair daughters were willing to wear a foreign title and grace a foreign home. "What fools those reporters are, to be sure, and the Browns are bigger fools to allow such stuff to be printed," was Miss Macpherson's comment upon the articles which appeared in the Spy and the Gazette and the Springfield Republican, and her opinion was pretty generally shared by the citizens of Allington, who immediately raked up the ashes of the Browns' past history, and recalled with great zest the times when Mrs. Brown had worked in the kitchen at Gray's Park, while poor Mr. Brown was charged with every possible second-class occupation, from mending brass kettles down to peddling clothespins. Fortunately, however, Mrs. Brown was in happy ignorance of all this. She only knew that she had "killed a bear," as she expressed it, and that she had been described as an elegant and accomplished lady, who led the ton in Allington. "I guess I've whipped 'em all, though I'll wait and see what Miss Macpherson does," she said. But Miss Macpherson did nothing. It was the wish of both Bessie and Gray that the wedding should be as quiet as possible. Any one was free to go to the church where the ceremony took place one morning the last week in November, and which was filled with plain, respectable people. But only Hannah and Lucy Gray, Mr. and Mrs. Burton Jerrold, and the clergyman Mr. Sanford went to the house where the wedding breakfast was served, and where Miss Betsy broke down more than once as she thought how soon she had lost the girl whom she had learned to love so much. Gray and Bessie were going to New York that afternoon, for they were to sail the next day, and Hannah was going with them. No good reason had been assigned for this sudden trip across the ocean at this season of the year, and only Mr. Sanford knew why it was taken. Hannah had told him everything, and while he expressed his pleasure that the long search and waiting had at last been rewarded in so satisfactory a manner, he added sadly, "I hope you will not stay there long. I shall be very lonely without you, Hanny." It was the first time he had given her the pet name of old, since Martha had been laid to rest in the churchyard, and as a penance for doing so, he went the same day to Martha's grave and stood there at least 15 minutes, with the November rain falling upon him, until his clothes were nearly wet through. "Poor Martha," he sighed as he turned away. "She would be fidgeted to death if she knew how wet I am. I guess I had better drink some boneset when I get home. I believe that is what she used to give me." He went with the party to New York, and so did Miss Grey and Miss Macpherson, and the loungers at the Allington station made some joking remarks about one widower going off with 3 old maids, but each of the old maids knew her business, and cared little what the rabble said. The Browns, too, were in New York with Lord and Lady Hardy, who sailed in the same ship with Grey and Bessie. Just how much Augusta's wedding portion was never known, but that it was satisfactory was proven by the felicitous expression of Lord Hardy's face, which beamed with delight as he said good-bye to his mother-in-law, whom he kissed in the exuberance of his joy. But his countenance fell a little when he heard her tell Augusta not to be so down in the mouth, for she would be over there herself early in the spring, in time to see to house-cleaning. The day was bright and warm, as the days in Indian summer often are, and the Macpherson party stood upon the wharf waving their good-byes as long as Grey and Bessie were discernible among the passengers. Then they returned to their hotel, and Miss Betsy sent the following cablegram to Neil in London. "Bessie was married yesterday to Grey Gerald, and sails today for Liverpool." End of chapters 14 and 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. Bessie's Fortune. At last there came a day when Hannah Jerrold sat in the yew-shaded garden at Stoneleigh, on the same bench where Archie once lay sleeping, with Daisy at his side keeping the flies from him. Archie and Daisy were dead, and Hannah Jerrold, whose life had reached out and laid hold upon theirs, was there in the old home to make restitution, and coming to her down the walk were Grey and Bessie, whose face was wonderfully beautiful as she lifted it to her husband, and said something which made him stoop down and kiss the sweet mouth from which the old tired look had nearly vanished. She was so happy now, this little Welsh girl who had borne so much, and suffered so much, and it seemed to Hannah as she drew near as if a halo of joy shone in her deep blue eyes, and irradiated every feature of her lovely countenance. "Oh, it is so nice to be home again, and the old place is so dear to me," she said, as she sat down by Hannah upon the bench. "I half wish we were going to stay here, though I like America very much, and shall in time become as genuine a Yankee as Grey himself. You know, he is in a way a cosmopolitan." They had taken Anthony and Dorothy completely by surprise, for although Bessie had written to them of her engagement, she had said nothing of coming home, as she did not then expect to do so. But circumstances had changed, and the old couple were just sitting down to their frugal breakfast of bread and tea, when a carriage from the station drove into the park, and in a moment Bessie was in Dorothy's arms, laughing and crying and talking in the same breath, presenting Hannah as her husband, and her husband as her Aunt Anna, in her joy and excitement at being home once more. It did not take long to explain why they had come to the old people, who entered heart and soul into the matter, Anthony offering to go at once to Carnarvon and hunt up someone who could swear to the handwriting of Joel Rogers and help to prove the will, while Dorothy said she had no doubt that among the papers, bills and receipts which had belonged to Bessie's grandmother, and which were still lying in an old writing desk where Daisy had put them when her mother died, there were letters from Joel to his sister which proved to be a fact. "I remember him well, though he was a good bit older than I am," Anthony said. "A little sandy-haired man, very kind-hearted and honest, though rather touchy and quarrelsome if he had too much beer in him. I shouldn't wonder but he died in some spree brought on by drink." "Yes, he died in a spree brought on by drink," Hannah answered sadly, and that was the only time she was ever called upon to speak of the manner of Joel Rogers' death. Indeed, the whole matter was managed far more easily than she had feared. No troublesome questions whatever were asked, for there was no one enough interested in Joel Rogers to ask them, and when the will was proven and Bessie's claim as his rightful heir established, Grey found no difficulty whatever in obtaining from the company where the deceased had owned shares so many years ago, a full and correct account of all moneys invested, and the dividends which had been accruing since, the whole of which was at once made over to Bessie, who found herself an heiress to so large an amount that it fairly took her breath away at first. "Why, I am rich!" she exclaimed, and then, as the tears gathered in her eyes, she continued, "Oh, if this had come to me while poor father was alive, it would have made him so comfortable. And we were so poor." Then she began to wonder what she should do with it all, and how to dispose of it to the best advantage. "If you were only poor and wanted it, I should be so glad," she said to Grey.
But you do not, and so I must do the best I can." It never occurred to her to use any part of it for herself. She meant to give it away, and make a great many people happy. And within a day or two she had decided what to do with a part of it at least. She was sitting alone with Gray around the bright fire in the drawing room one evening after their late dinner, and Gray was saying to her as she sat on a low stool at his side, leaning her head on his knee and holding his hand in hers: "It will soon be 2 years since I first saw you, with your face against the window, looking out into the darkness at the big American. I dare say you wished me in Guinea." "That I did," Bessie answered laughingly as she deepened her clasp of his hand, "for I did not at all know what to do with you." "But I remember well that you gave up your own cosy bedroom like the dear, unselfish little girl you are," Gray said, and Bessie rejoined: "Yes, but I hope you remember, too, that you would not take it, and pretending to have the asthma said you preferred the north chamber, with the storm and the cold and the rats." "Oh, Gray, honestly, I did not want you here one bit. I thought you would be in the way, but I am so glad now, for if you had not come I might never have been your wife," and Bessie nestled closer to the arm which was her rightful resting place, and which encircled her fondly, as Gray replied, a little teasingly: "No, not my wife, perhaps, but you might have been Neil's, eh?" "No, Gray. If I had not met you I could not have married Neil. I once thought I loved him, it is true, but I know now I did not. We were so unlike we could never have been happy. But I like him very much, and am sorry for him if he really cared for me. I wonder what he will say when he hears I am married and am here in Wales. He did not even know I was engaged. I think you ought to write and tell him, and perhaps invite him here for the holidays. Do you think he would care to come?" "No, Bessie, neither would I care to have him," Gray replied. "I would rather spend the first Christmas alone with you in the place where I first saw you. But I am willing to write to Neil, and when we go to London I will find him, of course, and you shall see him." "Thank you, Gray," Bessie said, just as Dorothy came in with a letter for her mistress, who took it in her hand and bending to the firelight recognized Neil's handwriting, while her cheeks flushed as she saw her new name, Mrs. Gray Gerald, and thought that Neil was the first to address her thus. Breaking the seal, she read as follows: "London, December 1800 "My dear Cousin, "You may think it strange that I have not written before this and congratulated you upon your marriage. But I did not know of it until a week ago, when I came home from the Continent summoned by the news that my mother was very ill. Then I found a telegram from my Aunt Betsy which said, 'Bessie was married yesterday to Gray Gerald, and sails to-day for Liverpool.' I was not greatly surprised, and I am glad that it is Gray. I know he is worthy of you, and I hope you will both be happy, even if I am wretched and forlorn, for I am more so than I ever was in my life before. Mother is dead, and we have just returned from burying her at the old home in Middlesex. She died of typhoid pneumonia the day after my return. I did not send for you to attend her funeral, for fear it would seem like an insult, she had taken such a stand against you during her life. But she changed very much in that respect, and a few hours before she died she talked of you, and said she withdrew all her opposition, and that, if I loved you still and you loved me, she hoped we would marry and be happy. I did not tell her of the telegram, and so she did not know that you were already married. But strangest of all, she advised me to go to America, and if I could find anything to do, which would not compromise me as a gentleman, to do it. Think of that, Bessie! My mother advising me to work, after all her training to the contrary. But she knew there was no other way. It is work or starve with me now. A few weeks before mother's death she lost nearly everything which she had in her own right, and which would have naturally come to me, so that most of her income died with her. Neither Trevelyan House nor the one in the country is ours any longer, and father must go into lodgings when the new heir takes possession. This at his age is very hard, and I am sorry for him. If we only had the house in Middlesex it would not be so bad, for he likes the country and would be happy there. What he will do here alone in London I am sure I don't know, for I am going out to India on a salary of £300 a year, small enough for a chap of my habits, but better than nothing. I'd like awfully to see you once more before I go, and if you don't come to London I hope you will let me call upon you. Don't think I am breaking my heart because you belong to Gray. I am not that kind, and it would do no good. But I loved you as I can never love any one again, and there is always the thought of you in my mind, and I see your face as it looked at me that day in Liverpool, when I acted the part of a cowardly knave. I would kick myself for that if I could. You were too good for me, Bessie, and I should have been a drag upon your life always. But heaven knows how much I miss you, and how at times, when the thought comes over me that you are lost to me for ever, and that another man is enjoying the sweetness I once thought would be mine, I half wish I were dead and out of the way of everything. Then I put that feeling aside as unworthy of me, and say to myself that I am glad you are happy, and that Gray is the noblest and best fellow in the world, and the one of all others who ought to have you for his wife. I shall never marry, that is settled. First, there is no woman in the world I can ever look at after loving you, and second, I am too poor, and always will be. And now I suppose you are thinking of Blanche, and wondering where she is. She and mother had a jolly row, of which I fancy I was the cause. Blanche told mother that all either she or I cared for was to get her 10,000 a year, and by Jove, I believe she was right, but I did not suppose she had sense enough to know it. Trust a fool sometimes to see through a stone wall. Well, mother told Blanche that I did not even care for the 10,000 pounds, that I loved you, and had been engaged to you, and that you had discarded me. That was the straw too many, and forthwith Miss Blanche departed from Trevelyan House, bag and baggage, and I hear she is about to marry the eldest son of Lord Haxton, a brainless idiot, not half as good looking as I am. There is conceit for you! But you know I was always rather vain of my looks, and I do believe that the greatest terror poverty holds for me is the knowing that I must wear seedy hats and threadbare coats, and trousers a year behind. Maybe Gray will sometime send me a box of his cast-off clothes. But what nonsense I am writing, and it is time I closed. I hear father in his room, and guess it must be time for his tea, so I will go in and join him. I hope either you or Gray or both will write to me and tell me your plans. Forever and ever yours, Neil. P.S. I saw Jack Trevelyan the other day and told him you were married. For a minute he was as white as a piece of paper, then he rallied and asked a great many questions about you. It seems he thought that you died in Rome when you were so sick there, and he says Gray thought so too. Jack did not know to the contrary until one day last summer when Flossie Meredith met him in the streets in Paris and told him you were in America. Jack is growing stout, and looks quite the landed proprietor. He keeps a lot of hounds, and has invited me to visit him. But I am done with things of that sort. Again, good-bye. P.S. No. 2. I have had my tea with father, and when I told him I had been writing to you he bade me give you his love and say that he should very much like to see you and your husband, and that if you are not coming to London he will go to Stoneleigh, where he has never been since your grandfather died. This, I take it, is right shabby in him. But father is greatly changed. Between you and me, he was awfully afraid of mother. Poor mother! She meant well, and she was fond of me. By the way, Flossie is in London with her grandmother, stopping at Langham's, and Jack is there too, and has asked the old lady to spend some weeks at Trevelyan Castle. It is frightfully lonesome there, he says, and he wants Flossie to brighten it up. Can you read between the lines? I think I can. Flossie is bright as a button. Again yours, forever, Neil. Bessie read the letter, and then, passing it to her husband, said, "It is from Neil. Would you like to see it?" Taking it from her, Gray read it through, and then, leaning back in his chair, watched Bessie, as, with her elbows on her knees and her face resting on her hands, she sat gazing intently into the fire with a wistful, earnest look which puzzled him a little. Was she thinking of the two men who had loved her so much, and one of whom loved her still? And was she sending a regret after the title she had lost? He did not believe so, and after a moment he reached out his hand, and laying it caressingly upon her soft wavy hair, said to her, "What is it, petite? Are you thinking how you might have been Lady Bessie Trevelyan?" Then she turned her clear, truthful blue eyes upon him, and answered, "No, Gray. I would rather be your wife than the grandest duchess in the world, but I am thinking of Neil and his father, and how hard it is for them to be so poor. Gray," and rising from her stool, Bessie seated herself on her husband's lap, and winding her arms around his neck, and laying her soft, warm cheek against his bearded one, said again, "Gray, I want to ask you something. Want to do something. Can I?" "Yes, do what you like.
"Ask me what you like. What is it, darling?" Gray answered her, and Bessie replied:
"I want to give £1,000 of my money to Neil, and 1,000 to his father. That is not much, I know, but the interest upon it will put Uncle John in better lodgings than he can now afford, and it will help Neil too. Only think of £300 a year after all he has been accustomed to spend. What do you think, Gray?"
Gray's arm tightened its clasp around the girlish figure, and his lips touched Bessie's white forehead as he said: "I think you the most generous, unselfish little woman in all the world. And so I am sure would Neil if he knew what you proposed. But, Bessie, I do not believe he would like it, or like you to offer it to him. He has more manhood than that. Poverty is hard to bear, but it will not hurt him. On the contrary, having to work for his living will bring out the very best there is in him, and make him a man. He will not starve or even suffer want on £300 a year. It is more than many a working man has with a large family to support. So do not waste your sympathy on Neil, who can take care of himself. But his father is old, and the change will be hard upon him. Was he not born at Stoneleigh?"
"I think so. Yes,"
Bessie answered; and Gray continued: "Neil says he likes the country, and laments the loss of Elm Park. Now this is my suggestion. Anthony and Dorothy ought to have someone with them in their old age. How would you like taking a part of that £2,000 you are so anxious to dispose of, and with it repair and fit up this place into a comfortable and pleasant home for Mr. Macpherson whenever he chooses to stay here? The rest of the £2,000 you can invest for his use as long as he lives, and the interest of it will add to his present moderate income. What do you think of my plan?"
"I think it is the very best that could be adopted, and I shall write to Neil to night, so it will go in the first mail to morrow," Bessie said, and before she slept she wrote a long letter to Neil, telling him first of the fortune which had come to her so unexpectedly, but not explaining how it had come. She was simply the sole heiress of a certain Joel Rogers, who left shares in the quarries and mines, and these she was now possessed of, and felt herself a rich woman. "Quite an heiress, it seems to me," she wrote, "although the sum is really not so very large, but it is more than I ever dreamed of having, and as money burns in my fingers I am dying to be rid of some of it, and this is a plan which Gray and I have talked over together, and which I hope will meet your approval and that of your father."
Then as briefly as possible she made her offer, which she begged him to persuade his father to accept.
"It will make me very happy," she wrote, "to know that his old age is made more comfortable by me. I should be glad to give you a part of my little fortune, but Gray says you would not like it, and perhaps he is right. I am glad that you are going to do something. I think you will be happier if occupied with business, and I wish you to be happy, as I am sure you will be some day, and always remember that you have two sincere friends, Gray and your cousin Bessie."
She was going to add Gerald to the Bessie, but refrained from doing so, thinking to herself that she would not be the first to flaunt her new name in Neil's face. Gray, however, had no such scruples. Looking over Bessie's shoulder as she finished her letter, he saw her start to make the J, and when she changed her mind and put down her pen, he took it up and himself wrote the Gerald with a flourish, saying as he did so: "Don't be afraid to show your colors, petite. I think Bessie Gerald the sweetest name in all the world."
"So do I, but I doubt if Neil holds the same opinion,"
Bessie answered with a laugh, as she leaned her head upon her husband's bosom, while he kissed her lips and forehead, and said the fond, foolish things which no loving wife, however old she may be, is ever tired of hearing; fond, foolish words, which, if oftener spoken, would keep alive the love in hearts which should never grow cold to each other. It was 3 days before an answer came to Bessie's letter, and in that time she developed a most astonishing talent for architecture, or rather for devising and planning how to repair and improve a house. At least 20 sheets of paper were wasted with the plans she drew of what she meant to do. There were to be bow windows here, and balconies there, and porticos in another place. Chimneys were to be moved as readily and easily as if they had been pieces of furniture, partitions thrown down, doors taken away, and portieres substituted. All the solid old-fashioned furniture was to be discarded, and light airy articles to take its place, like the willow work and brass bedsteads then on their way to Hardy Manor as a gift from Mrs. Brown. Indeed, it was not until Gray told Bessie that she was outdoing the Yankees in her desire for change, and asked if she were copying Mrs. Rossiter Brown, that she stopped to rest, and concluded to wait for a letter from Neil before she commenced the work of knocking down and hauling out, as Dorothy expressed it.
At last the letter came, not from Neil, but from his father, who, after thanking Bessie most cordially for her generous offer, which he was glad to accept, wrote as follows: "I hope you will not be disappointed because I answer your letter in place of Neil, who said he could not possibly do it. He is greatly changed, and does not seem like himself at all. After reading your letter and passing it to me, he sat for a long time staring blankly at nothing, with a look on his face which I could not understand, and when I asked him what was the matter, he put his head upon the table and cried as young men never cry except they are greatly moved, and I cried too; though why I cannot tell, unless it was for all the trouble which has come upon us at once, the loss of my wife, the loss of our home, and the fact that Neil must now from necessity do something to earn his bread. But I do not think he minds that as much as one might suppose, and when I began to cry he stopped at once and tried to comfort me, and said our lot was not a hard one by any means when compared with what many had to endure; that it was a good thing to have to bestir himself; that he had been a lazy, conceited, selfish puppy long enough, and that if it were possible he meant to be a man. And then he spoke of you as his good angel, and said you were the truest, purest, and sweetest woman in all the world, and that neither of us could ever repay you and your husband for your generosity to us. I am sure I cannot, nor can I tell you how happy I shall be at Stoneleigh. I am afraid you will have a steady incumbent, for once there, I do not believe I shall care to leave it. I have seen all the world I wish to, and the quiet and peace of Stoneleigh will be very grateful to me. I think, however, that for the winter I shall remain in London, where I hope to see you and Mr. Jerrold, whose father and mother I met years ago at Penrhyn Park. I do not yet know when Neil will start for India, probably within a few weeks, and then I shall be very lonely. That God may bless you, my dear Bessie, and give you all the happiness you deserve, is the prayer of your affectionate uncle, John Macpherson. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapters 17, 18, and 19 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. Old Friends. Over this letter Bessie had a good cry, with her face on Gray's shoulder and Gray's arms around her, and when he asked why she cried she said she did not know, only the world seemed a very dreary world with no one perfectly happy in it except themselves. But Bessie's tears in those days were like April showers, and she was soon as joyous and gay as ever, and entered heart and soul into the improvements and repairs which were to make Stoneleigh habitable for the Honourable John, who, greatly to their astonishment, came suddenly upon them one day when they were ankle deep in brick and mortar and lath and plaster, and all the other paraphernalia attendant upon repairing an old house. Neil was away so much, he said, and he was so lonely in his lodgings with no one to speak to but his landlady, that he had decided to come to Stoneleigh, though he did not mean to make the least trouble, or be at all in the way. But a fine gentleman unaccustomed to wait upon himself is always in the way, and even Bessie's patience was taxed to its utmost during the weeks which followed. Fortunately for her, Gray knew what was needed better than she did herself, for, while she would have torn down one day what had been done the day before, he moved more cautiously and judiciously, so that the work really progressed rapidly, and sometime in March John Macpherson took possession of the 2 rooms which had been expressly designed for him, and which, as they were fitted up and furnished with a reference to comfort rather than elegance, were exceedingly homelike and pleasant, and suited the London gentleman perfectly. "Here I shall live and die, blessing you with my last breath," he said to Bessie, as he moved into his new quarters and seated himself in an armchair by a window which overlooked the park and the Menin bridge not far away. He was very fond of Bessie, whom he always called "dear child," and once when she stood by him he put his arm about her and kissing her fondly said, "I wish you could have been my daughter. It would have been the making of Neil." "No, no, oh no, I couldn't, for there is Gray, whom I love a great deal the best," Bessie answered hurriedly, as she drew herself from him, half feeling as if a wrong had been done her husband by even a hint that she could ever have been the wife of another. Sometime in April the Jerrolds went to London and met Neil at the Grand Hotel, where he was staying a few days before leaving for India. Owing to Gray's tact, the interview was tolerably free from embarrassment, though in Neil's heart there was a wild tumult of conflicting emotions, as he stood with Bessie again face to face, and heard her well-remembered voice. How lovely she was in her young happy wifehood, with the tired careworn look gone from her sweet face, where only the light of perfect joy and peace was shining.
Gray, who, without being in the least a prig, was something of a connoisseur in the details of dress, had delighted to adorn his bride with everything which could enhance her beauty, and Bessie wore her plumage well, and there was a most striking contrast between the girl of 15, who in her washed linen gown and faded ribbons had once stood up in the park waving her handkerchief to Neil, and the young matron of 20, who, clad in faultless dinner dress, with diamonds in her ears and on her fingers, went forward to meet her cousin. And Neil recognized the difference, and felt himself growing both hot and cold by turns as he took the hand extended to him, and looked down upon the little lady whom, but for her bright face and clear, innocent blue eyes, he would scarcely have known, so complete was the transformation. For a moment Neil felt as if he preferred the old linen, with its puffed sleeves and antiquated appearance, to the shimmer of the fawn-coloured satin with its facings of delicate blue and the flush of the solitaires. But as he watched her moving about the elegant rooms, and discharging her duties as hostess just as kindly and thoughtfully as she had done at Stoneleigh, where the china was cracked and the silver was old, he said to himself that the transformation was such as it should be, and that satins and diamonds, though out of place on little Bessie Macpherson of Stoneleigh, were fitting adornments for Mrs. Gray Gerald of Boston. He had called her Bessie as of old, and the repeating the dear name to her, and seeing the quick, responsive smile and questioning glance he knew so well, nearly unmanned him, and raised within him such a tempest of love and remorse and regret for what he had lost, that it required all his fortitude and will not to break down entirely, and to seem natural and at ease during the dinner to which Gray had invited him, and which was served in the private parlour. Half an hour or more after dinner, a servant brought in a card with Jack Trevelyan's name upon it, and in a moment Jack was with them, shaking hands cordially with both Gray and Bessie, and appearing as much at his ease as he did in the park when he first saw the latter and told her who the people were, while she, a shy country girl, looked on wonderingly and made her quaint remarks. She did not look like a country girl now, and Jack's eyes followed her admiringly as she moved about the room, with a faint flush on her cheeks and a very little shyness perceptible in her manner. Once when standing near her he put a hand on either shoulder, and looking down into her face said to her, "Do you know, Mrs. Jerrold, how nearly my heart was broken when I thought you were dead, and that for months the brightness of my life seemed blotted out? But it is all right now, and I am glad for you that you are Gray Gerald's wife. You will be very happy with him." "Yes, yes, very happy," Bessie answered, and then, scarcely knowing why she did so, she asked him abruptly for Flossie, and where she was. "At Trevelyan Castle," Jack replied, taking his hands from her shoulders and stepping back from her. "She is there with her grandmother, a cantankerous old woman who leads Flossie a sorry life, or would if she were not so light-hearted that trouble slips from her easily." "No one could be happy with Mrs. Meredith," Bessie said. "She is so cross and unreasonable, and I pity poor Flossie, who is made for sunshine. I wish she would go to America with us. I should be so glad to have her, and I mean to write and ask her. Do you think she would like to go?" "No, I don't know," Jack answered thoughtfully, while it seemed to Bessie that a shadow passed over his face, and he sat for a few moments in a brown study as if revolving something in his mind. Then, rousing up, he said he must leave them, as he was due at a party at the West End, and it was time he was making his toilet. "I shall be very glad to see you at Trevelyan Castle," he said to Gray, "and if you will come I will treat Mistress Bessie to the biggest fox hunt she ever saw. I have no end of hounds and horses, and Flossie's an admirable horsewoman. Why, she can take the highest fence and clear the widest ditch in the county. Come and see her do it. Good-bye." The next day Bessie wrote to Flossie, urging her to go with her to her new home, and saying that she knew she would like America and be very happy there. A week later Neil started for India. He said good-bye at the hotel to his father, who had come from Wales to see him; but Gray and Bessie went with him to Southampton, where he was to embark. It was hard for Neil to seem cheerful and natural, but he succeeded very well until the last, when he said good-bye to Bessie. Then he broke down entirely, and taking her in his arms, cried over her as a mother cries over the child she is losing. "You have always been my good angel, Bessie," he said, "and if ever I make anything of myself it will all be owing to you. Good-bye, and may God bless you, and make you the happiest woman in the world, as you deserve to be. I may never see you again, and I may." If I succeed and really think I am a man, and not a sneak as you have always known me, I shall come to you some time and show you that there was something in Neil Macpherson besides selfishness and conceit. Good bye." Releasing her, he turned to Gray, who, during this little scene, had considerately turned his back upon them, and stood looking from the window as unconcernedly as if no tall, handsome cousin were kissing his wife and crying over her. He had perfect faith in Bessie, and he pitied Neil, and when the latter offered him his hand he took it, and pressing it warmly, said, "Good bye, and God bless you. As long as I live you will have a friend in me. I think you will succeed in India, but if you fail, try America. You are sure to succeed there, if you only have the will, and I can help you some, perhaps. Good bye." Neil made no answer except to wring Gray's hand, and then he passed out from the old life to the new, with a pretty equal chance for failure or success. This was in April, and in the latter part of May the Geralds sailed for America, but before they did so Bessie received a letter from Flossie, who was at her grandmother's home near Portrush in Ireland, and who wrote as follows: "Dear Bessie, I ought to have written you long ago and thanked you for your kind invitation to go with you to your American home. I should have liked it of all things in the world, for to see America and know what it is like has been the dream of my life. You knew it is the paradise of my countrymen, the land into which Pat and Bridget entered when Johnny Bull came out. For various reasons, however, I must decline your invitation, and I am going to tell you all about it, but the beginning and the end lie so far apart that I must go way back to the time when, owing to some mistake, Jack Trevelyan thought you died in Rome, and because he thought so, he made a hermit of himself and wandered off into the Tyrol and the Bavarian Alps, where nobody spoke English, and where all he knew of the civilized world was what he gleaned from German papers. Nobody could communicate with him, for when he wrote to his steward, as he did sometimes, he never said where a letter could reach him or where he was going next. At last, however, he concluded to go home, and got as far as Paris, where Grandma and I happened to be staying. This was last August, and I was in the Rue de Rivoli one day near Place Vendôme, when who should turn from a side street a few rods in advance of me but Jack himself, looking very rough and queer, with a long beard and a shocking hat. He did not see me, and was walking so fast that I had to run to overtake him, and even then I might not have captured him if I had not taken the handle of my umbrella and hooked it into his collar behind. This brought him to a standstill and nearly threw him down. You ought to have seen the expression of his face when he turned to see who was garrotting him in broad daylight, for he thought it was that. "Flossie," he exclaimed, "what are you about, and what is this you have hitched to me?" You see, the umbrella was still hooked to his coat collar and flopping itself open. "If you stand still I will show you what it is," I said, laughing till I cried at the comical appearance he presented, with the passers-by looking on wonderingly. I do not think he liked it very well. No one likes to be made ridiculous, but we were soon walking together very amicably, and he was telling me where he had been and that he was now on his way to Trevelyan Castle. "I have not seen you, Flossie," he said, "and I wish you could have heard how sadly and low he spoke. I have not seen you since Bessie died in Rome. You were with her, I believe." "Bessie died in Rome!" I exclaimed. "What do you mean? Bessie did not die in Rome. She is not dead at all. She has gone to America in the same ship with Grey Gerald." He stopped more suddenly than he did when I hooked him with the umbrella, and turning toward me, asked me if I was telling him the truth. Then we walked on as far as the Champs-Élysées, where we sat down, and I told him everything which had happened at Rome, and after we left there, as far as I knew. But I doubt if he heard half of what I was saying. The only point he did seem to understand was that you were not dead, and that you had gone to America in the same ship with Mr. Gerald. It was Neil who had told me that, and to him I referred Jack for any further information concerning you. But I do not think he stopped to get it, for he went straight to London to Trevelyan Castle, where his presence was needed. And then, after a time, he invited Grandma and me to visit there, because he was lonely without any ladies in the house. And we went, and I was perfectly happy; for, you know, it was once my home, and it is going to be. But wait till I tell you how Jack is changed, and how he used to go away by himself and stay for hours alone, and come back with such a tired look on his face, and ask me to tell him again of Mr. Gerald's kindness to you in Rome. Grandma said he was in love with you, and I think so too. But wait till I tell you how he came home from London after seeing you there as Mrs. Gerald, and how he raved about your beauty and grace and elegance and the lovely dress you wore the night he called,
Blue, he said he believed it was, and he wanted me to have one like it, as if what became your lilies and roses would suit my black face and turned-up Irish nose. But men know nothing of color, or anything else, at least Jack does not, as you will see when I tell you, if I ever come to that. Well, it was like this. You were married to Mr. Jerrold, and now I'm going to tell you how your letter came, and Jack brought it to me, and stood staring at me while I read it, and then he said, "She asked you to go to America?" "Yes," I answered without looking up, and he continued, "Are you going?" "I'd like to," I said. "I would rather go to America than to any other place in all the world." "Rather than stay here with me?" he asked. Something in his voice made me look up, and then, I do not believe I can tell you, except that I suddenly found out that I had been caring a great deal for Sir Jack Trevelyan. Yes, a great deal, while well, I may as well tell you, for Sir Jack is not the man to say he loves a girl if he does not, and he told me he loved me and wanted me for his wife. And I just covered up my face so he could not see it, and cried with all my might, I was so happy and glad. I know what transpired at Stoneleigh, and that I am not his first choice, but I am satisfied. How could he help loving you? I am sure I could not if I were a man, and so we are to be married in June, here in Grandma's house, where she brought me the minute she heard of the engagement. "It is highly improper for you to stay at Trevelyan Castle a day under the circumstances," she said, as if Sir Jack, as my promised husband, had been suddenly transformed into a monster who would work me harm. I wish you could come to the wedding, and so does Jack. He is here, and has been for a week, and when I finish this letter we are going out to sit upon the rocks, and see the tide come in and the moon rise, and shall naturally sentimentalize a little, and he will tell me how much he loves me, and call me his Irish lassie. He has done that 100 times, but when he gets too spoony and demonstrative, I ask him if he loves me better than he did you, and that quiets him, for like your president or king, George somebody or other, he cannot tell a lie, and says, "Not better, perhaps, but differently, just as you are different from her. She is fair, you know, and you are dark, and so I infer that his love for you was white and his love for me black. Ah bien, je suis contente. And now I must close, for Jack has come in, hat in hand, and bids me hurry, as there is the funniest specimen of an American down on the rocks that he ever saw. Her name is Mrs. Rossiter Brown, and her daughter married an Irish lord who lives near Dublin. I have met so few Americans that I must really see this one. Jack says it is better than a play to hear her talk. So good-bye, from your loving Flossie. P.S. I have seen Mrs. Rossiter Brown, who knows you and Gray, and all his relations back to the flood. Is she a fair specimen of Americans? But of course not. Even I know better than that. Mr. Jerrold is not at all like her, neither I fancy are his people. Mrs. Brown has recently arrived, and is to spend the summer with her daughter Lady Hardy, who is not with her. She talks so funny, and her slang is so original, and her grammar so droll, that I find her charming, and if many of the Americans are like her, you are to be congratulated, as you can never lack variety. Once more, good-bye, Florence Meredith. 18. Home again. Great were the rejoicings both in Boston and Allington over the return of the travellers, and great the surprise of all when it was known that Bessie had come back an heiress to no mean fortune. But just who the great uncle was from whom her money had come to her, none except Gray's father and Mr. Sandford ever knew, and if they had, few would have remembered the peddler of more than 40 years ago, whose disappearance had caused no remark and awakened no suspicion. Could Bessie have had her way, she would have told the story fearlessly, and moved the bones of her kinsman to another resting place, but Gray and Mr. Sandford overruled her, both for Hannah's sake and for the sake of Gray's father, who could not have borne the talk it would have created. Mr. Jerrold had never been the same since that night when he heard his father's confession, and he was fast growing into a morbid misanthropic man whom his wife, not without reason, feared one day be crazy. Every year he shrank more and more from meeting his fellow men, and at last he abandoned business altogether, and remained mostly at home in a room which he called his office, and where he saw only those he was obliged to see.
The money lying in his bank in Hannah's name, but which he knew was intended for some one else, and the shares in the mines and quarries of Wales troubled him greatly, for somewhere in the world there were people to whom they belonged, and he sometimes felt that if he and his sister were guiltless of their father's crime, they were at least thieves and robbers because of the silence upon which he himself had insisted. More than once recently he had resolved to tell Gray, and let him decide the matter, and it was upon this very thing he was brooding on the morning when his son was announced. Gray had reached Allington the previous day, and found his mother there waiting to receive him. "I wanted your father to come with me, but he would not. He dislikes Allington worse than I do, and mopes all day in his room, just as his father did. I wonder if there is any insanity in the family," she said to Gray, who answered cheerily, "Not a bit of it, mother. And if there is, Bessie's advent among us will exorcise the demon. I am going to Boston to-morrow to see father, and shall bring him back with me a different man entirely." He found his father in his room, moping, as his mother had said, and was struck with the change in him, even during the few months he had been away. He stooped more than ever, and there was in his whole appearance an air of weakness and brokenness of spirit pitiable to see in a man who had once been so proud and strong. "Gray, my boy, how are you? I am glad to see you, very glad," he said, as his son entered the room; and when Gray sat down by him, and taking his thin white hand pressed it gently, and said, "Poor father, you are not well, are you?" he did a most astonishing thing. He laid his head on his son's arm, and sobbed aloud. "No, Gray, I am sick. In mind, not in body. And I have been sick these— How old are you, Gray?" 26 my next birthday," Gray replied, and he continued, "Yes, you were 14 when your grandfather died. 12 years ago, and for 12 years I have been sick. Very sick. Oh, Gray, if I dared to tell you, and ask you what to do—" "You need not tell me," Gray said to him. "I know what you mean, and have known it ever since Grandpa died, for I was there that night, unknown to you or anyone; was in the kitchen by the stove, and heard what Grandpa told you. Don't you remember how sick I was after it? Well, that was what ailed me. Aunt Hannah knows. I told her, and together we have tried to find his heirs, and, father, we have found them, or her, for there is but one direct heir of his sister Elizabeth, and that is Bessie, my wife. Oh, father, look up, bear up. You must not faint," Gray continued in alarm, as he felt his father press heavily against him, and saw the ghastly pallor on his face. "Bessie, your wife, the heir! And does she know what we do?" Mr. Jerrold gasped, and Gray replied, "Yes, everything, and knew it before I married her. Listen, and I will tell you all." Ringing the bell, Gray bade the servant who appeared bring a glass of wine, which he made his father swallow, and then, supporting him with his arm, he told him everything, from the night when he had knelt upon the snow in the woods and asked to be forgiven for his grandfather's sin, down to the present time. "And you knew it all these years, when I was trying to hide it from you," Mr. Jerrold said, "and you have worked while I have only sat still and brooded. And you have found the heir in Bessie. Are you sure it is Bessie? Oh, Gray, God bless you, my boy. You do not know what a load of care you have taken from me, for though my father's sin is none the less, it does not hurt me as much, and I feel as if I could forgive him all. I do not believe he was so much in fault. The peddler struck him first, you know. I must see Hannah, and hear the story again. What time do you return to Allington?" Gray told him, and he continued, "I shall go with you. First to see Hannah, and then to Grace Park in the evening. Poor Hannah! She has had such a lonely life." 3 hours later, and Mr. Jerrold was driven to the house in the pasture land, in the phaeton which Lucy had sent to the station to meet Gray, who walked to Grace Park, where Bessie greeted him as rapturously as if weeks instead of hours had passed since she saw him. Mr. Jerrold had expected to find his sister alone, and was a little disappointed to see the Reverend Mr. Sandford there, cosily taking tea in the pleasant south room, where the morning glories were trained across the windows, and the early June roses were looking in. "Oh, Burton, how glad I am to see you! And how well you are looking!" Hannah cried, as she went forward to meet her brother, in whom she saw a change, as if he had suddenly grown young.
and he did feel younger and happier than he had in years; and as soon as Mr. Sandford took his leave, which he did immediately after tea, Burton plunged at once into the principal object of his visit. "I have come," he said, "to open the doors and windows of that ghostly room, and let in the light and air of heaven. Gray has told me everything, and I feel like a new man. Even the thing father did does not seem to me quite as it did. Would you mind telling me again the particulars of the quarrel? How it commenced, I mean. Nothing more." He had risen as he was talking, and going into the bedroom threw back the heavy curtains, and opening the windows and blinds sat down in his father's chair, while Hannah stood beside him and told him how both men had drank until their reason was clouded, and how the pedlar had called her father a cheat and a liar, and struck him first, and how— But here her brother stopped her and said, "That will do. I am satisfied that what father did was done in self-defense, and so the world would have said, and acquitted him too, I am sure. I almost wish you had told at the time. We should have lived it down, though I might never have married Geraldine, and never have had Gray. No, sister, you did right, and having kept it so long we must keep it still. No use to unearth it now, though I would give half my life and every dollar I own. Yes, I'd give everything except my boy Gray to know it had never been there," and he pointed to the corner of the room where the bed was still standing, and under which was the hidden grave. "Bessie is willing we should tell, and if I thought we ought, I should be willing too," Hannah said; but her brother shook his head. "It can do no good to anyone, so let the poor man rest in peace. You have found his heirs, and restitution can be made. The money is safe in the bank." "And now I must go, for Geraldine is waiting for me," Burton said, adding, as he stood a moment by the door, "I feel 20 years younger than I did, and you, Hannah, why, you look 30 years younger, and are really a handsome woman for your age. By the way, shall you live here or with Gray?" "I don't know yet where I shall live," Hannah replied, and her cheeks were scarlet as she said good bye and watched him as he drove away. 19. Joel Rogers' Monument. It was a very merry party which met next day at the farmhouse, and Mr. Jerrold was the merriest of them all, though he could not understand exactly why he was so light-hearted and glad. The fact that Joel Rogers died by his father's hand remained the same, but it did not now affect him as it once had done. Bessie seemed to have taken all the shame and pain away. He was very fond of her, always calling her daughter when he addressed her, and when after dinner was over she came and sat at his side, and laying her hand on his, said to him, "Father, there is something I very much wish to do, and I want your consent." He answered unhesitatingly, "You shall have it, no matter what you ask." "Thanks," Bessie said, with a triumphant look at Gray, who was standing near. "I thought you would not oppose me, even if Gray did. You see, I have so much money that it burns my fingers, and I think I must have lived in America long enough to have caught your fever for change, or else the smell of plaster and paint at Stoneleigh awakened in me a desire for more, for what I wish to do is to tear down this old house and build another one, where we can spend our summers. This house, though very nice and comfortable, is falling to pieces, and will tumble down in some high wind. The plastering is off in 2 of the rooms upstairs, and part of the roof has fallen in over the bedroom and woodshed. Aunt Hannah says the snow was suffered to lie there last winter while she was with us in Wales. So you see we must do something, and I have the plan of such a pretty place, which I want to call Stoneleigh Cottage, after my old home. Your room and Aunt Hannah's are to be the pleasantest of all, with a bow window and a fireplace in both, and there is to be a fireplace in the hall, which is to be finished in oak, with a wide staircase and a tall clock on the landing, and the windows are to have little colored panes of glass at the top, and the floors are to be inlaid and waxed, with rugs of matting instead of carpets, as we want everything cool for summer, and we will have a big piazza where we can have tea or breakfast, or even a dance if we like. Won't that be nice?" Bessie had talked very rapidly, with the feeling that she did not have the sympathy of her hearers. She had conceived the idea of pulling down the old house, and building a new one while she was in Wales, alleging to herself as one reason that both Hannah and Gray would enjoy themselves better under a roof which did not cover a grave, while the other reason was not then quite clear enough in her own mind to be put into words, but she had said nothing to anyone until the morning of the day when she broached the subject to his father.
Together with Gray she had gone over the old house, which, from having been shut up so long, seemed more dilapidated than ever. But Gray opposed her plan, and Hannah opposed it, while Mr. Jerrold grew hot and cold by turns, as he thought what might possibly be brought to light if the house were removed and any excavations made, as there might be. As if divining what was in his mind, Bessie continued: "I do not mean to have the new house just where this one stands, but farther to the right. We can fill up the cellar with the debris, and have loads of earth brought in, and make a kind of plateau with its terrace all around it. We can make that plateau so lovely with shrubs and flowers and grass. I once saw one like what I have in mind, at a country place in England, and in one corner, under a willow tree, was a little grave. The only son of the house had been buried there, and I thought it so lovely to have a monument of flowers and trees and singing birds." Looking into the blue eyes fixed so earnestly upon him, Mr. Jerrold read what she meant, and said to her: "You shall do as you like, if Hannah doesn't object." Hannah, too, began to get a glimpse of the truth, and so did Gray, and when she said, "You are all willing, it is settled," they answered yes, and Gray went with her to choose the site for the new house, which in her impetuosity she declared should be commenced at once, saying she would remain in Allington during the summer and superintend it herself. It was Bessie who chose the site, to the right of the old building, and near a great flat rock which she said she meant to have in a corner of the yard, as it would be such a nice playhouse for children. "Yes, a very nice playhouse for children," Gray said, winding his arms around her and kissing her blushing cheek, and then they sat down upon the rock, and talked of and planned the house, and Bessie told him all that was in her mind in regard to the plateau, which she meant to make as beautiful as a garden, so that no one would ever dream it held a grave. "I ought to do something for him," she said, "and as my grandmother was fond of flowers and grass and singing birds, so I am sure was he, and he shall have them in abundance, and maybe he will know that his sister's granddaughter is doing it for him, and be glad." In the light of this new idea, Mr. Jerrold, Hannah, and Gray entered heart and soul into Bessie's project, and within a week a plan for the cottage had been drawn and a contract made with the builders, who were to commence work at once. Neither Hannah nor Bessie were present when the walls of the main building went crashing down into the cellar they were to fill, but when it came to the bedroom and woodshed, Hannah, Bessie, Gray, and his father sat under a tree at a little distance, watching nervously while the men took down timber after timber, until the spot was clear and the ground as smooth as it usually is under a floor where there is no cellar. "Oh," Bessie said with a sigh of relief, as she turned to Gray, who was sitting next to her, but her eye went past him to Hannah, who, with her hands clasped tightly together, sat as rigid as a block of marble, gazing so intently at the spot which held so much horror for her, that she did not at first know when Bessie stole softly to her side; but when the young girl wound her arm around her neck, and kissing her softly, said: "They have let him into the light, and I am so glad. It does not seem now like a hidden grave." The tension on her nerves gave way, and she burst into a paroxysm of tears, the very last she ever shed over that hidden grave. For, like Bessie, she felt better, now that the sunlight was falling upon it, and by, when everything was accomplished and Bessie had carried out her idea, she felt that the dead man's monument would be worthy of a far nobler personage than he who slept beneath it. Yielding to Bessie's earnest solicitations, Gray decided to remain with her in Allington during the summer and superintend in person the work, which, owing to good management and the great number of men employed, went on so rapidly that by the last of October everything was done except the furnishing, which was to be put off until spring, for before the autumn came it was known that Hannah would never occupy the house save as she went there a visitor. The words spoken to her many years before by the Reverend Charles Sandford had been repeated, and this time her answer had been: "Yes, Charlie, if you do not think it too ridiculous for people as old as we are to marry. Why, I am almost 60." "But just as dear and young to me as if you were 16," was the reply of the Reverend Charles, who was quite as much in love as he had been nearly 40 years before, when he asked Hannah Jerrold to be his wife. Of course, after it was settled, he went straight to Martha's grave and stayed there all the afternoon, and did a little gardening around it, and trained the rose bush around the headstone, and picking a half open blossom, put it in his buttonhole, and silently apostrophized the dead woman at his feet, telling her that though he was about to bring a new mistress to the home where she had reigned supreme, he should not forget her, and should, so far as was consistent, see that all her ideas were carried out, especially as far as his health was concerned. Then he walked thoughtfully away, whispering to himself,
Martha was a very good and excellent woman, but I loved Hanny first, and God forgive me if it is wrong to say it, I think I love her the best." Then he went and told Miss Macpherson, who called him and Hannah fools to think of marrying at their time of life, but said she was satisfied if they were. Then he told Lucy Gray, who congratulated him warmly and was sure he would be happy. Then he told Bessie, who cried at first because her Aunt Hannah was not to live with her, and then entered heart and soul into the affair, and became as much interested in the wedding and the wedding outfit as if the bride-elect had been a young girl in her teens instead of an elderly woman in her 50s. Then he told his senior warden, who, having himself been married 3 times, had nothing to say, but hurried home with the news, which was all over Allington by the next day, and was received differently according to the different natures of the receivers. Some were very glad, and predicted that the rector would be far happier with Hannah than he had been with Martha, while others wondered what that worthy woman would say if she knew that another was to fill her place, and all calculated the ages of the respective parties, making him out younger than he was, and her a great deal older. But neither he nor she ever knew what was said, and they would not have cared if they had, for both were supremely happy and thankful for the peace and blessedness which had crowned their later life. 50 and even 60 is not so very old, at least to those who have reached it, and Hannah neither looked nor felt old when in her becoming traveling dress of seal brown she stood up in the parlors of her brother's house on Beacon Street and was made Mrs. Charles Sanford. This was early in February, and 6 weeks before, on Christmas Eve, there had come to that same house on Beacon Street a little black-eyed, black-haired boy, as unlike either Bessie or Gray as a baby well could be. "He is not like any one I have ever seen of your family," the old nurse said, when she brought the sturdy fellow to Bessie, who the moment she looked at him exclaimed, "Why, Gray, he is exactly like Neil. His eyes, his hair, his expression, and Neil will be so glad. We must have his picture taken at once and sent to Neil, with a lock of his hair." Gray thought it doubtful if Neil would be quite as enthusiastic over Bessie's baby as she seemed to think. But when a few hours later she drew his face down to hers and whispered to him, "We will call baby Neil Macpherson, won't we?" he fondly kissed the little mother, and answered hesitatingly, "Yes, darling, we will call our baby Neil Macpherson, if you like." And so with a birth, a christening, and a wedding the winter passed rapidly at No. Beacon Street, and by the 1st of May Bessie was again in Allington, armed and equipped for settling Stoneleigh Cottage, and giving the finishing touches to the plateau, which with the advance of summer began to show marks of great beauty and to attract general attention. Bessie's idea of raising it 2 feet above the level of the ground had been carried out, and the sods which had been placed upon it, and the terrace around it in the autumn, were fresh and green as velvet in the early spring, while of the roses and lilies and flowering shrubs which had been planted with so much care, not one had died, and many of them blossomed as freely as plants of older growth. The plateau was Bessie's especial pride and care, particularly that corner of it over which the bedroom once stood. Here she had an immense bed of pansies, heart-shaped and perfect in outline, and in the center a cross, where only white daisies were growing. "Grandmother liked pansies and daisies the best, and I thought perhaps he did too. And then mother's name was Daisy, you know," she said to Hannah, who rightly guessed that this bank of flowers was Bessie's in memoriam, not only to her uncle but to her mother as well. And very beautiful the heart-shaped bed of human-faced pansies with the daisy cross in the center looked all the summer long, and many admired and commented upon it, but only 5 persons ever knew that the white cross marked a grave. End of chapters 17 through 19. Part 3, Chapter 20 of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 20. After 5 years. Noiselessly as I be springtime, her crown of verdure weaves, and all the trees on all the hills open their 1,000 leaves. So noiselessly and quickly have the years come and gone since we first saw our heroine Bessie, a little girl on the sands of Aberystwyth, and now we present her to our readers for the last time, a sweet-faced, lovely matron of 26, who with her husband was awaiting at the Allington station one bright June afternoon for the incoming train from New York.
Just behind the station, where the horses would not be startled by the engine, stood the family carriage, a large roomy vehicle, bought for comfort rather than show, and which seemed to be full of children, though in reality there were only 3. First, Neil, the boy of 5 years and a half, who, with his dark eyes and hair and bright olive complexion, was the very image of the Neil for whom he was named, and who was a most lovable and affectionate child. Next to Neil was the 3-year-old Robin, with blue eyes and golden hair, like the blind Robin for whom he was named, and next was the girl Baby, who came nearly a year and a half ago, and to whom Gray said, when he first took her in his arms, "I thank God for giving you to me, my little daughter, and I am sure you look just as your mother did when she first opened her eyes at Stoneleigh. Yes, I am very glad for you, little Bessie Macpherson." And so that was the name they gave the baby with lustrous blue eyes and wavy hair, and the same sweet patient expression about the mouth, as there was about the mouth of the young girl mother, whom Neil and Robin called Bessie Mamma, while to their sister they gave the name of Baby Bessie. And Baby Bessie was in the roomy carriage, sitting on Jenny's lap, and playing peekaboo with Robin, while Neil stood on the opposite seat engaged in a hot altercation with another boy about his own age, who, dressed in black, which gave him a peculiar look, was seated at a little distance in a most elegant carriage with servants in livery, and who, when asked by some one standing near what his name was, had answered, "I am Lord Rossiter Hardy, and I am waiting for my mother, who is coming from New York, and who is going to bring me a bicycle." Something in the boy's tone of superiority irritated Neil, who was thoroughly democratic, and he called out, "Phoo! A lord! Why, you are nobody but Ross Hardy, and your grandmother—" "Hush, Neil, or I'll tell your father, and look where you are standin' with your dirty fate on the cushions. Come down directly, or I'll be after helpin' ye," said Jenny, whereupon Neil turned his attention to her, and a spirited battle ensued, in which Robin also took part, and which was only brought to an end by the sound of the train in the distance. "There's the whistle! Out with ye, or you'll not be in time to greet your uncle," Jenny cried, and with a bound Neil was upon the ground, and rushing through the station, joined his mother, who with Gray was looking anxiously at the few passengers alighting from the train. First came Lady Augusta Hardy, habited in the deepest of crape. Poor Teddy had died a few months before, and with her little son Rossiter, who was now the heir of Hardy Manor, she was spending the summer at home, and with her foreign airs and liveried servants brought from Dublin, was creating quite a sensation to Ellington. With a bow to the Geralds, who were among the few she condescended to notice, she passed on to where her coachman and footman waited for her, while Bessie ran hastily down the platform towards a tall, sickly-looking man, who almost tottered as he walked, while a sudden pallor about his lips told how weak he was. "Oh, Neil, I am so glad, and so sorry, too. I did not think you were like this," Bessie cried, as she took both his hands in hers, and standing on tiptoe kissed the quivering lips which could not for a moment speak to her. "You are very tired," she continued, as Gray came up, and, after greeting the stranger cordially, offered him his arm. "You are tired from the voyage and the journey here, it is so hot and dusty. But you will rest now. Our house is so cool, and the air here is so pure. There, let me help you too." And in her eagerness Bessie passed her arm through Neil's, or rather put it around him, and thus supported, the sick man went slowly to the open carriage, where Jenny had the children, with the exception of little Neil, who, finding himself overlooked, was cultivating the station master and telling him that the dark-looking man was his Uncle Neil from India, and that they were to have ice cream for dinner in honor of his arrival, and he was to go to the table and have 2 saucers full. In her anxiety for her cousin, Bessie had forgotten her children, but at the sight of them she exclaimed, "Oh, Neil, look! Here are 2 of my babies, Robin and Bessie, and the boy over there throwing stones is your namesake. I hope they will not trouble you. Robin and Bessie, I mean, for you are to go in the carriage with them, and Gray will take little Neil in the phaeton." "Yes, thank you," Neil replied, too sick and tired to care for anything just then, and leaning back in the carriage he closed his eyes wearily, and did not open them again until they were more than half-way to Stoneleigh Cottage. Then Robin, who had been regarding the stranger curiously, laid his little dimpled hand on the thin-waisted one, and said, "Is you 'seep?" With a start Neil's eyes unclosed, and he looked for the first time on Bessie's children, with such a pain in his heart as he had hoped he might never feel again. Over and over he had said to himself that she should never know how the very thought of them hurt and almost maddened him, and how, in his foolish anger, he had burned the lock of hair which she had sent to him from the head of her firstborn. And he said it to himself again, now that he was face to face with the little ones, and though every nerve in his body thrilled at the touch of the soft hand on his, he tried to smile, and said, "No, I am not asleep. I am only tired. What is your name, my little man?"
"Wobbin, 3 years old. And this is baby Bessie, and this is Bessie mamma," was the prompt reply, and Neil rejoined, "Yes, I knew your mamma when she was a little girl no bigger than you, and her hands felt just as yours feel." "I pays for you every night when mamma puts me to bed. I say, 'God bless Uncle Neil,'" the child continued. Then 2 great tears gathered in the sick man's eyes, but he brushed them away quickly, while Bessie took the boy in her lap and kept him from talking any more. By this time they were in the road which led from the highway to the house. This had formerly been little more than a lane, but under Bessie's supervision it had been transformed into a broad avenue, bordered with trees and footpaths on either side, and seats beneath the trees, which though young had grown rapidly, and already cast cool shadows upon the grass. "This is the place. That is Stoneleigh Cottage," Bessie said, pointing to the house where Grey was waiting for them, with the boy Neil at his side. "And this is Neil, my eldest. We think he is like you," Bessie continued, as she alighted from the carriage and presented the child to her cousin. "Phoo! I ain't a bit like him," was the boy's mental comment, while Neil, the elder, said quickly, "Heaven forbid that he should be like me." They took him to his room at once, the pleasant south room whose windows overlooked the plateau, now all ablaze with flowers. "You must lie down and rest till dinner. I ordered it at 7 to-night. I will send you up some tea at once. I hope you will be comfortable and ask for what you want," Bessie said, as she flitted about the room, anxious to make her guest feel at home. He was very tired, and sank down upon the inviting-looking lounge, saying as he did so, "Oh, Bessie, you do not know how glad I am to be here with you and Grey, nor yet how it affects me. I am not always as bad as this. I shall be better by and by. God bless you." He drew her face down to his and kissed it fervently. Then she went softly out and left him there alone. Poor Neil! He was greatly to be pitied. His life in India had been a failure from first to last. He had no talent for business, and as he thoroughly disliked the business he was in, it was not strange that he was dismissed by his employers within 6 months after his arrival in Calcutta. Then he tried something else, and still something else, and was just beginning to feel some interest in his work and to hope for success, when a malarial fever seized upon him and reduced him to a mere wreck of his former self. Then it was that his father died suddenly at Stoneleigh, and as it seemed desirable that someone should attend to what little there was left to him, Neil returned to England, going first to Wales and then to London, where he took the very lodgings which Bessie had occupied years before, and at which he had rebelled as dingy and second class. How sorry he was now that he had wounded Bessie so unnecessarily, and how well he understood from actual experience the poverty which could only afford such apartments as Mrs. Buncher's. Except the little his father had left him, he had scarcely a shilling in the world, and the future looked very dreary and desolate on that first evening in April, when the once fashionable and fastidious Neil Macpherson took possession of his cheerless rooms on Abingdon Road, and threw himself down upon the haircloth sofa, with an ache in his head and an ache in his heart, as he thought of all the past, and remembered the sweet-faced girl who had once been there, and who had left there an atmosphere of peace and quiet which reconciled him at last to his surroundings. Of all his large circle of acquaintance in London, there was not one whom he cared to meet, and so he stayed mostly in his room, only going out on unfashionable hours for a stroll in Kensington Gardens, and occasionally to the Park, where he always sat down in the place where Bessie had sat in her faded linen when he drove by with Blanche. Once only he joined the crowd on Saturday afternoon, and saw the élite go by, the princess with her children, the dukes and duchesses, the lords and ladies, and lastly Lady Blanche Paxton, who rode alone in her glory. The man who was almost an imbecile when she married him was an idiot now, and had a keeper to look after him, and on Blanche's face there was an expression of ennui and discontent which told Neil that she was scarcely happier than himself, even with her hundreds of thousands and her home on Grosvenor Square.
It was about this time that Neil received a most cordial letter from Grey and Bessie, urging him to spend the summer with them in Allington, and to stay as much longer as he pleased. "Always, if you will, for our home is yours," Bessie wrote, and after a severe conflict with his love and his pride, Neil accepted the invitation, and left England with a feeling that he might never see it again. The voyage was a rough one, and as he was sick all the way, he had scarcely strength to stand when he reached Allington, and only excitement and sheer will kept him up until he found himself in the cool, pretty room which had been prepared for him, and which it seemed to him he could never leave again. Just as the twilight was beginning to fall, Miss Betsy drove up the avenue, stiff, straight, and severe, in her best black silk and white India shawl, which she only wore on rare occasions. Why she wore them now she hardly knew, and she had hesitated a little before deciding to do so. "I do not want the dude to think me a scarecrow," she said to herself, "though who cares what he thinks? I did not favor his coming, and they know it. I told them they would have him on their hands for life, and Bessie actually said they might have a worse thing. I don't know about that, but I do know he will not sit down upon me." From this it will be seen that Miss Betsy's attitude toward the young man was anything but friendly, as she started to make her first call upon him. "Didn't come down to dinner? I don't like that. He will be having all his meals in his room first, you will know. Better begin as you can hold out," she said sharply, and Bessie replied with tears in her eyes. "Oh, auntie, don't be so hard upon poor Neil. You do not know how weak and sick and changed he is. Just think of his lodging with Mrs. Buncher in London, and coming out as a second-class passenger." "Did he do that?" Miss Betsy asked quickly, while the lines about her mouth softened as she went upstairs to meet the "dude," who looked like anything but a dude as he rose to greet her in his shabby clothes, which nevertheless were worn with a certain grace which made you forget their shabbiness, while his manner, though a little constrained, had in it that air of good breeding and courtesy inseparable from Neil. Miss Betsy had expected to see him thin and worn, but she was not prepared for the white, wasted face which turned so wistfully to her, or for the expression of the dark eyes so like her brother Hugh, Archie's father. Hugh had been her favorite brother, the one nearest her age, with whom she had played and romped in the old garden at Stoneleigh. He had been with her at Monte Carlo when her lover was brought to her dead, and in the frightened face which had looked at her then there was the same look which she saw now in Neil as he came slowly forward. She had expected a dandy, with enough invalidism about him to make him interesting to himself at least, but she saw a broken, sorry young man, as far removed from dandyism as it was possible for Neil to be, and she felt herself melting at once. He was her own flesh and blood, nearer to her even than Bessie. He was sick. He was subdued. He had crossed as a second-class passenger, and this went further toward reconciling her to him than anything he could have done. "Why, Neil, my boy," she said as she took both his hands, "I am sorry to see you so weak. Sit down. Don't try to stand. Or rather lie down, and I will sit beside you." She arranged his pillows, and made him lie down again, he protesting the while, and saying, with a faint smile, "It hardly seems right for a great hulking fellow like me to be lying here, but I am very tired and weak," and in proof thereof the perspiration came out in great drops upon his forehead and hands, and about his pallid lips. Miss Betsy did not talk long with him that night, but when she left him she promised to come again next day, and bring him some wine which she had made herself, and which was sure to do him good. "Sleep well to-night, and you will be better to-morrow," she said. But Neil did not sleep well, and he was not better on the morrow, and for many days he kept his room, seeming to take little interest in anything around him except Bessie. At sight of her he always brightened, and made an effort to be cheerful and to talk, but nothing she could do availed to arouse him from his state of apathy. "All life and hope have gone out of me," he said to her one day, "and I sometimes wonder what has become of that fine-ified swell I used to know as Neil Macpherson. I never felt this more, I think, than the day I hesitated before paying my penny for a chair in the Park because I did not know as I could afford it. That was the time I saw Blanche go by in her grand carriage, where I might have sat, I suppose; but I preferred my hired chair, and sent no regret after her and her 10,000 a year. I saw Jack, too, that day. Did I tell you?
He stumbled upon me, and I think would have offered me money if he had dared. I am glad he did not. He was staying in London at Langham's, and Flossie was with him. I did not see her, but he told me of her and of his twin boys, Jack and Giles, whom Flossie calls Jack and Gill. Roguish little bears, he says they were, with all their mother's Irish in them, even to her brogue. He has grown stout with years, and seemed very happy, as he deserves to be. Everybody is happy but myself, everybody of some use, while I am a mere leech, a sponge, a nonentity in everybody's way, and I often wish I were dead. Nobody would miss me. Don't interrupt me, please," he continued, as he saw Bessie about to speak. "Don't interrupt me, and do not misunderstand me. I know you and Gray would be sorry just at first, but you have each other, and you have your children. You would not miss me long, or be sorry except for my wasted life. No, Bessie, I would far rather die, and I think I shall." This was Neil's state of mind, and nothing could rouse him from it until one day in August, when Miss Betsy drove over to Stoneleigh Cottage, and went up to his room, where he sat as usual by the window, looking out upon the plateau, where Bessie's children were frolicking with their nurse. Of late he had evinced some interest in the children, and once or twice had had them in his room, and had held baby Bessie on his knee and kissed her fat hands, and the boy Neil, who saw everything, had said to his mother, in speaking of it, "He looked as if he wanted to cry, when sister patted his face and said, 'I love oo.' And when I asked him if he didn't wish she was his baby, he looked so white and said, 'Yes, Neil, will you give her to me?' I told him, no sir-ree. I'd give him my ball and velocipede and jackknife, but not baby." This was the day before Miss Betsy came, straight and prim as usual, but with a different look on her face and tone in her voice from anything Neil had known, and she asked him how he was feeling, and then, sitting down beside him, began abruptly, "I say, Neil, why don't you rouse yourself? I've been talking to the doctor, and he says you have no particular disease, except that you seem discouraged and hopeless, and have made up your mind that you must die." "Yes, Auntie, that is just it. Hopeless and discouraged, and want to die. Oh, so badly," Neil replied, as he leaned back in his chair. "What use for me to live? Who wants me? I do." The words rang sharply through the room, and Neil started as if a pistol had been fired at him. "You want me? You?" he said, staring blankly at her as she went on rapidly. "Yes, I want you, and have come to tell you so. I am an odd old woman, hard to be moved, but I am not quite calloused yet. I did not like you years ago, when those letters passed between us, and you would not accept my offer because you thought it degrading. I am glad now you did not, for if you had, Bessie would not have been Gray's wife, but yours, and you are not fit to be her husband, or in fact anybody's. You are only fit to live with me, and to see to my business. I am cheated at every turn, and I need somebody who is honest to look after my rents and investments. You can do this. It is not hard, and will pay in the end. I am old and lonesome, and want somebody to speak to besides the cat. Somebody to sit at my table and say good morning to me. In short, I want you for my son, or grandson, if you like that better. I shall be queer and cranky, and hard to get along with at times, but I shall mean well always. I shall give you $1,000 a year to manage my affairs, and when I die I shall divide with you and Bessie. I have made a new will to that effect this very morning, so you see I am in earnest. What do you say?" He said nothing at first, but cried like a child, while Miss Betsy cried too, a little, and blew her nose loudly, and told him not to be a fool, but to go outdoors on the plateau where the children were, and sit there in the shade, and try to get some strength, for she wanted him very soon. Then she went away, and he dragged himself out to the plateau, and let Neil and Robin play that he was a balky horse who would not go, notwithstanding their shouts and blows with dandelions and blades of grass, while baby Bessie pelted him with daisies from the white cross and pansies from the border.
From that day on, Neil's improvement was rapid, and when, on the last day of September, the Geralds returned to their house in Boston, they left him domesticated with Miss Betsy, and to all appearance happy and contented. He would never be very strong again, for the malaria contracted in India had undermined his constitution; but he was able to do all his aunt required of him, even to overseeing at times the hands in the cotton mill, an office he had once spurned with contempt, and from which he undoubtedly shrank a little, although he never made a sign to that effect. A year or more after his arrival in America he wrote to Jack Trevelyan as follows: "I hardly think you would know the once fastidious Neil Macpherson, if you could see him now in a noisy cotton mill, screaming at the top of his voice to the stupid operatives, and buttonholed confidentially by the brother Jonathans, who address him as Square, and speak of his aunt as the old woman. But it is astonishing how soon one gets accustomed to things, and I really am very happy, especially when scouting the country on my beautiful bay, a present from my aunt, who gave it to me on condition that I would take care of it myself. Think of me in overalls and knit jacket, currying a horse and bedding him down, for I do all that. In fact, I do everything, even to splitting the kindlings when the chore boy, that's what they call him here, does not come. Ah, well, I have learned many things in this land of democracy, and am content; though in my heart I believe I still have a hankering after old aristocratic England, provided I could be one of the aristocrats. I suppose you know that poor Blanche died last winter of fever in Naples, but perhaps you do not know that she left me £10,000. $50,000 they count that in America, and I actually do not know what to do with it. My aunt gives me $1,000 a year for spending money, and when she dies I shall have, as nearly as I can estimate it, $500,000, which in this country makes me a rich man. If Bessie had not provided for old Anthony and Dorothy I should care for them. But as she has, I believe I shall use the interest of Blanche's money in paying for scholarships in India and China and Japan and Greece, and I'll call them the Blanche Trevelyan and the Bessie Macpherson scholarships. That will please Bessie, for she is great on missions, both at home and abroad, and her kitchen is a regular soup house in the winter, for every beggar in Boston knows Mrs. Gray Gerald. Jack, you don't know what a lovely woman Bessie is. Sweeter and prettier even than when she was a girl, and you and I were both in love with her. And Gray? Well, you ought to see how he worships her. Why, she is never within his reach that he does not put his hands upon her, and if he thinks no one is looking on he always kisses her, and, by Jove, she kisses him back as if she liked it. And I bear it now with a good deal of equanimity. Eels, they say, can get used to being skinned, and so I am getting accustomed to think of Bessie as Gray's wife instead of mine, and I really have quite an uncleish feeling for her children. Indeed, I intend to make them my heirs. And so good-bye to you, old chap, with love to Flossie and the twins, from your Yankeefied friend, Neil Macpherson. And now our story winds to a close, and we are dropping the curtain upon the characters who go out one by one and pass from our sight forever. In the cozy rectory, Hannah Jerrold's last days are passing happily and peacefully with the Reverend Charles Sandford, who loves her just as dearly and thinks her just as fair as on that night years and years ago, when she walked with him under the chestnut trees, and while her heart was breaking with its load of care and pain, sent him from her with no other explanation than that it could not be. At Gray's Park, Lucy Gray lives her life of sweet unselfishness, looked up to by the villagers as the lady par excellence of the town, and idolized by the little ones from Boston, who know no spot quite as attractive as her house in the park. Miss Betsy and Neil still scramble along together, he indolent at times and prone to lapse into his old habits of luxurious ease, for which she rates him sharply, though on the whole she pets him as she has never petted a human being before. "Boys will be boys," she says, forgetting that Neil is over 30 years of age, and she keeps his breakfast warm for him, and gets up to let him in when he has stayed later than usual at the Ridge House, where he is a frequent visitor, for he and Allen Brown are fast friends and boon companions. Together they ride and drive, and row on the lakes around Allington. Together they smoke and lounge on the broad piazza of the Ridge House, but Neil never drinks or plays with Allen, or anyone else, for his aunt made it a condition of her friendship that he should never touch a drop of anything which could intoxicate, or soil his hands with cards even for amusement. The shadow of that awful tragedy at Monte Carlo is over her still, and she looks upon anything like card playing as savoring of the pit. Allen Brown is a young man of elegant leisure, who takes perfumed baths, and wears an overcoat which comes nearly to his feet, and a collar which cuts his ears. He is a graduate from Harvard, and his mother says his "schoolin' has cost over $15,000, though where under the sun and moon the money went she can't contrive." Mrs. Rossiter Brown is very proud of her son and of her daughter the Lady Augusta, who comes home nearly every summer with a retinue of servants and her little boy, who calls himself Lord Rossiter Brown Hardy, and Neil Gerald, when he is angry with him, a little Yankee, while Neil promptly returns the compliment by calling him a freckled-faced Paddy. In the old home on Beacon Street, Mrs. Geraldine still affects her air of exclusiveness and invalidism, although a good deal softened and improved by the grandchildren, of whom she is very fond, and whose baby hands and baby prattle have found their way to her heart, making her better because a less selfish woman. In the street and among men, Burton Gerald holds his head as high as ever, for all his shame and dread are buried in the grave under the white cross at Stoneleigh Cottage, where Bessie spends every summer with her children, and where Grace spends as much time as possible. He is a man of business now, and many go to him for counsel and advice, and this, except in the hottest weather, keeps him in the city during the week. But every Saturday afternoon the Gerald carriage, with Bessie and the children in it, stands behind the station waiting for the train, the first sound of which in the distance is caught up and repeated by Neil and Robin, while baby Bessie claps her hands and calls out, "Papa is coming." And very soon Papa comes, with an expression of perfect content on his fine face as he kisses his wife and babies, and then in the delicious coolness of the late afternoon is driven up the shaded avenue to the cottage where the plateau is bright with flowers, and where the daisy cross in its purple heart of pansies gleams white and pure in the summer sunshine. End of Chapter 20. The End of Bessie's Fortune by Mary Jane Holmes. Recorded by Céline Major.